ரெக்கார்டு ஆன் பண்ணு. ரெக்கார்ட் ஆகும். ஆஃப் பண்ணு. ஃபார்மேட் பண்ணி தான் இருக்கா? ஃபார்மேட் அடி.
அப்போ கெஸ்ட் வரான்.
என்னடா
கெஸ்ட் வரான். யார்கிட்ட போடுறது தெரியாது.
அப்புறம் ஃபார்மேட் இருக்குது. இதெல்லாம் இருக்காது. போயிட்டாங்கடா. அங்கே என்ன போயிட்டாங்க. அவங்க இங்கே ஜூமிங் இதான்டா அதில் இருக்கிற மாதிரி தான்.
இது குட்டியாதுண்ணா.
அதுதான் அதில் இருக்கும்போது தான் சொல்லி ஃபார்மேட் வச்சு சொல்கிறா. ஃபார்மேட் அடிக்கலாம்.
இப்போ எப்படி ஃபார்மேட் அடிக்கிறது?
அதை பார்த்துக்கலாம். சரி ரெக்கார்ட்
புரிஞ்சுங்கடா. இதில் ஃபோட்டோல கீ யார்ட்டு புரிஞ்சு ஃபோட்டோல கீ யார்ட்டு? தனுஷ் தானே இருக்கும். தனுஷ்
அண்ணான்னு சொல்கிறா.
தனுஷ் அண்ணா இல்லையா?
Science has always been a hub of intellectual curiosity and innovation, and this conclave on human resource is a testament to that spirit. This HR conclave signifies the spirit of learning and the pursuit of excellence that lies at the heart of our educational institution. We have gathered here to expand our horizons, exchange ideas, and foster an environment of collaborative learning. Our speakers, experts, and thought leaders from HR fields will share their expertise, pushing the boundaries of what human resource can achieve. This conclave is more than an event. It's a convergence of minds, a platform for collaboration, and a celebration of the incredible strides. Let's delve into discussions, exchange ideas, and collectively shape the future of human resource. Once again, I take immense pride in welcoming all the distinguished guests, panel discussants, field experts, organizers, participants, faculties, committee members, and other volunteers for being a part of this event. We are about to commence our event by lighting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. I request the dignitaries on the dais to light the lamp. I request the guest, our secretary sir, principal ma'am, and our head of the department ma'am, to light the lamp. Now, I request the dignitaries on the audience to raise for the prayer song followed by Tamil Thai Varthu. Everybody kindly be seated. Thank you. Now I request our student Roshan, second year Business Administration, to take the proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning and welcome everyone. I thank you all for gathering to our department HR conclave. I would like to call our beloved principal, Dr. N. Buma, to welcome the gathering. Ma'am.
Hari Om. A very good morning to one and all present here. With brimming hope and joy, I stand before you on behalf of our visionary educationist, Mr. A.V.M.K. Shanmugam, faculty and students of Avichi family, to deliver the welcome address, to inaugurate the HR Conclave 24, and to deliver a thought-provoking keynote address. We have here with us Mr. David Netto, Senior Talent Acquisition Partner, ADP. We extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. We also have with us esteemed panelists for the day, who I am sure are going to ignite all the young minds here. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Isaac Paturaja, HR Manager, Sanmina Corporation. Welcome, sir. I also welcome Ms. Archana, LNOD, Talent Development, Tubes Investments of India. Welcome, ma'am. I further extend my warm welcome to Mr. Mohan Arvind, my pride, Plant Head HR Kumi Murgappa Group. Welcome, sir. And I also welcome Mr. Ganapati Subramaniam, Chief Human Resource Officer, Sundaram Home Finance. Welcome, sir. Our esteemed human resource dignitaries who have joined us today will agree that motivation enables people to be at their best. At Avichi, we will give our best because of this constant guidance and motivation. Please put your hands together to welcome our beloved Secretary, Mr. A.V.M.K. Shanmugam, sir. It's great to have you here, sir. Welcome. We also have today with us esteemed faculty and students from various colleges. Avichi family extends you a warm welcome, and we look forward to connect with you in the future also. I also take this opportunity to welcome our wonderful faculty members and students whose unconditional support and work continues to shape this institution. I welcome you all. The theme of today's conclave revolves around reskilling and upskilling. This theme resonates with the current market dynamics. In the recent report by Team Lisi, it is observed that there is significant rise in fresher hiring when compared against lateral hiring. Freshers today witness a fair mobility across different sectors or verticals in the job market, a phenomenon that is becoming normalized due to the opportunity for students to reskill themselves, even if they find their career goals changing during their course of education. To keep up with the developments that AI tech is bringing in, students have to become continuous learners and upskill even in their mid-career. Hence, the theme is undeniably crucial to discuss, and I am happy that the Department of Business Administration has chosen this relevant theme. To organize this conclave, the Department of Business Administration, headed by Dr. Nalini and her team, and the Students Executive Club, in association with ICT Academy, has taken a great effort to make this event happen. This conclave is in fact a testimony to the department's sustained efforts to offer the best to their students and to the institution. The department has also been promoting best practices, and I am confident they will live up to the institution's vision. I am very thrilled about the department's future plans, and remember the words of our Secretary, sir. We have Mount Everest to climb. We have just stepped into hillock. And I wish them a very best for today and things to come. I once again welcome everyone present here. Like the students, I am also very curious to listen to the speakers. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request our Secretary, Mr. A.V.M.K. Shanmugam, to felicitate our guest, Mr. David Netto. Thank you, sir. We are here today in this HR conclave to unlock the potential, reskilling, upskilling the revolution in HR. As they say, the human resource is a division of business that's charged with finding, screening, recruiting, training, job applicants, and administrating employees' benefits program. There's a famous saying in human resource: treat your employees right, so they won't use your internet to search for a new job. Once again, treat your employees right, so they won't use your internet to search for a new job. With this, I would like to give an introduction about our guest, Mr. David Netto. Mr. David Netto is a human resource manager with a demonstrative history of working in various industries with experience of 9 years. He is spearheading and have managed the overall human resource recruitment, responsible for full employment life cycle. Mr. David Netto has involved in full cycle recruitment involving bulk hiring, campus drives, identifying and interviewing quality hiring to meet business goals. He has experience in screening, placing the personal quick turnaround time in contract with the hiring and also permanent position. He has worked in product-based and also experience in startup hiring. His expertise domains includes augmented reality, virtual reality, machine learning, artificial intelligence, non-IT and IT technicals area. We welcome you, sir. Now, I would like to call Mr. David Netto to share his keynote address on the topic of skills gap, reskilling and upskilling in the digital age. Sir, the stage is yours.
Hi everyone, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Are you all happy? Because I'm happy to address this event and I'm happy to be invited. Thank you so much to the college and the management for this invite and opportunity. And also to all the other speakers, thank you so much. It would be a great learning in a two-way mode actually. And this is a great day to share my experience into the HR world. And it is going to be an interactive session and it should be an interactive session. So can I have a heads up? Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
All had breakfast?
Yes, sir.
Okay, feel free. No one's a professor here. We are just all friends. We just come to communicate, share our experiences, share our learnings. And I'm sure all are going to be in the final year and you're going to come into the real world where your job is very, very important. So this stage and this experience should be enjoyable for your future because the college life will never ever come back. Do you agree? So be happy, feel free, and thanks to all the professors because they have a lot of source to give you and the knowledge which they transform from them to you because even in some way they also learn actually. So today's theme is about skills actually. Skills is very, very important for every human being and everyone are unique today. So it's not that we should do something in particular or we should just follow what the other person does. Take me for example. So I represent a company called ADP, which is a product-based company in Chennai and we are into HR. And I come with almost 9 years of experience. Okay, my skill, basically I'm a shy person. I do not talk a lot. I don't even shake hands with people once upon a time. Even I was at that stage actually. But today, at least I'm able to talk, I'm able to communicate with people, and I'm able to educate through my experience to an extent actually. So it all depends on self-confidence. When you say skills, it is attitude. And it is that inner motivation which you have. And today, everything is being automated. Everything is being made easy, right? Do you agree? If we don't cook, we have Swiggy. We have Zomato, and we want to be like little lazy being at home. Even for movies, people don't go for movies today. They just watch Netflix and just chill at home. But it's not that, right? It's not the experience which you get in a movie theater. And coming to the skill part, everyone needs to know like what is their identity within themselves actually. Because it's not easy, it's not by overnight. It all takes an ample of time to just come up in life, and with that experience is needed. And in today's era, you should learn to say no. If you really don't know it, you should say no. It's not about being agile is totally good, but if you learn to say no, you will really come up in life and you will learn new things. And after my MBA, I graduated from MGR University in 2014. And it was really tough at that point of time to really get into a job because today the resources are more. Do you accept there is a 360-degree way of learning? Do you all accept? We have ample of resources, and today companies need freshers in different domains. Today we have artificial intelligence, we have machine learning, and I had the opportunity in 2017 to venture into a domain called augmented reality and virtual reality. How many of you know augmented reality and virtual reality? Anyone? Okay, fine. So it is called as AR, VR in short, and this is really booming in the healthcare industry and also in the education sectors. For example, suppose if you want to buy a car, right? You go to a real showroom to check the colors, the patterns and everything, the design.
But today, with augmented reality and virtual reality, you can still look at the car through your mobile or through your tabs actually. So that's the way technology is all about and the way it is evolving actually. And AR and VR is very relevant in the healthcare industry. Before, everything was so manual that we used to fear how to operate a person, how to do this. But now the industry is so changed, we have different simulators to engage with this. So it is made easy and everything is being made virtual actually. And the same goes to Indian Railways. You use simulators through AR, VR technology. So guys, if you all really don't know about it, please go today, read about AR, VR because that is actually the future. And coming to the skill part, don't worry, I will touch here and there with realistic, examples. At least these things will always stay in the mindset. It's not about being practical sometimes, it's about facing reality. I'm sure within 6 months from now or 1 year from now, you are going to come into the corporate world. And while coming into the corporate world, today's HRs don't even just look only at the resume. They always look at the skills what you bring into the resume. Guys, do you know the heading what is in the resume? Resume? Any other name? What you name it as a title? Curriculum vitae. Okay. Do you know the meaning of curriculum vitae? Anyone? Guys at the last? No. Yes? Okay. Curriculum is what you do at your school and your college. Anyone knows the word vitae? Guys, I'm not your professor. Feel free. Enjoy. Smile. Okay? Vitae means life. So from your curriculum, you're just going to start your actual life into the corporate world. And life is not going to be easy. It's not a bed of roses, but I'm sure you will enjoy life because you have ample of resources. You still have time. And what I would suggest is have an extra skill. Even good communication is an extra skill. Learning is always a skill. Time management. Definitely, it is a needed skill for each and every one. Today, time is there, but are we going ahead with time? Are we with time? Because our schedules are so packed, we tend to lose here and there. And critical thinking, decision making. Today, you people have come so far. That is actually a good achievement, where people are still struggling to complete their studies. In today's world, people, though they have their degrees and everything, though they have the best skills in them, but to come out, you need somebody to tell you what you are good at. For that, you should come out and at least tell the person. So, madam, I like to do this. I like to learn. And one thing is, break the bias. Never feel shy. If you feel shy, if I feel shy, I won't be coming and addressing the students, or I won't be speaking with the other dignified speakers who comes with a wealth of experience. Maybe I'm young in this crowd actually. In fact, people thought I'm a student today when I entered. So it's not about the features and everything. It's about what you have inside to contribute. And today, students will always give back to the society because you people are the visionaries of India. In some way, you are going to contribute to the society. And trust me, guys, India is always leading in each and every sector. We have everything here. Tell me what is not here. Maybe a few ifs and buts may be there. But with our education system, we are really topping the charts. Let it be women empowerment. We see them in every area of expertise. And today, in the HR world, we have certain categories only for diversity. We treat diversity as a main goal. I'm sure the other speakers would at least accept that, right? Women empowerment. People who are disabled. People who are taking a break from maternity, back to work. So all these are very, very important actually. And I'm sure at least you will relate to this, okay? And coming to the skill-wise, as I said, put your achievements on a resume. As I said, curriculum vitae, you're coming into the life. How many of you use LinkedIn here? Everyone? Great, that is a good percentage. Thank you so much. Because few colleges, they know about LinkedIn only in a few ways. So how constantly do you use LinkedIn? Daily? No. Okay. Please use it daily. That is going to be your book for the next, 20, 30 years. It's like a newspaper. You go and head out to LinkedIn. You have everything. It's like YouTube. Many use YouTube, right? It's the same actually. And today, LinkedIn has given a platform for your professors to connect. You have politicians, you have entrepreneurs, you have everyone connected on LinkedIn. And another skill, what comes to my mind is networking. Networking is the key in some way of success in this world. Because today, if you don't network, you will not learn from other people's experiences and what they bring to the table. So it is very important to network. I'm sure you have friends from other colleges also. Please use LinkedIn as the best platform. It's not only about jobs. It's about knowing what the corporate world is all about. What is the technology that is booming in every industry? So that is very, very important. And today, every HR looks LinkedIn as a Naukri profile. Gone are the days of Naukri. There are many, many apps which provide jobs, right? Do you accept that? And having a good LinkedIn profile is always a must actually. And it's a pride for you and also a pride for the colleges when you have your achievements on LinkedIn and also your resume. And today, it's never too late to make things right. Do you accept that? You'll still have time, okay? Even if you're late, you are going to get there at some point of day. Even in my team, I do have around almost 10 HRs. Everyone are unique, everyone has skills. But me as a person, I would like to communicate. I love to talk to people. I love to mingle with people and know their experiences, learn from them. It's all about engaging. And trust me guys, engaging with people is the easiest way what you can do and learn. I'm sure everyone would be boring with books, right? With studies, exam and everything. Everyone wants to see something visually, right? So it's the same with everybody. So as days and months pass by, technology is going to evolve in a better way and in a bigger way. And it is made easy. But what I would say, never be lazy with technology. And today, I'm sure everyone knows about ChatGPT, right? What I would say is, I would recommend use it very minimal. It's very easy. In 2 minutes, you get your information, you get variety of information, right? There are pros and cons. It's like the internet. Use it for the good. For example, you need to know about a promotion letter or an appraisal letter, for example, okay? So you're typing that in ChatGPT. I'm sure it's going to give you in 1 minute, right? A lot of letters or a lot of information. It may be the choices of words would be different actually. But what if you have to educate a person about that? Will he understand? No, right? So, things you need to do in manual, you need to do in manual, whatever technology is. I always, like this wording called as old is gold. Whatever it is old, it's always gold. You can't lose your traits, right? What is basic because India has their own culture and everything. Another word comes to my mind is success. Everyone knows the word success, right? And I like one alphabet in that. It's you. Why? Because everything starts with you. If you break the bias, you are going to make a change. And it's not a rapid change or a speed change. It all takes a good amount of time. Coming to this level itself, it's really a credit and an achievement. And you're going to be stars in the future. And I'm very, very sure that you're going to get a name for your college and you will give back to the society. Except, yes, no? I'm sure people are not sleepy. I'm not boring y'all. Okay? Feel free to ask me any questions, any queries, okay? Towards skills or HR or whatever it is, you can stop me at any point of time. Okay. Now, when you say skills, okay, as an HR, I'm into recruitment. When I say recruitment, it is end-to-end recruitment about technology and also non-technology, okay? So what I talk to the candidate when I look at a resume is, I check on few things. The first thing is how his attitude is, how he speaks, what skills he comes up with. So all this is very, very important to me because people will always come with first class or second class. I'm sure everyone are like rank holders, right? Here, everyone wants to come up with 60+% of marks, right? But I believe everyone has a unique skill. The person who comes with their resume, the responsibility of an HR is, it's not only about asking questions, it's about understanding the other human on the opposite side. What does he like? Very simple. At 2014, I was into finance and marketing. I'm a BCom, MCom, and an MBA into finance and marketing. I'm not an HR. Trust me, guys, I failed almost 20 to 30 interviews in 2014. Whenever I used to cross buildings, I'll just look at that building and said, we went for an interview twice, but we failed. So that's the reality at that point of time. And there was less guidance in what to choose. It was very hard for me because parents said, David, you've studied BCom, MCom, MBA. I want you to be a clerk. Because of families, some people are working in the bank. So, but I had the skill to communicate. I love to communicate with people. I want to talk to people. I want to engage. I wanted to be a speaker actually, in fact. But I didn't know the platform and the right choice to make at what point of time. Then what I did, that time, it's all about consultancies at that point of time to go directly and give you a resume. So didn't leave hope. Again, I went for an interview for a finance job. I went there and I spoke to a person. So she was just asking me, just talk, David, tell me about yourself and everything. That's the usual question what HRs ask, right? So I was talking, and after half an hour, she said, David, what do you want to become? I said, no, ma'am, finance job. I want to be in the finance sector. I don't want anything else because I've completed MBA finance with good percentage of marks. So then she said, David, don't mistake me. You can be an HR. I said, no way, just because I speak English. Then what I did, I said, okay, ma'am, I take your word. Again, I went back home and I started applying for finance jobs. Never had that confidence. But later, I thought, okay, if I don't do it, who will? Accept it, guys? If you don't do it, who will do it? So I started applying for HR jobs. I started attending interviews. and I passed an interview and I started my HR career. So, skills is not only about technical skills, it's about interpersonal skills, basics, confidence, self motivation, and the determination and zeal for life. Always have a goal, okay? Two goals, short term and a long term. If you start with a short term goal, you will really reach to the long term goal. And it all takes a matter of time. Today, resources are many. On the go, you can learn, you can know about various things. And if you don't do it now, you will not do it later. And don't shy away, guys. As I said, right? You are the people who need to break the bias. Am I right? Accepted? I'm sure my example would have been little educative and at least in the mindsets of these young people, right? So what I had was reality, but today you have good people teaching you, good resources, good professors, because why I always love professors is I come from a background of education background, because my grandmother was a HM, my aunties were teachers, because the professors are the only people who take care of you like almost the whole day. They are the best educators actually, and they are the best guides, what I could tell you. And never miss this time with your college. Enjoy life, 100% enjoy life, but always learn some skill which will be beneficial for you, okay? And suddenly, if your friend is struggling in something, please do help and support, and you can learn something from him. And today, people think really out of the box. They have that passion to do. When I asked a person, what would you like to do? He's an engineer actually, but he would like to be an entrepreneur. He likes to do EV, electrical vehicles. He has done some projects towards that. That's his passion actually. And there is less guidance. Then at least I told him what can be done towards this. Like that today, everyone should have a passion about a skill. Once you start loving it, you will learn it the easiest way actually. And when I was at that seat at one point of time, I'm here today. And I'm sure you will also be at one day on this podium talking and addressing maybe a bigger crowd. And it's possible, right? Thank you so much for that. Yes, even if it's one or two. Hope I'm not boring you guys. Okay, feel free to ask me anything you want, okay? And today, guys, everyone has an opportunity. Believe me. People say there are less number of jobs, market is in bad shape and everything. Today, and another thing what I wanted to say as I said, unique, right? Now, when there's a job posting, okay, on LinkedIn or on any platform, say you have 10 roles for sales and marketing, okay? And there are thousands of applications pulling in to select the best 10. Your resume cannot be copied, and never copy someone's resume. Never do that. Even if you're going to put your basic information, that's all right. But what I could add on is add your skills. You're good at communication. You're an effective team player. Critical thinking, decision making, these are all interpersonal skills. And once a recruiter sees these skills in the resume, he would be really happy to talk to you. Maybe he will learn something from you. And as I said, right, you will always be a learner always. That is always good, and that is impactful. This is what I learn. Now, when I engage to the young crowd, even I learn in some way to know. Because the syllabus, what I studied and what you studied now, it's totally different. People have branched out in various ways. And this is actually welcoming, I would say. So, what I say is, today, start today. And it's never late to make things right. If you're doing your resume, take guidance. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. You can reach out to the other speakers. Make a good resume with good skills and learn it. Trust me, guys, you will enjoy the fruits of life later. And Maybe I would not be there to be thanked or whatever it is, but you can connect to me on LinkedIn. When I see students really shining, where I at least give these lectures or whatever it is, these talk shows, I would really be happy, because the space is so much for you to learn and grow. And people really want N2 people today, especially in the corporate world. People love to dance, people love to sing, people like to communicate, talk, people like to do photography, and one person likes to do UI UX design, which is always good. And gone are the days of TikTok and everything. People were so engaged in that. But after that, people became influencers also. That is really good. I do see people as influencers. And that also made me wonder why I'm not doing that, why I'm not a YouTuber or a vlogger or something like that. So today, everything is there. It's just that you need to decide. And I think so, this is the best time to decide on what skill you want to have and how you're going to take it forward and how you're going to visualize that. Am I right? Yes, no, maybe? Okay. This is not attendance, yes, sir. Okay? Any queries you have or any questions would you like to ask me? Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
So it's a question from our student. What role do you see emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and data analytics playing in the future of HR?
Okay. So it's a good question about artificial intelligence. Though we use artificial intelligence in ADP for payroll, in short, ADP is a product company and it deals with end-to-end HR solutions. So what I would say about artificial intelligence is they can use this in order to downsize the amount of time what you do, especially into HR. And it could give you a lot of impact in work. It can make it more easy. And there's a lot of things to do with AI and ML actually. ML is used with a lot of algorithms and everything. Though I'm not a tech person, but I would always like to know more into this because we do hire people with artificial intelligence and also machine learning skills. And it is always going to be beneficial in the terms of HR, but when it comes to human resource, we always like to have a human touch. Whatever it is, there is something called as emotional quotient, right? Though we can't make a robot talk to a candidate, right? So, and I'm sure this is going to be booming artificial intelligence and the jobs are plenty. And today, suppose if you're going to say, I'm a HR with a certification of artificial intelligence and machine learning, it's always going to be good. Before, we used to say, I am a fresher with MS Office skills. Do you agree? Word, Excel, PowerPoint. But today, there's a HR with Power BI experience. There's a HR with ML, machine learning, artificial intelligence also. So I'm sure this is going to be an impact, but knowing about it, at least venturing into it is
Always welcoming. Please do so. That's my advice to it. Yeah.
Thank you. The next question from our student is, could you provide examples of successful reskilling and upskilling within the HR departments that have effectively leveraged technical advancements?
Okay. So what I could say in reskilling is the mode of interviews, I would say. When you say reskilling, everything has been changed now, everything has gone virtual, and we have a lot of tests actually when we give the candidates. We don't just screen them, we have something called as cognitive tests to test their analytical skills, to test something on scenario-based questions and all that. In HR, few things have changed. It's not only about just interviewing, it's about knowing what skill set that the candidate could bring in the table. And in today's world, everything can be customized, even your role. For example, if you take my case, I'm into recruitment, as I said, end-to-end technology recruitment. Though I was in the non-IT space, but I always had the love for technology. But when I spoke to my boss and said, I do love public speaking and I want to go to colleges, I want to reach out to students, give back to the society.
Then he just gave it a thought and he said he'll come back to me. But it took few months actually. Then he seen me speaking in few colleges actually. Then he thought, okay, David has a skill. Let me give him an upscale in that. So he gave me a chance to do so. And that's what I am here talking in front actually. So it all takes that time and effort. And my role is also customized now. It's not only about recruitment. I'm going to colleges, I'm speaking, and I'm handling campus drives. So it's a two-way commitment, what I do for my company and also as a skill-wise personally. So, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next question is from D. Ramya from our college.
Okay.
What are some of the key challenges organizations might face when transitioning of HR2 practices?
Okay, come again, ma'am.
What
It's a
are
very
some
different
of the key challenges an organization might face when transitioning of HR 2.0 practices?
Okay. Maybe I would not know more what is on the 2.0 and 1.0. What I believe is every landscape is evolving actually. And we can never learn everything, right? We can't just jam up into everything. What I could say, take each and everything at one point of time. Everything will be changing, everything will be evolving. It's good to know, but we can't know everything, right? Technology is for the good and for the bad. And HR practices, I think so, there would always be a trait which they follow. Human touch, being human. Whatever the practices is, it's better to reach out to people, to know. And without HR and finance is a balance of a company. Though marketing is there, but if there's no human resource, whatever the technology is, the company will not be there. I'm sure you will accept that, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And there is one more interesting question, sir.
Okay.
Whether
When you say interesting, I'm curious.
Were there any unexpected benefits or outcomes that emerged as a result of these initiatives beyond the initial objectives?
It's mind-boggling, the question. Maybe I don't know what to answer also for it. Maybe you can rephrase it, like what would you like to? Yeah.
They ask were there any unexpected benefits or outcomes
Okay.
that emerged as a result of the initiatives that is taken in an organization apart from their objectives.
Okay. Unexpected, what we could see is, I could say moonlighting actually. That was really unexpected in few cases. And I don't think so that was a benefit to us. Maybe it was something different for us to accept when that moonlighting stage came. People were doing like 2 odd jobs at a time. They wanted to earn more. They wanted an extra gig actually. So I don't think so that's a benefit. But now only few companies have adapted to it and are welcoming. But I don't think so that will really work in the future. Maybe as a freelancer you can work, but I don't think so that has benefited much actually. Apart from that objective, see, we have a set of objectives and goals in each and every organization which we have to fulfill because we work on every quarters and we work ahead of the financial year. So I think so this was the surprise to me personally and the organization. But we did not demotivate the employee. In fact, we educated the employee. And as a benefit, what we did is we tried the best to maybe raise his salary or to customize his role or to downsize his workspace and everything. So this is what we did in reality. So this is the max best what we did as an organization because at ADP, every people count actually. And it's a very cultured company. And I could say with pride, even in 2019, when the market was shaking, ADP didn't lay off a single person. We didn't send anybody home. That's the pride, and that is the human nature what ADP And the form of ADP is always designing for people. For example, Microsoft is the company. ADP is the payroll engine, end to end. Your pay slips comes from ADP. If you're going to Starbucks, Starbucks is from Tata, but the payroll engine is ADP. Even Google and Microsoft Office, there's no much offices, but ADP is present in 140 countries. So I pride in taking up this. Thank you.
There is a request and an advice format of question here.
Oh my God.
What advice would you give to the students who are considering careers in HR?
Wow. Welcome to the world, to the real world. And I could say HR is all about passion actually. It's not only about a craft. And as I said, right, the speakers on the dais come with a wealth of experience. Maybe they would teach us, educate us, and nurture us in various ways. And those who are coming into the HR world, that's a very good pride. You will be known to everybody. And trust me, guy, it's a powerful role. And it's not easy for each and everyone to craft in that. Maybe you can do business or you can do entrepreneurship and everything. But HR is dealing with daily problems and dealing with different humans. HR is a doctor sometimes. HR is an advocate. HR is a counselor. HR is a teacher. But HR has to be human. If he is not human, he cannot do anything like this. Accepted, guys? So whoever wants to be an HR, can you raise your hands? Wow, what a good percentage that is. Seriously, guys, I'm so happy to see that. Because people think HR just comes with a good attire of suit and a good gesture saying, hey, hi, how are you, what's up? Something like that, right? But HR is in every part of the organization. Sometimes people come and say, so AC Varla sir, they come and reach out to me. I said, Seripa, I'll tell the team to do up the AC. So food is not good, sir. Though there are various departments in HR who takes care of all this. But at least you should be happy they're coming to reach out to you. Because that's the way you have led by example. If you don't showcase that, they will not come and reach you. So, and HRs are not bad. Don't think about them in a different way. They are the one who are shaping your careers. They are the one who's going to upskill. And they are the one who's going to at least tell you what it is to go to that place. So as I said, right, they are important as professors also. So use your professors as the best guidance. Take them in a better way, okay? And the happiest persons would be your professors. Am I right? My student. He is working here. She is working here. The same goes to even my professors when they call me for a talk show. And I used to get a lot of scoldings. That's a different part. But everything has changed, right? You have to be like that. You can't be so strict in your age, right? What you have to do at this age, you have to do at this age. 0 to 10 is a different age. 10 to 20, they will ask what marks, what ranks. 20 to 30, what job, what salary. 30 to 40, do you buy a house? Did you get married? Did you get children? 40 to 50, do you have BP, sugar? 50 to 60, pension? What's your pension? Did you put LIC scheme? These are the stages of life. Nothing can be changed. So enjoy your life at the fullest. This will never ever come back.
This question, the next question, I think you have almost covered the answer for the next question.
Sure,
Anyway, I'll just read out the question.
Yeah.
But I'll go further, proceed with the next question because you have covered the answer for the totality.
Thank you.
This interesting question was, what role does emotional intelligence play in effective leadership? I think you have already given a lot of statements on that.
Yeah.
So I'll go to the next question, sir.
Anything, your choice, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe something easier.
This is from Saranya,
Okay.
student Saranya.
Who's Saranya here?
Saranya, are you here?
Okay, no worries, ma'am. Yeah, go ahead.
In what ways do ethical considerations impact leadership, decision making, and organizational success?
Okay. Ethical? Come again, ma'am?
In what ways do ethical considerations?
Yeah, okay. Ethical is always a basic trait which everyone should follow. It's like your roots. Do not forget your root. You need to be ethical. You can't be biased. If you start being biased, right, then your own confidence will lead you to different things actually. Your mindset will change. That's what I think about ethics. Ethics should never be changed. You should follow that. If you don't follow that, it's like one hand gone from your body. That's what I could say. Ethics, and it's not only about leadership. It starts from you, the inner you, to have these ethics in life. Meaning you should have a goal, follow these ethics, and never deviate from that actually. That's what I would support. It's not only about leadership. It's in all the stages which you follow. Okay, so that's what is my take on ethics, ma'am.
We have students from other institutions also here. Before winding up, any more questions that you would like to raise? The mic will be given to you. So if anybody from the audience, from other institutions.
Guys, I'm sure it was like little interactive, right? Sorry, ma'am, for stopping you.
No
Hope you all understood with little examples, right? Happy? Okay, you were just listening to me, okay.
Thank you, sir. Your statement on many failures will lead to more success was really wonderful, sir. It was an awesome discussions that we had in this session. So now I call Roshan again to the stage. Roshan.
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful speech. Thank you. Now I call Danshika to announce.
Thank you, Roshan. Good morning. I am Danshika from second year of Business Administration. Before getting into the panel discussion, the session will break for 15 minutes and the refreshment for the participants will be provided at Hall G17 and a team of volunteers will accompany the guests to the refreshment room. I kindly request the student volunteers to accompany the guests to the refreshment room. Thank you. speakers to take the allotted seats. Let us start our panel discussion. Now I request our Secretary Sir, Mr. AVMK Shanmugam, to felicitate our panel members. And I also request our Principal Dr. N. Bhuma to join us on the stage. Now requesting Mr. Ganapathy Subramaniam to accept the felicitation. Sir, please join us on the stage, sir. Next, requesting Mr. Isaac Padraja to accept the felicitation. Sir, please join us on the stage. In human resource, according to Jim Goodnight, treat employees like a make of difference and they will. With this saying, I would like to give an introduction about Mr. Ganapathy Subramaniam. Mr. Ganapathy Subramaniam is a Chief Human Resource Officer at Sundaram Home Finance Limited. He is an excellent human being with sound knowledge and experience in human resource in the areas of talent acquisition, talent engagement and management, talent development, HR analytics and general HR activities. Mr. Ganapathy wears many hats. He is at ease being an HR professional, motivational speaker and talent developer. Mr. Ganapathy has worked for organizations like TVS, PepsiCo and Britannia. He has rich experience in setting up HR systems and introduced innovative HR strategies in recruitment, training and employee engagement. He currently heads the HR function for Sundaram Home Finance Limited. He was recognized by PepsiCo and Britannia for his HR excellence and awarded by Madras Management Association for his contribution in the field of HR. He was honored as 100 Most Talented HR Leader by World HRD Congress during 2015 and 2016 at Mumbai. He is an active in various associations like CII, MCCI, MMA and NHRD. He is currently a co-chairman for HR and IR committee of MCCI and accessor of HR excellence for CII. He is also mentoring women's leader under the CII IWIN initiative. We welcome you, sir. Now I request Roshan to give the introduction for Mr. Isaac Pataraja.
Thank you, Danshika. Now I'd like to give an introduction about Isaac Pataraja. Mr. Isaac Pataraja has 14 years experience as human resource professional in multinational manufacturing company from 2010, March till present. And he is also an HR advocate. He is a motivational speaker and counseling specialist. He is a HR manager at IT service company. Mr. Isaac Pataraja is an experienced executive at CRD Covenant Consultant. He has been top skill in human HR recruitment, economic and body language. Mr. Isaac Pataraja has been certified in values, ethics, in case studies, in action. We welcome you, sir. Now I call Danshika to give an introduction about Mrs. Archana PS and our monitor, Mr. Mohan Arvind. Thank you.
Thank you, Roshan. Now I would like to give an introduction about Archana PS. Mrs. Archana PS currently working in Tube Investment of India, Murugappa Groups, learning and organizational development, talent development. She has an overall experience of 11 years in learning and development and talent management. She worked in different industries like finance, edutech, education, construction and manufacturing. She also worked with companies like LXL Ideas, Sundaram Finance and Byju's. She completed her UG in BTech Chemical Engineering from Satyababa University. He completed her PG in MSW HR from the University of Madras and PG Diploma in Advanced HRM from IIM Lucknow. She is certified POSH trainer from MSME, Meta NLP practitioner from ICF and American Board of NLP and leadership coach and also DISC assessor from Thomas International. We welcome you, ma'am. Now I would like to introduce our moderator, Mr. Mohan Arvind. Mr. Mohan Arvind is an astute and dedicated HR professional. He is a professional HR person with strong business knowledge and belief in leadership, teamwork, positive thinking. He is an HR generalist and factory HR manager at CUMI, a Murugappa Group company based out of Maremalai Nagar. He is the youngest head HR of a factory in the abrasive business unit of CUMI at 25 years of age, handling an unionized plant. Mr. Mohan Arvind was previously a talent acquisition specialist at TCS. Mr. Mohan Arvind holds a certificate for fundamentals of office management and methods offered by SWAYAM, a part of Ministry of Human Resource Development, India, and holds a certification in organizational behavior, how to manage people by IESE Business School. He has received a Star Award for exceptional business ownership and exceeding monthly deliverables in TCS. Mr. Mohan Arvind has represented as a delegate of India Future Leaders Summit held at Istanbul in February 2020. He is also a Best Delegate Awardee, a delegate of India, Sabyaman, South Africa in May 2020. We welcome you, sir. Now, let us give a round of applause to our panel members to start the discussion. During the discussion, we request the audience to give your questions to our student volunteers. Thank you.
Check. So, a very good morning to one and all present here. So, number இன்னைக்கு bilingual இருக்கலாமா? Can we be speaking both in Tamil and English? Is that fine with the crowd? Okay. So, why are we here today? அப்படின்னு யோசிக்கும் போது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, we see to reskill and upskill, but not only that, but with technology. Why technology? It is because the industry has been evolving. Industry 1.0 was about mechanization, that is about inventions. The second industrial revolution, that is industry 2.0, was with the electricity. The major development was electricity. And then we moved into automation and mass production. And industry 4.0 was all about connecting this automation in the form of Internet of Things, IoT in சொல்லுவாங்க. And now, industry 5.0, it is about artificial intelligence. So, when you talk about artificial intelligence, can it replace everything? My answer will be no. Because as David told, the keynote speaker who spoke before us, he told there should be human touch in everything, and that's why we HRs are here. So the way forward is like how well we are equipped while AI is also developing. So a human is always required there to operate AI. And while we think about reskilling and upskilling, we should use a lot of technologies. Yes, there is Chrome, there is ChatGPT. So when you think about all of these, there's also information pollution. So you should be ready to reskill and upskill in a way that is right for you and right for the job and does justice for yourself and to the company or the business that you do. So with this, let us move into the panel discussion, and at the start of panel discussion, we'll be having a small video and we'll be continuing with the same. Is it visible?
Phone call. We think AI can help with this problem. Let's say you want to ask Google to make you a haircut appointment on Tuesday between 10 and noon. What happens is the Google Assistant makes the call seamlessly in the background for you. So what you're going to hear is the Google Assistant actually calling a real salon to schedule the appointment for you. Let's listen.
Hi, I'm calling to book a women's haircut for a client. I'm looking for something on May 3rd. Sure, give me 1 second. Sure, what time are you looking for around? At 12 p.m. We do not have a 12 p.m. available. The closest we have to that is a 1:15. Do you have anything between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m.? Depending on what service she would like. What service is she looking for? Just a woman's haircut for now? Okay, we have at 10 o'clock. 10 a.m. is fine. Okay, what's her first name? The first name is Lisa. Okay, perfect. So I will see Lisa at 10 o'clock on May 3rd. Okay, great. Thanks. Great. Have a great day. Bye. That was a real call you just heard. The amazing thing is the assistant can actually understand the nuances of conversation. We've been working on this technology for many years. It's called Google Duplex. It brings together all our investments over the years in natural language understanding, deep learning, text-to-speech. By the way, when we are done, the assistant can give you a confirmation notification saying your appointment has been taken care of. Let me give you another example. Let's say you want to call a restaurant, but maybe it's a small restaurant which is not easily available to book online. The call actually goes a bit differently than expected. So take a listen.
How may I hear you? Hi, I'd like to reserve a table for Wednesday the 7th.
For 7 people?
It's for 4 people.
4 people? When?
Next Wednesday at 6 p.m.
Oh, actually we leave here for like upper like 5 people. For 4 people you can come.
How long is the wait usually to be seated?
For when, tomorrow or weekday or?
For next Wednesday, the 7th.
Oh no, it's not too busy. You can come for 4 people, okay?
Oh, I gotcha. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Again, that was a real call. We have many of these examples where the calls quite don't go as expected, but the assistant understands the context, the nuance. It knew to ask for wait times in this case and handle the interaction gracefully. Look, we're still developing this technology, and we actually want to work hard to get this right, get the user experience and the expectation right for both businesses and users. But done correctly, it'll save time for people and generate a lot of value for businesses.
they organize, I will share my thoughts on this. So, as speakers were talking about, AI is not going to take your job, but the people who are using AI is going to take your job. You are understanding what I am saying? If you are an AI trained person, you are going to take somebody's job. If you don't know AI, then it's a problem. Okay, and if you really look into the upskilling part, as we discussed earlier, the skill sets are continuously changing, and we are not only talking about skill, but I am going to talk about something called a will. Will is the purpose what you are trying to make in front of the table. Any one of you know Maria Cano? If you tell the answer right, our moderator will pay you 500 rupees. Huh? Maria Cano? Don't Google it. Maria Cano is a women photographer. She takes animal photography. You know what it takes to get into the jungle, the deep forest? So how many kilometers you need to walk in the deep forest? Some guesses here. 20 kilometers, you will not get into a deep forest. You need to walk at least 50 to 70 kilometers. That's where you reach the deep forest. And how you will reach the deep forest? Sorry? By walk? Jeep won't go there. It's a deep forest. So you need to walk. And when you are walking in the forest, what you will carry? Bag full of what? Water? Food, snacks? Wow, wow. What else? Torchlight? Fire? Fire stick, okay. Huh? So some protective material like a knife and so on and so forth. A map? Dora's map? Okay. So how much food or snacks you will take in the bag? How many kilos you can carry in a forest? Sorry? 5 kg? So how many days you will carry the food? Hey, I am asking easy questions. Minimum for a week? You can take the same food. You don't have a fridge. You can't keep the food in the fridge. You need to keep it in the bag. So normally the animal photographers carry biscuits, nutrition turned biscuits. And you know the animals are having more their sensories are high in nature. They can smell everything, right? If you pass that area, they will smell and then they know that there is an intruder, there is an alien. So they need to protect their life, correct? So they carry no fragrance. They ensure there is no body fragrance coming out from them, and it's a real tough task. You know how this Maria Cano can be a woman, being a woman, being an animal photographer, and she can't travel with some 10 people. She need to travel alone. And to capture one photo, what she need to do? Understand the animal behavior. Because animal will have a behavior. It has some time for going to some places, take water, so on and so forth. So what she does? She need to observe and then need to take the single photograph, which appear in what you call Net Geo or wildlife, animal life photograph. So for that one photograph, what she need to do? It's not the skill alone. Photography is skill alone. It is the will part of the skill. Correct? So you need to have the will to build the skill. So how many of you are singers here? So how many times you practice? Quite a bit. How many of you do the reels? All the girls and boys. You do a lot of practice, right? Before you do the reels. The same thing required. So I will talk about how you can upskill yourself after listening to the speakers.
So when I saw this video of Sundar Pichai talking about the Google call, I remember of this movie Payanam. How much of you have seen that movie Payanam? Okay. அதில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா in that flight sequence you will have a comedy there where one of the comedian used to tell டிசைனில் இருக்குது நடக்குது. So the future is going to be like that. Whatever you give to the AI, the design that you are giving to the AI should enhance the experience of the user. So as an HR, whatever programs or the policies that you are going to design should be in such a manner that it enhances the experience, it enhances the algorithm of the experience which a person or an employee undergoes. So with this, I would like to ask Ms. Archana to tell a few words about the topic.
So good morning everyone. So the topic is on upskilling and reskilling, right? So we can put it in other words is learn, unlearn and relearn, right? So I think we missed event to put a additional word that is unlearning, which is also more important. So something which we follow for all these traditional years, right? So we need to step into new things. So where we are stopping to do the traditional way and getting into new things. So that is also more important, correct? So unlearning certain things that makes us to get to explore new things. For example, if you're using PowerPoint for creating a presentation, you can look on Canva where we have so many features in creating a presentations, right? So unlearning is also very crucial for us. And also when we talk about reskilling, so for example, again, you know Excel, MS Excel. So now what is the advanced of Excel? It is Power BI. So you have to learn. If you know the basics, that is the MS Excel, then only you can learn the Power BI. So that is the reskilling part, right? So reskilling, it should be a continuous. So I always believe in continuous learning. If you see my profile, I used to do a lot of certifications even after having 12 years of experience. In our career as being as an HR, it is very critical and crucial to have a continuous learning. So that is how the reskilling works, right? And also organization supports us to reskill because HR, trust me guys, it's a function where you have to upgrade and update yourself every time. Every day is a learning for us. Interaction with the employees or the trainings, whatever we take, or the content. So we have to get upgraded and updated. So that is very important for us. And upskilling, so when you talk about upskilling, so if we just compare ourselves, so we are 90s kids, that is maybe 90s and 80s kids, but you people are Gen Z, so after 2000, right? So if you see the generation gap, people who comes for the internship to our office, they know lot of tools. So, you know, when we ask them to edit a video or bring some data, they just come with 5 or 10 seconds. We just more curious to ask, so how did you do it? So they say, ma'am, there is an app for this. So that much updation is there with this generation people, right? So upskilling is also equally important, as I told, unlearning, reskilling. So it is also more important where you get explored into new tools and technologies. And the topic today is on HR 2.0, embracing technology in all the HR gamut functions, right? So where I strongly recommend upskilling and reskilling should be continuous for everyone to be a successful HR professional.
So that was really insightful. So the process of unlearning, it is also very important. See, whenever you go for an interview or when you crack a job, you will get to understand it is all about unlearning and relearning. Whatever you learn, yes, it will help you, but it is a gate pass or an entry ticket into an organization or to the corporate world. But whenever you enter thereafter, it should be a process of understanding what is going on inside and building on it. And before moving on to Isaac, I would like to say, பசங்களா தியேட்டர் ஆம்பியன்ஸாக இருக்குது, தூங்கிடாதீங்க. நான் வந்து உங்களோட பேரெல்லாம் என் கையில் வச்சுருக்கேன், கண்டிப்பாக கூப்பிட்டுருவேன். அதனால் be ready with your answers. More than the chits, I would like to interact with the people who are here and you should be able to throw up your questions through this mic. Okay? Isaac sir.
Good morning. Morning தானே? ஆமாம், மார்னிங். மார்னிங். ஓகே, how are you today? ஓகே, எதுக்காக நான் இங்கே வந்து பேசுகிறேன்னு தெரியுமா? Why I am coming here and talking? ஏன்னா நான் அவிச்சி ஸ்கூலுக்கு போகிறேன்னு வீட்டில் சொல்லிட்டு வந்திருக்கேன். இந்த ஃபோட்டோவில் வந்து எடுத்து அனுப்புனா காட்டுவோம் வீட்டில்.
அதுக்காக தான். ஓகே, Avichi college, oh I'm sorry, Avichi school னு சொல்லிட்டேன். I'm very sorry because I was just talking to secretary sir, when I was doing my schooling in MCC there will be always match finals between MCC and Avichi school. So அதனால நான் சொல்லிட்டேன். Okay, jokes apart, how many of you are happy today? எத்தனை பேர் சந்தோஷமா இருக்கீங்க? Fantastic, good. So we are very today I like to thank first of all the management of Avichi school, Avichi college. I'm very sorry Avichi college for organizing this event, secretary sir and Nalini ma'am. In fact 12th Feb I received a mail from ma'am at 9:45 in the evening about this event. That shows the commitment from your staff. And I like to thank Nitya Kalyani who is the student coordinator, and Harish Raj for the wonderful support. Okay, so how many of you all are BBA students, is it? Arts college students, fantastic. So you're all here for HR conclave. Very few arts and science colleges conduct this HR conclave, and you are very blessed today. Yeah, kai tara namukku dhaan. And please make use of the opportunity, because getting 5-6 HRs on the same day, it's very difficult. Okay, so today we are talking about technology, right? Okay, என்கிட்ட ஒரு கெட்ட பழக்கம், I have a bad habit. என்னன்னா I'm basically a mechanical engineer. எனக்கு கிடைக்கிற ஆன்சர் வரைக்கும் நான் கொஸ்டின் கேட்டுகிட்டே இருப்பேன். அதனால் நீங்கள் உடனே நீங்கள் ஆன்சர் பண்ணிடணும் எனக்கு. Okay, jokes apart. See, we are all talking about technology. I was just thinking what to talk. Okay, as Archana told, you are all I'm an 80s kid, you are all Gen Z. Technology எவ்வளோ சேஞ்ச் ஆகுது அப்படின்றதுக்கு நான் ஒரு 2 சின்ன திங்ஸ் கொண்டு வந்திருக்கேன். ஓகே, how many of you know this? மேட்ச் பாக்ஸா? தம்பி மேட்ச் பாக்ஸ் தான் கிடையாதுமா அது. ஐயோ, this is called film roll. Okay, late 90s வரைக்கும் this is the only mode of taking photo. Okay, if you are lucky you will get 38 photos, but today you see, no, there are 2 cameras video and 5 cameras. Look at the technology, how it changed. We used to use this till our college days. Now இது வந்து தம்பிக்கு மேட்ச் பாக்ஸா தெரிய அளவுக்கு மறந்து போச்சு நமக்கு. No, look at the change. That's the speed in which technology is changing. Okay, so what you are using today will not be in use for after next 5-10 years. Let me also show you one more thing. How many of you know this? இன்னொரு டைம் தரேன், யோசிச்சு சொல்லுங்க. Floppy disk? Okay, this is the only mode of storage for an 80s kid like me. Okay, here when we are doing our engineering, our project work, our paper presentation, everything we will be storing here. Now we are not even using this. இதை கஷ்டப்பட்டு ஒரு மியூசியம் வந்து கேட்டு வாங்கிட்டு வந்தேன். Right, after this we have gone to the CD drive. Now none of the laptop will come with a floppy disk called a CD drive, because we moved to drive, we moved to cloud. Look at the technology, how it's changing. In the same, I used this 20 years back. Now it is not there. That is the advancement of technology. Okay, நம்ம think பண்றதை விட it moves much faster. And as a HR person, not even HR person, as a human being, we should be adaptable to this. If we are not, we will be outdated. Okay, so you are all in the college days. I always tell, school days are the beautiful days of life. No, that friendship will last for long. Next to school days is your college days. After this, you can work for the big companies in the world. You will not get these 3 years of your life. Enjoy, but at the same time, you must know you are in a period where you need to take some of the important decisions in your life. Upgrade yourself. Okay, there are many other colleges with whom you are going to compete. Technology advancement is very important. Please don't take that for granted. Okay, if in my life these changes can happen in 20 years, how much earlier it can happen to you. That is a question you should ask. And the purpose of conducting this conclave is to give you an enlightenment on this. Okay? You can have fun time, selfies time, all are permittable. But the gist, the importance of this is there is a purpose and there is a vision beyond this. Okay? So we are talking about two skills now, upskilling and... Okay, can anyone tell me what is upskilling? Today is holiday for me. I can stay here till in the evening. I told my wife don't cook for lunch and dinner also. Avichi college will give everything. Yes, sir. So, what is upskilling and reskilling? Upgrade. Fantastic, Anna. Then, update. What to update? Fantastic. See, what is skill? Skill is the ability to do something better. Simple. In Tamil, it's called Thiran. Thiramai. Okay? Even if you are writing, writing is a skill. I'm very, sad to say the COVID batch people are not even having ability to write for 2 hours. They are finding it extremely difficult to write their exams. Writing is a skill. Okay? Reskilling. What is reskilling? I give an example. I'll just take 2 minutes. Example. Soltuma. Okay. Assume you are a person who is interested in cooking. நீங்க நல்லா சமையல் பண்றீங்க. Okay, சமையல் வல்லுனர். You are expert in cooking. You do காரைக்குடி menu very fantastic. செட்டிநாடு menu நல்லா பண்ணுவீங்க. ஓகேவா? You want to learn French cuisine. You want to learn French cuisine or Mexican cuisine. For that, you are taking efforts. Meeting a chef, practicing it. And then after 6 months or 1 year time, you become an expert in that. Correct? That is called reskilling. Cooking is a domain in which one part you are expert, you are developing the other. That is called reskilling. Sorry, that is upskilling. I'm sorry, that is upskilling. Okay? You are developing yourself. Reskilling. You are a person good in cooking. You don't want to cook at all. You want to go for a tangible painting, which is extremely different. That is called reskilling. Simple terms. Because this topic, upskilling and reskilling, is a very, very new topic. Okay, I remember writing an article for an HR forum just 3 months back on this topic. Very good topic your management has taken. And that is a need of the hour also. Okay? ஸோ உங்களுக்கு எப்படி சொல்லணுன்றதுக்காக நான் யோசித்து பார்த்து மூளையெல்லாம் கசக்கி அப்படி சொல்ல மாட்டேன். டக்குன்னு தோணிச்சு சொல்லிட்டேன். ஸோ தட் யூ கேன் ஹேவ் இட் இன் மைண்ட். ஓகே, டன், கிளியர்? ஸோ டிஃபரன்ஸ் பிட்வீன் ரீஸ்கில்லிங் அண்ட் அப்ஸ்கில்லிங் ஓவர். ஓகே, ஸோ வி வில் கண்டினியூ இன் த நெக்ஸ்ட் திங் அண்ட் ஓவர் டு தி மாடரேட்டர். தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச்.
So, as Isaac sir told, it is about reskilling and upskilling, but also do it at the right time, because what has happened to the floppy disk or say the camera roll can happen to the human also. And why for an HR it is important to reskill and upskill? I want people to answer here. Why is it important for an HR particularly to reskill and upskill? Anyone? Good. I need rise of hands to answer. இல்லை நான் வந்துடுறேன், அந்த பக்கம் நானே வந்துடுவேன். First tell me your name and your department and then go ahead.
My name is Ismahima from BCom Bank Management, sir.
Give a hand to her. Big round of applause, please.
Since the HR is dealing with different peoples, so they need to learn new things.
Good. Any more answers? To the second.
Hi, sir. I'm Angelin from MCC.
Once again, a round of applause, please.
So I think that because HR are the one who develop learning and training needs for the other employees. So if themselves they are not updated about what's in the market, so they can't design up-to-date training skills for the other employees. So they themselves should be updated in order to design effective training for other employees.
Very good. So why I ask this question is that if you take, you need not go to any postgraduate books. Take the undergraduate books, be it a BCom book or a BBA book. If you can see, HR is all about taking the right man for the right job at the right time. So to do this, an HR should be up to date to know the needs of the organization. இப்போலாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வந்துட்டு there is a terminology called HR business partner, which is almost taking its place in all the organizations, because one person as an HR should know what his business needs, what from a manpower perspective the organization needs, and then work on it. So in this line, I would like to ask Ms. Archana, since she's with the learning and development for long. So Archana, what do you think, in what ways an HR aspirant can upskill themselves with the growing technology? We have many things like the Coursera, we have the ChatGPT. So with the technology, how different they can learn, or what different then they can do?
Okay. So when David was talking, we heard that HR is not a profession only which is taken by the HR certified person, right? So I put HR as human relations rather than human resources. So it's creating a bonding with person to person or employee to employee, right? So in this case, the best way to learn is from peers. So even you can start this with you from now. So share your knowledge, share your experience, right? So in talent development, we use this concept called Kolb's learning model, right? So Kolb's model is that where we create a concrete experience. So this concrete experience is happening only by peer learning. So the best thing you can learn is from your peer, from your teachers, right? From your parents. So that is the first thing I would go with. And second is, since today's topic is on AI, right? ChatGPT. So everyone knows about ChatGPT, OpenAI, correct? So how many of them use it? எத்தனை பேர் யூஸ் பண்ணுறீங்க ChatGPT? Mostly everyone. So sometimes ChatGPTல எக்ஸாம் எழுதுறவங்களாம் இருக்காங்க, ஆன்லைன் எக்ஸாம் எழுதுறவங்களாம் இருக்காங்க. I did it for my IIM exam, right? Okay. So ChatGPT வந்து டிராஃபிக் ஆகிறதுக்கும் நிறைய வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. Have you experienced that? There is lot of traffic happening. அதுக்கும் நம்ம கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்கோம் Gemini. So how many of them are using Gemini AI? Good, right? So there is alternate AIs which is in place where you can learn lot of things. And first I would like to talk about the difference between a software and AI. இப்போ வந்து நம்ம எல்லாத்தையுமே நம்ம AI அப்படின்னு சொல்ல ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டோம், right? So can anyone tell what is the difference between a normal software and AI? Anyone? Anyone? Just you can give a try.
பசங்களா நீங்களா பேசிடுங்க, இல்லை நான் கூப்பிட்டுருவேன்.
So எந்த ஒரு yeah, please. Right, sir. You want the mic?
A software uses, actually I'm Vishal, I'm from MCC. Okay, a software uses the data that has been already provided from the past, but the AI learns from whatever the user is giving input, and from that it alters its activities and provides information based on what the user is expecting.
Please give him a huge applause. He's absolutely right. So if you take an example of a calculator, so calculator எல்லாரும் யூஸ் பண்ணிருப்போம்ல. So 1 plus 1 what? 2. So it is already programmed. So 1 plus 1 2, 2 plus 2 it is 4. That's all. Okay? When we talk about AI, it learns from the past experiences and it is more humanized. Correct? So past experiences lerundu it gives solutions like how the ChatGPT does. So whatever the questions you ask to ChatGPT, answer கொடுக்குதா? நம்மளுக்கு தான் கேட்க தெரியாது சில டைம்ல. So we should know how to ask questions. that is one more skill which is more important that we'll cover in later stage of this panel discussion. So we should know to ask questions, correct? So when you are using this AI tools for learning, so that is more like, as I told you, should know to ask the questions, and also you can come up with lot of in-depth and deep dive ideas from that. So that is secondary which I want to tell, okay? And the best way, like other ways where if you are okay to put some cost for your learning, where you have lot of courses which is available, and if you see in LinkedIn lot of Coursera courses, I mean free courses they are offering, and lot of Google also are offering free courses, right? So lot of things are happening, so you have to explore. So please explore so that you can take up many courses. So trust me guys, nowadays graduation or post-graduation is just for the certificate. Apart from that, as an organization person, as a HR person, we look for what are the skills you have and how many certifications you have taken. When I had my interview with Tube Investments of India, my boss, the present boss, he asked me, how much have you put money for taking certifications? How much money you have, I mean, you have invested for gaining more knowledge? So that was the question he asked during my interview. Right? So always I suggest to go with, there are a lot of courses, like IIM Lucknow is also offering lot of courses, and certification courses are happening, lot of HR forums are also conducting lot of programs, right? So you can approach them, you can connect with them. So we are all here, senior leaders are here to connect, and you can explore a lot of courses. Yeah.
See, today, if you really want to learn something, there is plenty of resource available. I think gone are the days where you need to search. Maybe your professors will be, when they were writing their thesis, doctorate, they would have going to multiple colleges, institution to collect some sample data. Today, information is plentifully available. How you channelize the information, how you really going to use it for your benefit is the question in front of you. I always think about the egg story. That's one story which is very close to my heart. Have you all seen the egg? Anda ka kasam. Correct? But egg, when you break it from outside, what happens? You get a half boil. Your mother can give you a half boil or something. But when the egg is broken from inside out, what comes? Life comes. So, learning is the ability what should come from within. If you feel, I really want to be shining in that particular area, then you need to be the best of the person in that area. Let it be anything, any skill. There are a lot of YouTubers, they make money. They don't have any great skills, they have only two skills, taking video, tapping the right audience. Correct? You can identify, make out of money. End of the day, what do you want to really achieve in your life? You want to settle. We have how many days of living? And an average Indian will live for how many years? 80 years? 70 years? Okay. Average month. This year is a leap year. So how many months, how many days are there in a year? 365 into 70, how many days? Not such a tough question. Make it 400 into 70. How much? 28,000, madam, not 2,80,000. 28,000 days you are going to live. And you have already lived 20 years, gone. After 60, 20 years is not going to be easy. Correct? So the remaining would be about in the middle 20, 25 years. That's where you are going to make everything. So you need to really understand what skill you want to shine. And if I need to talk about HR, when I joined the department, it was called the personnel department. The interviews are conducted very differently. Today, we use what you call analytics and then AI intervention, the software, the systems, to identify the right candidate. I need not do anything. Earlier, my team used to have some 7-member team to identify the right candidate. So they will be doing the telecalling of candidate, hey, you want to work in our company, I have a vacancy here, or so on and so forth. Today, people are not doing that. They put parsers. People here will be knowing what is parser. So the parser will identify who would be your right candidate, and then what you need to do is the final round of interview. Okay. World is changing. Can I ask one more question if time permits? Anybody use the phone which has pad, dial pad? How many of you are using the dial pad mobile, which has 3110 Nokia? செங்கக்கட்டி மாதிரி இருக்கும், போட்டு அடிச்சானாக்க யாரை வேணா கொள்ளலாம். Have you seen that? So who's having the newest mobile, the finest one? Samsung, iPhone 15, anybody is having? No one. So, no, this one Samsung, any advanced model you are having? OnePlus? No. So what mobile you are using? OnePlus. I was asking, no, OnePlus. Which version is this? See, every fortnight, every month, you could see there is a update. Correct? There is an update of version. No problem. So there is an update of version. We kind of upgrade, right? Are we upgrading ourselves is the question in front of you. You need to answer to your own self. Thank you.
So when we talk about this usage of experience of others, so morning we saw David asking how many of you use LinkedIn. Now I'm asking how many of you use LinkedIn and post in it in this crowd. Just have a raise of hands. Okay, so that is pretty less. So people who use LinkedIn are more, but post are less. So when we seek the experience of others, people might be hesitant, and there might be people who want to share their experiences. So this is for people who want to share your experiences, because recently I'm coming across posts from students who are pursuing HR, who are pursuing other domains. They are just jotting out what they have learned in that particular week of internship. So this happens to be a very good novel idea where they make more connections and they also give out their experiences to their peers. So, and why I tell is this, when I started using LinkedIn during my college days, I had about like 400 connections. And I was one of the people who started posting about the experience day in and day out, and I used to write articles. And within a span of say 4 years, it has grown up to an extent of 2,800 followers. So it is your chance, your sharing of experience can make you an influencer, and it can help in other people upskilling themselves. So with this, I would like to pass on the mic to Isaac sir for asking the... So for a person, how well they can use their LinkedIn, how better they can use their LinkedIn for upskilling and reskilling.
Sure. So, see, we are all talking about HR, இல்லைங்களா? HR பற்றி பேசிட்டு இருக்கோம். See, HR cannot be taught. First of all, you must know, as rightly pointed out by Archana, it's called human relationship. நம்மளுடைய, maybe I am from a 80s kid, நம்ம வீட்லேயே வந்து you can learn lot of HR. House or a home is a place where we can read, we can learn HR. Okay, the problems, everything, how quickly they will handle. But nowadays, your generation is having a very, very tough time between the social media and other things. ஒரு நாள் இப்படி தான் என்ன பண்ணிட்டேன்னு தெரியாமல் I traveled in the electric train. That is electric train that goes from Tambaram to beach. நான் தெரியாமல் நுங்கம்பாக்கத்தை ஏறிட்டேன், கோயிங் டு திரிசூரம் ஏர்போர்ட் போகிறதுக்கு. அன்ஃபார்ச்சுனேட்லி என்ன பண்ணிட்டேன், 6 பேர் உள்ள சீட்டில் அவுட் ஆஃப் 6 சீட்ஸ் ஐ சாட் அட் 6th place. எனக்கு முன்னாடி ஒரு 3 பேர், இந்த சைடு ஒருத்தர், இந்த சைடு ஒருத்தர். நானும் வந்து ஒரு 30 minutes என்னை யாராவது பார்ப்பாங்கன்னு நினச்சிட்டு இருந்தால் all the 5 of them are just watching in the mobile phones. நடுவில் யார் வந்து உட்கார்றா, who is coming, who is going, what is happening. If something happens to someone also, people will realize only after many hours. Very, very difficult. I am not against a phone or social media. Please use this. All these things are created by human being, for human being, to ease our work. But don't get carried away by that. It is called artificial intelligence.
artificial intelligence cannot overtake human intelligence. Okay, 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. The calculator solluduna, first of all, you must know whether 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. Okay, how many of you go to shops for purchasing? That department stop, Annachi Kadege Yarga Poirkingla, that nearby Annachi Kadai. Okay, you just next time you go, and if there is any elderly person who is 60 years plus, you tell whatever you want to buy, and then you tell him whatever you brought it, without even any piece of paper, you will come to a conclusion 4,355 rupees. Correct? அதே இது ஒரு 30-year பையன் இருந்தான்னு வச்சுங்களேன், 200 rupeesக்கு 100 times யோசிச்சு பார்ப்போம். It's fact. Okay, we are giving lot of importance to that. We forget God has given a brain which is far better than a supercomputer, anything else. Please make use of it. Okay, think, always think, and whichever artificial intelligence coming, it cannot be replaced human intelligence, because those things are created, programmed by human beings like you and me. Okay, now coming to LinkedIn. See, LinkedIn is an effective tool, okay, where you can get lot of knowledges. And no, when I was doing my engineering, seeing an HR itself is a nightmare. If I get any business card of HR people, I used to treasure it. இன்னைக்கு என்கிட்ட நிறைய விசிட்டிங் கார்டு இருக்கு, like how I'm having this for 20 years. But now you are getting an opportunity to even know, நாளைக்கு போனேன்னா Avichi college வந்து எனக்கு ஒரு 40 request வந்திருக்கும். That's how technology is all about. But how we are using it, that's very important. Have a bigger picture. Don't just ask HR for internship job alone. No, all these things are end result. You do your process clearly, placement will come automatically. It's all about contact. Okay, so it's all about relationship. Always have good HRs to LinkedIn as a mentors who can guide you what to learn, how to go about all these things, and spend sufficient amount of time. That should not affect your personal life. It's a social media, you have to have a limit. And unfortunately, in the generation, you're finding it extremely difficult. Where is the limit kind of a thing? Okay, please, as a small advice, don't spend more time in social media. Life is bigger than this. God has created a beautiful world. See outside. Life is to enjoy. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, we have got a few questions from the crowd, and for the sake of time, we'll be having the 3 questions. So the first question goes to Mr. Ganapati. So how can you identify different leadership ideologies and their respective strengths and weaknesses? This question is from Samyukta Ram. Samyukta Ram, can you please? Yes.
Identify different leadership ideologies. Okay. So in a company, in an organization, if you really want to identify a leader, we use multiple assessments, multiple programs. In fact, leaders are not born. I'm a great believer of that. You need to really nurture leadership and then help them to give a lot of inputs on managing the people, process, technology, everything. So what we normally do in my company, we have a process called the performance appraisal as well as discussion with the managers. So we identified like in the college, you always have some pet students, blue-eyed boys and girls for the professors. So we identify those kind of good potential employees and then help them to understand their areas of strength as well as the areas of improvement. So this goes through an assessment process. They go through a lot of simulation exercise. For example, we put them into different scenarios, different functions, different departments, allow them to work on a tough situation. For example, I worked in a factory at Mamandur, Pepsi factory in Mamandur. So I had a person under me where he was to manage a strike kind of a situation. So I identified he is a potential person. So what I told him was to manage the shop floor. And it's the time when you are pushed to the brims of the water, you identified your potential. So many the time, that's how people unveil their potential. He identified how to crack that what you call strike kind of a scenario. So we put the leaders into multiple scenarios, help them to come up with a different solution. That's how we identify the leadership quality, and we also help them, encourage them to come up with new solutions. Old problem will have with the old solution will not help you with a newer age. I'll give you a small anecdotal example. There was a Bengali person who came to Chennai. Okay, Bengalis make good fish as a food. So the Chennai fellow went to the Bengali friend, and then he ate a very good food, fish curry. So he was very delighted, and he wanted his wife to learn that particular art. So he told, why don't you help me to teach how you made this fish curry? So he said, no problem, my wife will teach you. So he took his wife. His wife said, no, cut the, on the head side and the tail side, and then make this fish curry. That's how I learned it from my mother-in-law. This person was a little curious. He's a leader. So he asked him, why are you cutting the head and tail and then make only the center part of the fish? She said, no. This is how my mother-in-law taught me to cook the fish curry. So luckily that mother-in-law was alive, and she came to Chennai at his home. So he asked that mother-in-law, why did you do that? That mother-in-law said, no. In olden days, I got a very good small pan. So it never consists of, a big fish. So I normally cut the tail and the head. So many the time what happens, we normally take things for granted, and then we just follow whatever been given to us. Ask the right question. That's where your intelligence starts. And I also want to say one more thing on the artificial intelligence. I don't believe it should be called as an artificial intelligence. According to me, it's an automated intelligence, because it learns from whatever you do, and this automated intelligence goes with the bias. For example, when I hire more of or when I don't hire a female, for example, the artificial intelligence learn from that and never actually posted the female CV to me. So it has its own drawbacks, and we need to be mindful of that. Thank you.
So the next question is to Ms. Archana, and it is from Anisha Syed from Etharaj College, MBA department. So as an HR, how do you think HR departments can ensure that reskilling and upskilling efforts are inclusive and accessible to all the employees regardless of their background or current skill set?
That was a good and interesting question. So if you see Murugappa Group, we both work for the same group, Tube Investments of India and QME, where if you see the 5 lights, that is our culture: respect, responsibility, quality, passion, right? So this comes from the culture, and where every employee is more, they follow this. So that is how all the employees in our organization we are trained on, right? And the question is like how employees are included in all the learning interventions. So we do a lot of learning interventions for the employees. So we do have supervisory staffs, we have management staff. So a lot of grades are there, work levels are there. So we do a competency assessment. So competency assessment is something where we take the feedback from the managers. So every employee would be rated on some parameters. So that is the competency assessment we do run. And based upon that, we take nominations and we try to involve all the employees. And our organization is like where we try to groom the internal talents rather looking for the external sources. So if you see the recruitment team, their work is to find who would be fitting for the next position. So more of a succession planning. And when we talk about this talent development journeys, after doing this competency assessment, we put them into a lot of training sessions, and the interventions go for even 3 years. So if you start an intervention in 2024, so it might end in 2027 or sometimes extended. And also, it is not only the classroom sessions we do, we also give them 2 or 3 projects, real-time projects, and they would be exposed into inter-BU, like various different other BUs. They learn the department functioning, and also they have an opportunity to go and learn the other cross-functional trainings also will happen. So all this learnings will make the employees to feel that, okay, I'm not just an HR guy, I know finance, I know marketing. So that is how every employee in our organization are groomed. And finally, if you see our business leader, so he is from a sales background, but now he handles HR, he handles marketing. The only thing is he know to question well, right? So as an HR professional, or who's willing to take an HR professional, so HR is the core, I agree that, but also learning the business is simultaneously is more important. So wherever the organization you're working, you have to know the business. You should know what is the product they manufacture and how it is being given to all other vendors, vendor management systems. Everything you have to understand, right? I think I have answered this question.
So the final question for the day comes from Saranya to Mr. Isaac. The question is, what specific skills were targeted in the reskilling initiatives?
Okay, thank you, Saranya. So as I told you, reskilling is something we have to take a different route, correct? So for example, in my case, I am not a qualified HR professional, okay? I didn't get an opportunity to go to a arts and science college like you, do my MBA and master's kind of thing. I'm basically an engineer. I'm a mechanical engineer. All I know is grease, bolt and nuts. But I got an opportunity to get into HR through recruitment. So whenever you want to go for a reskilling, that is from one stream you want to go to another stream, first of all you must be ready to make your hands dirty. You have to learn from the scratch, because for a student who come from an MBA school, he knows what is laws all about. I'm not about law. I know only Newton third law. For every action there's equal and opposite reaction. That's it. Okay. So I have to learn. I have to spend some time. So whenever you want to reskill, you have to spend time in learning new things. And nobody will give an offer everything from the beginning. You have to learn from the scratch. You have to showcase to your supervisor that you know that. Okay? I'm a mechanical engineer, worked in electronics company for 12, 13 years, handled 3 major strikes, now working in the same company, head of the department for IT domain. Look at the curve. Life will come in a full circle, right? So you have to be ready in learning new things and from the seniors, and you have to start from the scratch. You have to be ready to face failures and criticism. So those are some of the important skills that is required if you are doing for a reskilling thing. Hope I addressed this question, Saranya. Thank you so much.
So one last question from the crowd. So what strategies does your organization has implemented and it is successful for reskilling and upskilling the employees? Over to you, Ganapati sir.
Yeah. See, multiple strategies we do. End of the day, finance domain is one of the area where we use technology to the core. In fact, we have technology which can tell you a person with a green shirt in the second row can be lended or not. Yeah, I'm saying you only. So, in fact, there is a CIBIL report which talks about your credit rating. We use various checks and balances in terms of your criminal records. So before lending, we do a lot of other things. So we need to really empower our employees to learn all those skill set, use the technology to its best beneficiary. But while using technology can tell you something. But end of the day, when you meet the person, I think that would be more revealing. Not just if there are 2 check bounces, the technology will tell you that person is not a lendable customer. But when you go and then meet the customer, you know that the customer bounced the check because of some ailment in the family. That's where we, in fact, as a company, we stay for over 70 years because of that skill set. So you need to teach the technology skill as well as the human side of it. I think that's what I would say. One thing I actually want to say this in this August gathering. There is one product in the world which comes without product catalog. Can you name what is that product? Sorry? You would take any product, including this water, there is a product catalog. They would have put what mineral, what value addition there. One product which doesn't have a product catalog. human. Human doesn't have a product catalog. Each one is very different. And when you are signing for HR, wanting to make it as a career, you are signing for a bigger trouble. Keep that in your mind. It's not going to be easy. Managing people is the toughest thing. Many of the time leaders fail not because their technocratical knowledge. They might be very good in their domain. But when you promote them and managing few of the fellow colleagues, they fail. Okay, managing human is the foremost toughest skill you need to develop, and some of you are involved, in doing this activity. Like, you are talking to the guest faculty, this, that, all those will help you to work, in those areas. Thank you.
So without wasting much time, we would like to have closing remarks from each of the panelists. So first, Ganapati sir, not more than 60 seconds.
So, no, I just want to tell you that, the world is changing fast, rapidly. How many of you is using Facebook? Very few. How many of you are using Snapchat? Instagram? So we want to make Insta, correct? Everything instant gratitude. When you want everything to be done like that, so why you are not? The question you should ask from your own self. And the moment you ask those questions right, you will become the tech story. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, so if you want to become an HR professional, HR in Tamil is called Manida Varathurai. Okay, Manida Vara Mempattu Thurai. Okay, that cannot be done without Manida Neyam. You must all have that humanity in that. Okay, I worked in plant. It's very easy to operate a machine. Red button amukna machine nindrum. Green போட்டிங்கன்னா ஆன் ஆயிரும். ஆனால் மனுஷன் மட்டும் எப்போ நல்லவனாக இருப்பான், எப்போ மாறுவானே தெரியாது நமக்கு. இட்ஸ் மூட் ஸ்விங் டேக்ஸ் வெரி டிஃபிகல்ட். கரெக்ட்? ஸோ நேற்று நல்லா பேசினவன் இன்றைக்கி பேசாமல் போயிடுவான். ஸோ ஆல் தீஸ் திங்ஸ் யூ மஸ்ட் ஃபேஸ். ஸோ HR is a job which is sacrifice a job, like a policeman job. No one will give appreciation. Nobody will give appreciation to HR department. And they will put blame only. But in spite of that, you have to come and do it. That's the essence HR person should have it, and please develop that humanity, money the name in you to become excellent HR professional. Thank you so much.
So my suggestion for you guys is learn, keep learning always. So when there is new technologies which is coming in place, you have to learn, but don't change yourself. Be human. So learn and be human. So don't change. That's it.
So my first thanks to the panelists and then to the college management for organizing such a wonderful program. So before closing, I would like to tell that the opportunity in this field, or be it in any field, is huge. And now experience and age, it is important, but for leading an organization, it can happen in your 20s, it can happen in your 30s also. So கட்டுறது கையளவு கல்லாதது உலகளவு. இதை ஞாபகம் வச்சுட்டு just go ahead and go towards your ambition, aspiration, not just what people tell or drive towards what you want. Thank you.
We thank the panel members for involving us with such an awesome discussion. Thank you, sirs and ma'am. Now you can move off the dais and take the seats down.
Due to the concern of time, we were not able to take up so much questions. But as I told you, opportunities are plenty. நீங்கள் யாரை வேணாலும் லிங்க்டின்ல எப்போ வேணாலும் கனெக்ட் பண்ணலாம். So you can ask these questions there also. Thank you.
The learning imperative strategies for HR resilience in the digital age. I request our beloved principal, Dr. N. Bhuma, and our secretary, sir, Dr. AVMK Shanmugam, to felicitate our chief guest, Mr. R.K. Ramachandran. sir and ma'am. So please take your seats, sir. Now, I would like to give an introduction about Mr. R.K. Ramachandran. Mr. R.K. Ramachandran is an Associate Director and National Talent Lead, Deloitte, India. Mr. R.K. Ramachandran gains over 19 plus of proven HR professional assumed roles as strategic global HR business partner, transformational leader and OD specialist, strategic workforce planning and budgeting, HR analyst and digitalization expert, advisory consultant to government projects. Previously, Mr. Ramachandran was a part of HR fraternity with Capgemini, Cognizant, Accenture, and TCS in national and international roles. He holds an MBA in HR and Operations and BE, continuing his PhD in the stream of HR talent supply chain. We welcome you, sir. Now, I would like to call Mr. R.K. Ramachandran to address the gathering.
Very good morning, beloved professors, the senior most college authorities and the dignitaries and my HR fraternity and my fellow dear students. Thanks for this wonderful opportunity to the principal ma'am and the chairman of this college, and happy to share the dais with the noted delegates from the top HR fraternity of this Chennai city. So my friends, thanks for the second experience in the same dais where I met the faculty and the students of Avichi a month back. So I just got to understand from the principal ma'am that we have a diverse students from about 10 colleges across the city and who are aspiring to be an HR profession or in the humanitarian field of specialization, and few MBAs here and there. So my subject of discussion in today's the time slot given to me for the next 30 minutes, it's not going to be on the HR fraternity alone. It may be focused towards HR fraternity, but would fit into your shoes at any point of time as you gain any sort of professions, which would predominantly addressing HR as well. Okay. The men in the brown check shirt, good morning. Thank you. Okay. So, as you have good friends forever, you can talk to them anytime. But however that, you can ask me any questions. As far as I know the answer, I'm happy to answer it, otherwise I'll reserve for later. So, as we move on, with the subject, so the HR have taken a different dimensions, or the way that the problems in the organization have taken a different dimensions. I'll mention it in 4 small words, which is very much you can apply it in your studies as well. And this in turn you can bring it in as a point of reference as you gain your experience in a corporate life or in your own entrepreneurial life. The first is, any field of the profession you take, the problems were in descriptive form, especially in HR also. For example, if you take an employee life cycle process, employee product life cycle, software life cycle, finance life cycle, all that you would have seen it. That HR has also got a life cycle. So HR is what? Somebody who's getting employed, somebody who does their job, who get remunerated, who leaves the company or retires from the company. As they come in, they come in as an executive and do different roles and move on. So likewise, when a HR person is also observed, he is expected to do a lot of job. Similarly, a finance person, similarly a legal person, any person, an engineer, whatsoever the case. Let's take HR in specific today. We will bring in the technology as a kind of an icing in the cake, but that I'll be touching upon, but you have to understand the fundamentals in place first. The life was quite descriptive in the field of HR. You take an attrition analysis in the employee life cycle, or recruitment analysis, or you take engagement analysis, how a person is happy, not happy, what sort of benefits we have to bring in. Thanks for the people who are not looking into the mobiles, okay? So here and there, I'll be, off the track so that, you don't get slept upon, okay? So there is a kind of lots of mathematics involved, as one of our guest speaker is saying that HR is more of commonsensical than the bookish theory, okay? So we do lots of analysis. What had happened back, we produce as a max, we produce as, it goes to the table of our Ganapati sirs, who is a CHRO, and they see into the postmortem report. 10, 20 years back, which is descriptive. That's no more required now because the system just like that throw it away. Okay, as you have the most state-of-art data visualization tools, etc., etc. So now the description has moved to the diagnosis. Okay, why this much of attrition? Why this much of recruitment not happening? Why this much of unhappy employees? Why the learning is not happening? Why the learning is happening well in this particular segment? That sort of diagnosis is happening. Okay. Then if this sort of analysis given, then it is say 5-10 years back. And then the recent past, say about another 3-4 years, that all moved into the prediction. We spoke about description, we spoke about diagnosis, now it's become predictions. If this is that numbers, if this is the diagnosis, what's going to be the future? How much is going to be my attrition? How much is going to be my learning index going to increase? How am I going to keep my employees engaged to this level? And this is more like a kind of a prediction. So that is the next one which we are talk about. So as you have to relate this to the profession of a doctor, you go to a doctor for some ailment and he just says, okay, you are having a dengue. Okay, bye. Will you leave the doctor as you paid a big consulting fee? He will say whether it is exactly the dengue because you won't believe it, so he'll do some test. And with that, you're not going to leave him, then you're going to take a prescription and come out. So what to be taken as a medicine to come out of the dengue? Thanks for closing the door. So, ma'am, thanks. Thank you. Okay. So what's happening here is, you won't let the doctor just like that. The doctor saw you, he described you what is your disease. He diagnosed and proven that the disease, and he's going to predict that, the disease is in which stage of it, which stage of cancer that someone in, and then he prescribes the medicine and prescribes the treatment. That's what I often speak to my fellow colleagues, behave like a doctor. As he describes, diagnose, go to the prediction, and Ganapati sir is not going to consume whatever he is going to say. He will say, what is this reason, why you have this much, and then you have to give a prescription. If I have to curtail the IITians attrition by December 2024, what sort of strategies I should adopt to curtail so much of attrition, so many people who are joined from IIT leaving my company? And then it becomes a kind of a holistic HR intervention for a process given. So you can apply this. I applied, while I was talking, I was applying this to the profession of a doctor, physician. You can apply it in your studies as well. Why do you study this? What comes in next? What you are supposed to present? What is an application? For example, I could guess there were lots of commerce students. Yes, no? Good, thanks. And any other arts, mathematics? Okay, so let me take a quick scenario. I've still not iced the cake, I'm still, the technology part is left upon. So if it's boring, just make some kind of clapping so that I'll switch the gear, okay? Okay, thanks ma'am. It's okay, let me try put up something interesting. You're from which group? Sorry? MBA in what? Of course, this will be very much useful if I'm guessing correct. Okay. See, we can talk to any sorts of people except the student. Okay. No, that's what I want to get motivated. Okay, cool. So, how many sorts of analysis you can make it out from a balance sheet? Commerce students. That's a knowing and doing gap. So, balance sheet of any Mr. MBA students, Miss MBA students. So, balance sheet is a public domain. Any PSU's balance sheet is publicly available. As you go and do a Googling of BHEL, okay, anything comes out. You type any public sector unit, it comes out. It's naturally available document in the internet. So, how many sorts of analysis you can make is that worth an application knowledge? As long as you know this fundamental strong, what is balance sheet, what sort of analysis could be done, insolvency analysis, rational analysis, etc., etc. I don't want to get into the subject now. This is a fundamental. Unless you know the fundamental, okay, the technology stands as a kind of an handicap tool for you. Otherwise, you may not be used the technology to the fullest extent. A cardiologist must be knowing what is a cardiology and what is on bypass surgery, what is interventional body of surgery, and then accordingly you'll use that catheters and the different robotics and all these kinds of equipments. Unless he knows the fundamental well how the thoracic to be opened, mere availability of all these robots are not being useful for him. As simple as that. You must be strong in the fundamental, respect your classrooms, respect your books, and see that, you grasp the fundamentals, especially for the HRs. Okay. Whatsoever that, the appraisal talk, system, the competency analysis the ma'am was making, these are the fundamental stuff which you have to know. The first question I will ask to any students who comes for an interview to me, after clearing up several rounds of interview, will ask me, can you tell me what is an employee life cycle process? And they may not be able to explain. And secondly, that I'll ask them another question, that what are the different performance appraisal tools available? And again, this is a mere simple answer, MBO, management by objective, okay, 360-degree appraisal, but the people will stagger because they lose the fundamental. They talk about ChatGPTs, AIMLs, LMLs, and all that stuff, Lewis, Microsoft, chatbots, etc. But these fundamentals are not known. I think knowing the technology may not be the fullest extent. Okay, so now the use case number 1, go by any problem. The case study is prescription is the final outcome. So describe, diagnose, and predict and move on. Okay, predict is trend analysis and all that stuff. So whatsoever the degree you are pursuing, your language of communication and your basic statistics mathematical language will help you a lot to an extent. Okay, which drives your common sense more, your left brain and right brain. And let me come to the technology now. Okay. For this description and diagnosis, technology is very, very at your disposal. Data visualization tools are there, and nowadays, before you pass out of the college, you can complete at least 2 data visualization tools. It can be your Excels or it can be your Brit, Tableau, Power BIs, etc. It's a matter of 15 days. Take up some complex Excel sheets and ask your seniors, ask your professors, do YouTube learning, and you can convert those into those Power BIs, etc. And lots of online courses also available. So your descriptive way of solving the problem is solved. Okay, that presentation skills where you already scored 40 out of 100. Now let's move on to 60 out of 100, which is your diagnosis. Okay, that's more of your common sense, your interpretation skills, why this, why that, 60 marks scored. Let's move on to 80% predictive algorithms. That's where the difficult part comes in. What sort of algorithms, what sort of trend analysis, what sort of weighted average analysis you're going to use. That's where your little bit of operation theory is going to come in place. Okay, so I may be talking too much subject-wise, but this is how the travel goes. Okay, but as you come into the industry also, you will be working with hands-on professionals, and then you will get to learn about all this stuff. And the prescription comes out of your experience, and as you sit with your people, who have been experienced in the zone. That's how your full report looks like. So any report which comes to a kind of a table, what we do, it's more of what sort of prescriptions we give it to. So any papers which goes from Ganapati sir's tables to his COOs or CEOs, or my table to my managing directors, it goes like, this is a solution, this is a problem statement, moral of the story and the story. Story doesn't come first because they don't have time to read the story. We'll say this is a moral of the story, here is a solution for the problem given below. So that's how it goes. You go and talk to the problem, and say, no, why do I have to pay you so much? That's what the next question they will ask. So that's how it goes. Okay. Let me jump on to some stories now, so that it draws your attention. Okay. So when in one of my companies, we were bringing up some of the latest interventions, because the amount of employees what we have got to recruit's gone very high. Okay, we have been rolling out offers in 4 digits, minimum 1,000, maximum goes 3,000, 4,000 per month. And what happened is, suddenly, there the HR strength has become very less. So we have to have, it's about 1:600. For every 600 engineers, software engineers, we need to have one HR. Suddenly, it becomes like 1:950, 1:1000. So there comes a kind of a department called share services. We open for ourselves. And first, when we opened up, this is case study number 2. Okay, in Accenture, when we were working, so we were talking about share services. So very basic queries, HR does not require to answer. We will pass the queries to this share service team. They sit somewhere. We don't need a properly qualified HR. It's like your call center, list of FAQs given. As somebody calls, they punch in how to apply leave, what sort of maternity leave policy we have, what is that kind of learning benefits I can take it from the organization. All these kinds of basic query where there isn't straight answers. There was a threat for ourselves. When we have so much of people coming in like and share services, what do we do? Because our volumes are less. Then there comes people like us. We go and tell them that even if the query comes to you, you have to push it on to the team, shared services team, who would be able to pick up the phone and answer it. You have a different job to do. You have lots of analysis. You have lots of mindshare work to do. That's how it started off. And even after some time, we felt that the shared services team's necessity also not enough. We have to go something little beyond. And that's where when we were working in Cognizant, we brought in some of the chatbots. A boy or a girl, a cute little boy, cute little girl will be walking on your screens, and at any time we will be named it as a Hammy, George, or something of that sort. Maybe a Microsoft application, or maybe of any kind of AML applications, whatsoever the case. You can just type that, click that boy or a girl, it's a chatbot. You can ping any sort of questions, it will reply to you. How's the weather? It will reply. How much of leave balance I have? It will reply. When is my timesheet to be closed? It will reply. Timesheet is something, whatsoever the work you do, that has to be logged, for which you will be paid. Okay. So all that basic questions were taken care by that thing. But on top of it, as one of our guest speaker has spoken, people will still come to HR. Okay. They want the FaceTime, at least to have to ask for what sort of, that personal connect they want to have. So we still encourage that. But the important thing which you have to see here is, irrespective of whatsoever the chatbots or all that have come in, that advisory piece is not beyond the human touch. It will say what is a maternity leave policy. It will still help you. The next generation chatbot will still go and apply your maternity leave. Okay, you can still go and apply, it will go and apply speech recognition. We from the technology company, we code it to the any extent you want. But howsoever, that particular woman will ask, Ram, if I don't have to take an LOP, how should I optimally use the ML? That sort of analytical thinking would come in only from our HR. Okay, I'll say, now you just come in and go, you do a little bit of hybrid, and so that you can veil off some time. And we'll do all this kind of, the tricky stuff. Okay, that would there. But still the technology is available to reduce the volume there. Okay, see how am I using the technology? I am not completely sleeping with the technology. I am just sophisticatedly using the technology as a cosmetic so that my productivity is very much increased. I use technology to an extent that, to produce reports and all that stuff. I've shared this story to an extent that, the third use case I'm going upon. That is something called, so now you understand that, chatbots are there and still we need a human touch. But what is a learning for you here is, you should know the environment. How you can optimally use that environment is that what you have to keep in mind. Now let me go to the third story. This third story is quite interesting. There is something called Ion Sky. What is Ion Sky? Cognitive technologies in interviewing. Okay. Some of these latest technologies can take an interview, can conduct a test, take an interview, and would also assess you that how you got cleared. And during this COVID times, most of these technology companies, the companies which I worked in the recent past, which is Capgemini, we use that technologies, where we sit in one place. I sit at my hometown. The students will be from any of these B schools or T schools or some of the graduate schools, and the recruiter, the business leader, will sit in some place, and the recruiter will sit in some place. We talk through those technological interface, and then it will help us a lot to close this. This Ion Sky is at your home PCs. Your questionnaire will be there. You will be watched from the sky. You can't do any parallel activity in the screen, and which you may be experienced at this point of time. So this is one of the most, I would say that that a great boon for HRs nowadays, where we do a volume hiring, where we don't have a bandwidth, or where we don't have a kind of FaceTime interventions. This helps a lot to clear volumes of papers. Okay, the paperwork, now your professors corrects it physically. For us, it's just a kind of a finger click. Okay, so once this test is over, as you get the minimum required cutoff, you'll be moved on to the next level, where as you do the interview, the interface will be able to judge your lip sync, judge your eye contacts, and also judge whether you are appropriately answering to the questions what's been asked. As he rightly mentioned, it is an automated intelligence which is there in the cloud, which would get the most appropriate answer. As you could give it at least 60%, you get passed through. There are lots of fraudulent activities have been identified, as people talk from the back, as people do not give a kind of proper gesture in the camera as they move on, and all this could be tolerated by human, not by the computers. Okay, those sorts of interventions have helped us a lot, but to an extent, we still take an human judgment as a final kind of an gesture, unless otherwise the given case is not a fraud. Somebody who didn't do well. If even the system rejects, we don't reject it. We'll see that what best could be done, as long as the profile is genuine and honest. One such story I've already shared in the dais. There are lots of stories of which this stories always stick to my heart. It was during 2005 and 6 when I was doing a kind of a campus interview in Guindy Engineering College with one of the chemistry student who is a topper in the college, and his course of the TCS clearing test is also very high. As he come into the interview room, he was not able to talk to me. And I was an young HR guy who was doing the campus interview, asking questions on some of the algorithms, etc. So he was not able to even talk a single word. He was just staring at me, and it took some time, and then he walked off saying sorry, he couldn't present himself. After that, he sent a small piece of paper to me saying that, sir, could I meet you after some time in the evening once you're done with all the interview? Very polite English and very, very firm English. And it was quite convincing me. I was checking with one of the senior HR leader in the room. Here is a note, could I meet him? Yes, yes, of course, it's your wish. And I got to meet him in the evening. This gentleman came in. We met him, and we just walked the talk. He wanted not to be conducted in an official environment, and we walked the talk on the cricket ground near the Vegana auditorium. And he spoke very flashy, flamboyant, and his algorithms were quite out of his outrageous output. And I was quite smitten with the way that he performed that interview, and right on that ground we offered him. Okay. And the matter which I want to convey to here is, there are two things. A, this would have not been done as a great career unless there is a human touch. Okay, number one. Number two, this guy is a standout. He didn't feel inferior for that. He is not able to perform. He has a fire in its belly. But because of some fear psychosis and some kind of shocker which he had it in his childhood past because of his mother's demise or something, he has this fear psychosis of not able to talk, with more of stammering, etc., and that in an official environment. But then we have given some commitment that he will be taken care on his health part as well, and now he is one of the must be there in some parts of the world as a successful software engineer. Despite of these interventions of the great technologies, human presence are required. This is case study number 2. And let me jump onto that next storyline. Okay. Irrespective of whatsoever we call that as a technology or whatsoever we call it as a kind of an advanced environment which we work upon, there is always something that, these things have been existing for ages. When SAP was getting introduced 20 years back, everything getting automated. Banks, NBFCs and all these things are getting automated. There was a threat whether these technologies will wash off. After SAPs and Oracle apps and all this kind of ERP solutions have come in, the employment opportunity has steeply increased because the customer base increased, customer benefits have got increased, customer solution is got increased, lots of branches come in, and so more number of technology driven expertise have come in. And top of it, there is one full segment of industry like ITES industry has come in, IT enabled services, which has taken almost 10 folds of the technology based industry. And this AIML is just not getting discussed in last 1 year or 2 years. Okay, this has been there for 5-6 years in some other form. In some other form called chatbot, or some other form called predictive algorithm, some other form called trend analysis, or you may be your Googles or your Apples of the world, okay, which you have been still using that. But now this has been spoken upon little rigorously because it's like a COVID. COVID was there. When the district collector of Trichy asked me to close down the Capgemini office in Trichy, I laughed. I said, no, boss, sorry, sir, lockdowns could happen only in Kashmir, not in... Then I said, no, sir, no, this is Mr. Shanmugam, IAS. I said, no, sir, I'll check and come back, and I ignored his note. On the second day, when his superintendent called, I still ignored, and third day, they gave me a memo. No, you lock it or we will lock it. And then I called up the Capgemini HR head, said, no, boss, there is something kind of a memo I received from the government. They're saying lockdown, 144 and all that, it's something like curfew, Kashmir. No, Ram, we have to lock it. Sujit Peter also got it, one from Infosys, we were discussing. Okay, we locked it. See, that's my innocence. 2000, with the first office, been locking down. Tuck, we are locking down. I called up my TCS fellows, Accenture fellows. We're all in close knitted groups. So yeah, we've been spoken, we didn't got the memo, so you are the one, you got the memo, lucky enough, okay. So we started laughing off, and we did a quick discussions on how make the people to work from home, and we moved the PCs as well. Okay, by then Infosys have called, how did you make people to work? You don't have that much of laptop. No, we move the PCs. How did you move the PCs? Sorry, we won't tell the secret because we are working from SEC, so no recordings please. Okay, oh, it's getting recorded. Okay, we know the tricks to move. Okay, banks, they have very difficulties, they can't. So we know the tricks to move. So all that got officially don't post it anywhere. Okay, so that's how now COVID is still there. Do you think that COVID is still there? And when multiple times I've got affected from COVID. The first time it was like a life threat for me, and next like that it's kind of watching a movie. Okay, COVID, 2 days, okay. Because we got used to that. So AML, this technologies also comes ups and goes as a sinusoidal wave, sin omega t, that the pulse will be high, but the intensity would be there here and there. But however, that when there is a more crave and need, that will be spoken. Like how the SAP and automations were sweeping across, and people have been saying IT has come in, so people will lose the job. After that, we would not be able to, in most of the top IT companies are working in, especially Deloitte is working in talent crunch. We don't find right talents. So still employment opportunities are there. Okay. Similarly, these technologies, when it comes in, the main thing is it will be spoken when there is big need, but this would have been in existence for some time, and it will continue to exist, and AML may be called as LML in 3-4 years. Okay. and they will give some other names. So like that, it will be keep coming in. So the one important factor which you have to understand here is, one of the speaker, was saying there, how well you would be able to distinguish to this is what the matter is. So don't cost your father's money or your mother's money, say I want to go on AML course. That's not going to be the case. So, but however, that you have to be abreast of all this. Do a group discussion, call up the seniors who have been working in those spaces, who have passed out from the colleges, what sort of applications they have been using upon. And that's how we have to slowly understand that stuff, no matter what that, how sort of AML is attacking the Chennai. Okay, don't go and just fall into that, the glamour of AML. Just try to slowly consume it and see that, you are quite well versed with that sort of, whatsoever the technology comes in. So, and finally, it'll become part of your curriculum. As how everybody knows about some of the Excel sheet, Microsoft, all that stuff. So it will also be slowly convinced into your education system, and you will be taking upon into your course of learning. So at all these use cases, if you see, there is a technology and there is a human touch and your fundamentals and on the two distinct borders, which is getting married at some point of time. So first of all, to get into the technology, you need to be strong on the fundamentals, whatsoever the fundamentals you do, and then you use it. A.R. Rahman can't compose anything as long as he doesn't know what is C major, D major, and F major, okay, and what are the relative minor notes. And then he uses a pianos or whatsoever that, that latest technological interface, he buys it. As simple as that, okay. As they've been rightly pointing out, it's kind of, I'm just doing a kind of a review, whatever they have spoken. So, hope you understand that 4-5 use cases. The prescription to you is, okay, what you have spoken, is just got on. So, let me give the prescription to you. Whatsoever the field you are, you would have fixed the mind that what's your UG degree is, okay. So, once my professor asked, what's that you're going to do next, to one of my best friends said, I want to become a big father, good father, okay, because he planned his life like that, okay. So whatsoever you planned it for the future in the academic side. So what is that, you have to do from the curriculum point of view, which you are doing it, probably your commerce or your arts or what's mathematics it is. Come to a kind of an application oriented focus. Why do you do why do you do algebra? Why do you do integral calculus? Why do you do differential calculus? Every mathematics has got a kind of, okay, so you're feeling dosing, I think, okay. jokes, okay, fine. So, integral calculus. Any mathematics students here? No mathematics students. Okay, fine. So, everything will have a kind of an engineering application. Otherwise, you don't do this max. Okay. Why did multiplication and division got invented? What is division? It's an application of summation. You can't do so many times additions. You can't do 250 times of addition. That's where the multiplication come in. The reverse order is division, which is application of subtraction. So integral calculus leads to frequency domain, and then it leads into step size motors, and then it leads to an application of robots or your calculated movement. Without integral calculus, differential calculus, robots not possible in this world. Okay, so understand what is a fundamental, what is a relevant application, then your life is made. Okay, then you start loving mathematics, then you start loving commerce. What is this boring fiscal and monetary policy? Understand what fiscal monetary does in India. Okay, what monetary policy does in India, how does it helps your father's pocket or mother's pocket, and then you will start applying to your own theories automatically. And HR is also more of that commonsensical thing. Okay, and one last point is, some of you may want to pursue HR as a course whatsoever. HR, most of the people at this point of time, they ask me that they know what is HR, they'll know only recruitment. They know what is HR, they are legal advisors. They talk to people, okay, they do engagements. but it's a different gamut of life. Okay, as one of my good friend give a kind of a long elucidation of my profile. Thanks for that. Okay, it was slightly glorified. Okay, but however, good for it. Okay, so there is, she would have mentioned organizational development consultant, digitization consultant, and all that stuff. So we are the people who designs the policies, process, benefits, what's good in that particular time, what's good in that particular time, attaching to that mission. There are ages that, we go in the black covered car, black glass car, we want to camouflage ourselves, and as we do some critical activities, okay, to protect ourselves, okay, as we do mass hiring, firing, and all that stuff. Okay, so we align our policies accordingly to the what's the mission of that company on that side, that's where the OD consultant. So let me come back to the point here. So HR is a multifaceted specialization. HRs you find recruitment, HRs you find in engagement, business partnering, who would be the advisors for the leaders at any point of time as and when they have to take a decision about the people matters. And second, that the HRs or the OD consultant who draft the policies, benefits, regulations, processes. And HRs as a legal advice, we call them as employee relations, industry relation experts. And HR as a kind of benefit specialist or an happiness specialist in Deloitte who designs benefits plans, in alignment to what is the new gen coming up. We have happiness rooms, we have all this latest equipments, playing equipment, snooker boards and all that stuff here. Okay, those things. And we also have that, HR, what we can say, resource management group. When the organization size is too huge, okay, right resource to play the right role at the right time. Who has to do what job? Which engineer has to get deployed in which project? So likewise. So HR is offered different facets. Okay, all this expertise of HRs would come in the respective employee life cycle processes. Somebody who needs a job moving from one project to another project, resource management HRs will come in place. Any complication, inside, outside threats, labor norms to be adhered, compliance, legal HRs would come in. Okay. So likewise, all this expertise would come in. This is a frequent questions I'm getting it from the crowd. I just want to touch upon, as few of you, most of you are not from this background. They think that, they do only recruitment, they do only this thing, because I just want to give a kind of facets. On top of it, digitization HRs like me, whatsoever the complicated process, suddenly a need of a system comes in place. We are the functional consultant. I'm basically a functional consultant from SAP. I jump into the fray and see that whatsoever the possible systems will be automated. So we don't need so much of human hours. Just like turning click of a button, most of things would be solved. Your appraisals, all this stuff. So this is how that that case studies comes in place. Okay, sorry, the technology intervention, the case study comes in place. So we discussed about 4 or 5 case studies, about 5, 6 case studies we have spoken upon. Okay, how our newer generation HR has to focus a problem which is more of predictive in nature or prescriptive in nature. Next, the human touch and the values of the system, how you can use it in a very optimized way. Next, we can saw about some of these kinds of, ion sky technologies and all this stuff. So likewise, various facets of HR and how the interventions have come in. So now I'd like to take upon some questions, if in case, yeah. Yes, please, sir. Okay. Correct. Okay, fine. Okay. So, Ganapati sir has put me on spot. Okay, I'm working with Tamil Nadu government, the Chief Secretary's office, very closely on one of the schemes called Nan Mudalvan, but I know I'm not engaged in the implementation. So Deloitte would just give them on the consultation phase. Okay, so that was a very beautiful question. Which before we jump on to the questions from the students, So let me understand first, he has two parts to it. What is this unemployment gap and how are we trying to address it? Okay. From the corporate perspective, I may not be able to answer these questions because unemployment is not the KPI, but still that giving employment is one of the KPIs, so I address it from that angle. And on the second part, that how government is trying to address this problem, as we are one of the predominant consultant for them. So one small number I want to give, any top IT companies whatsoever you name it, okay, there are serious parallel discussions going on, excuse me. So sorry, I behave like a teacher because I move closely with the teachers a lot, okay, sorry. The thing is, a big IT giants in a given year, they will have a manpower planning meeting where they come out with the numbers of at least not less than 25,000 software engineers to be recruited from the engineering colleges. At any given year, you know how much of numbers they would recruit it? They would recruit 10,000 less. Though they give offers like 500s and 600s, thousands, they follow something called vegetable strategy. You know what is called vegetable strategy? TCS, Infosys, Wipros. Okay, if somebody's been listening through some other airing media, they'll call me and slap me. Okay, let me take a chance. Okay, sorry guys. Okay, so vegetable strategy is something, even somebody meets an average, they will take it off. For example, if Ganapati sir wife and my wife going for a shopping, if there is a potato lying in, if his wife didn't pick up that potato or that tomato, my wife will also not pick it up, because a potato which is in consumable form in any type will take it off. Half ripened, full ripened, whatsoever, but if there is a small dot, a black dot, or it's perished, we will not take. That's a vegetable strategy. Any consumable form will take it up. That is a strategy what they are adopting now. Somebody who meets an average qualifying competency, what ma'am was talking about, a basic analytical skill, basic communication skill, little bit of algorithm solving they are taking. Despite giving a kind of a lenient cutoff, they are able to recruit only 15,000 out of 25,000. You know why? That is a knowledge skill gap. TCS, Cognizant, Capgemini, at the closure of June, when we take a scorecard, actual versus target, there will be always a deficit in people whom we are recruited, because though we have a kind of gazillions of engineering college, more than 550, 560 colleges, that's a quality we are getting it. In Tamil Nadu I'm talking about. Okay, and then we go for something called off-campus. And then the DOT, AICTE, they will come and give a pressure that, okay, sorry, it's not pressure, it's a kind of an obligation, okay. So what happens is, we will go and do a kind of an off-campus. We'll go on camp at Madurai, we'll go on camp at Coimbatore, call of 20-60 colleges around the space engineering and semi-technical colleges, and we will recruit those people. And still we will arrive the number 20,000, okay. And still there is a cap of 5,000. And this is what Ganapati sir was pointing out, the knowledge and the skill. Okay, despite they have the leniency in their cutoff. Okay, so how this is getting addressed is, now as a corporate, now I'm coming to the point, corporate started giving a kind of an academic interface programs, and it is a two-way street. One is corporate have to come forward, another one, institutions have to handshake with some of the corporates. For example, commerce colleges have to handshake with NBFCs, banks, and some of the fintech institutions to understand what's happening in the space of industry. And likewise, that they also have to have some internal programs so that they can invest upon the college and take those final year students as their kind of intern or whatsoever. That is happening in the current market in a big spectrum. And the third point is, most of the curriculums in the last 6th semester and 7th semester, or 7th or 8th semester in the engineering college, or 5th or 6th semester in the graduation colleges, it is pretty much aligned to the industry or one specific company. Okay, maybe the project what they do, it gets done in that company where they're going to work, or they will give you lots of use cases, case studies, and accordingly the projects are driven. Mostly application oriented. Whatsoever you learn it in the first 2 years or 3 years would get turned into an application. That's what the current practice, what these companies are doing. Why often we pick up NITs and IITs, IIMs, all these 4 years they'll be doing like that only. That's why they stand out for an employment just like that. From the day one, nobody will teach them what is coding. By then they enter, they would be knowing the basics of the programmings. And then as they travel across, they'll start doing the kind of their own projects on their own. Okay. And they've also been hereditarily brought up like that. Okay, when we interview in IITs, if you ask a final year MTech, BTech or MSc Max students, what is your project? The answer will start like that. What did I invented was, what did I discovered was, as if they speak like a scientist. I've asked, what is your project? Sir, I have invented, okay, see the word and the confidence he gives. And then, you know, I have to get prepared 10 days before when we walk into the otherwise we'll get sabotaged. Okay, that's how their culture is. And the point what I want to try here is, I'm not comparing here. The hereditary is a word I use. That is the third step I'm telling you. The alumni, say for example, the institutions whatsoever you present over here to the names what I heard from Buma ma'am must be at least 10 plus years. If you take the first alumni batch who passed out must be sitting in some of the noted companies, in the noted positions, or maybe having some kind of distinguishable knowledge-centric career. Please tap on those people, okay, for two reasons: to discuss case studies, what they do. They may do that, or they may deploy somebody to do that, but they don't have any other thing. They are obliged to do it for their institutes. Okay. Number two, internships, employments. I still carry an target of placing at least 5 students in my classroom every year, though there is a good campus interview. I'm referring to ACT Karakudi, Alappa Chettiar College of Technology, where I come from. So they have campuses, but my professor called, I'm sending you 4 students, place it, order. I said, okay, boss, that's no other go. It's a professor-student relationship. They still teach me as a student, okay? I have love for it, I'll still feel young. Okay, so that's at point number 3. That's a kind of an association that the knowledge skill, what Ganapati sir was asking, would be bridged automatically. They will teach you what is rational analysis of balanced scorecard. As you know, balanced scorecard very well from your teachers. Okay, sir was talking about the lenders and all that stuff, bankruptcy, insolvency. You may know the definition, they'll show you the use cases. Okay. How a company, you would have read about stocks, debentures, investments and all this instrument. They will teach you how a company goes for IPO. So this is knowledge and knowing, and that's where that bridging is coming. So invest on your, call in your, in my B school, what happens is, in a given week, 3 days classes will happen, 3 days use case based studies, 2 days use case based studies, 1 day meet the manager on Saturdays. Okay. People will be off drunken in the hostel and all that stuff. Know which ways intercom will come, put the suit, boot, tie and go and sit. And some CEOs, some seniors will come, discuss. Most of the program will be going use case based. By the time, we come in for a campus, we'll speak only the application so that, it stays more relevant for the employees. That's how people bag away 2-3 offers. Okay, see, don't see it from the offers perspective and see it from the kind of, the knowledge perspective. So I have addressed that first part of Ganapati Sir's query. Now let me come to that, how the employment issue is addressed. From the corporate perspective, the employment KPIs, we want to invest on some of these colleges, especially let me take the use case of Deloitte. And I'm privileged to speak upon this topic because I did the complete campus inventory for Deloitte in last 3 months, where we took almost all the top-notch institutes and put tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Depends on that kind of, the legacy and other stuff. So where we started in the tier 2 and tier 3, tier 1 it need not be because it's been existing for the ages, gazillions of ages in the donkey's life. And we started investing upon some of the colleges where they would stick to us loyal. Okay, as the college also takes their fame, the 0102 days is being auctioned. Okay, so we want to invest and keep some loyal people for us. So where we go forward and invested in few of the colleges. And we do invite people for internships from those colleges so that the association and the bondage and the expectation of the students are also preset. They know what to eat, when to have to come for Deloitte. Is that kind of modulation they'll get toned off. Okay. In most of the companies like Intel Corporations or Pegasus or Teradata, nowadays they started recruiting in that mode only. By the time you go to their office on the 8th month, you will speak their language. You know what is available in their canteen on Saturdays. That kind of orientation they will give it to you. Okay. And it is culturally kind of accustomed also. So employers have started coming up in that way, and more so that in the recent, the government schemes and the recent kind of motivation what we get it from the central government as our CEO and the global CEO frequently meeting Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, we've been getting lots of incentives to open up in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. Okay. Where I want to touch upon 2 points. A, he had 2 brilliant questions. Knowing and skilling gap, employment. Knowing and skilling gap, I spoke upon a lot of stuff. Here you have to understand it's directly for you. A is metropolitans are least focused now. Okay, tier 2, tier 3 cities, Deloitte has opened up an office in Coimbatore, Kochis, and lots of opportunities are going to come in the way. Okay, and there, we have people whom we are focusing upon more like who are academically sound from the marginalized background or from the rural background. They may be very good in their studies, but however, they may not be having that kind of flashy college taglines, or they may be from the very modest background. We started tapping those kids, okay, who are academically sound because they have to swim with the shark who is already present inside the system. That's number one. Number two is, we would encourage people to mobilize to those locations as well for 2 reasons. One, they can go and see those places and just build up their career at the faster phase, and they can also act as a mentor. So that's how it is being focused upon. Now let me speak about the unemployment problem from the Deloitte perspective. How we are trying to help the government is, we have put up the framework, and the framework gives you that, how the complete segment of employable population is segmented. 7 to 8 groups: manufacturing, BFSI, pharmaceuticals, softwaring, engineering, etc., etc. And we have attached a few companies to each of this segment as a mentor. You take manufacturing, few of the automobile leaders, to help the government to do some kind of programs to make these people available for employment. For BFSI, we have put some of the top banks and some of the finance-oriented, institutions like Institute of Internal Auditors, who will go and coach the people in the colleges and make them employable. As a part of the testimony, what we did is, we organized a meeting in the Secretariat where we called upon 40 to 50 employers, and our Rajiv sir was also there in that meeting, and where he has promised to take some members, and he did so. And he wants people to be trained on ethics. That's what that point he has put up, which was quite a kind of and very admiring statement to the Chief Secretary's office. So these NBFCs and all these bankers, they have took some numbers from that, and we have also taken. That's how we are trying to address the social problem of unemployment. However, that, which is a macro environmental factor, let's not go and address that. It's kind of boiling the ocean. But however, let's focus on the first use case. What Ganapati was asking is about the knowing and skilling. Okay, that we spoke upon 3 points, and how you can come into an interface with the institutions and your alumni so that, an automatic pathway of getting them to the career focused way is getting created. Okay, if I may answer your question, sir, and elaborate. Thanks. Could I take one question from the student side so that they should not feel unhappy? How does an HR handle the difference in learning capabilities of employees and tackle it to attain or achieve the learning goal customized for them? Mr. Silva from Madras Christian College. Okay, let me answer this question. Okay, earlier days that the interface of learning was quite monotone or very traditional. Either it is classroom based or either it is a kind of an workshop based or whatsoever. So especially the technology based organization or wherever the technology interface is there, the learning would happen for any kind of employees for any kind of roles they play. So it's mostly we call that as an adaptive learning system, where it wouldn't be a boring classing room, a boring use cases for 10-15 hours of solving, or a kind of an offsite locked into your training academy for 3-4 days. It wouldn't be the case nowadays, unless otherwise for specific cases or the leadership we may have. Otherwise, the adaptive learning system is the most recent one, where we tap on the cloud, where we have all sorts of learning interface available in your electronic gadgets, which is your palm top reader, which is your mobile or your thing, where what has to be learned for that particular use case. Okay, somebody has working as a data modeler, okay, who may be working upon some of the ETL tools like your Informatica, etc., who just want to focus upon some of the data visualization tools like your Power BI. How frequently he can learn it while he is coming to the office sitting in the bus? We will give them an access to the cloud. Some 2-minute talks will be there on the YouTube. Some in-house assets will be there. Likewise, for every cases for soft skills or hard skills or software skills, that adaptive mode has come in. So that is also available apart from the traditional system. So what happens is learning is available at any point of time. Learning is at your disposal. Third, whatsoever your style of learning, either you want to learn from the classroom model or a vestibule model on the job, or you want to learn it in an adaptive fashion. So it would fit into somebody's need and the requirement. Somebody does not have a time, so they can go into adaptive model. Somebody wants to exclusively focus, they can wait and watch for that kind of semi-virtual off classroom on. So the understanding power of the students or the engineers or the employees will also be complemented in this mode. And secondly, that you may use the multiple channels as well, if in case you feel that the training is not adequate. So that's how the learning has been taken care in these industries. Okay. And Silva, I appreciate the word you used, learning. Only dogs can be trained, human can be learned. Okay, thanks. Any questions? Thanks, friends. Thanks for this wonderful opportunity. With your permission, I'll go off dais. Good day.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your wonderful words and time with us. Before getting into the next program, the session will break for 30 minutes for the lunch break. Lunch for the participants from the other institute will be provided at Hall G17, and for our college student, it will be provided at G16. A team of volunteers will accompany the guests to the lunch. Thank you. Please be seated. Welcome back everyone and a very good afternoon to the audience. I would like to mention a small note here. Participants, please scan the QR code in your ID card for the feedback and fill the form to get your certificate from the registration desk after the program. I repeat, I would like to mention a small note here. Participants, please scan your QR code in your ID card for the feedback and fill the form to get your certificate from the registration desk after the program. Now, let us start the session with our next interesting guest, Mr. Prasanna Padmanabhan. He is here with us to talk about leadership ideology. I request Mr. AVMK Shanmugam to felicitate our guest speaker, Mr. Prasanna Padmanabhan. Sir, please, the stage is yours. I also request our principal, Dr. N. Bhuma, to join us on the stage. Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to give a small introduction about Mr. Prasanna Padmanabhan. Mr. Prasanna Padmanabhan has close to 20 years of career experience. He has completed his master's in human resource and worked across different roles in human resource function across manufacturing, IT, and ITES industries. He has spent most of his career in multinational companies. He is currently Director Finance in Barclays. Mr. Prasanna Padmanabhan has held various positions in human resource, business, and leadership. He has work experience across different geographies. He has been an active member in industry bodies and contributes to the growth of GCC ecosystem. In his leisure, he enjoys trekking and traveling, a lot of interest on human anatomy and nutrition science. We welcome you, sir. Now I request our guest, Mr. Prasanna Padmanabhan, to address the gathering.
Okay. So last time the AA conference நடந்தது எவ்வளவு பேர் அந்த AA conferenceல இருந்தீங்க? ஓகே. ஸோ அப்போ வரும்போது அப்படியே ரூம் வந்து ஃப்ரீசிங்காக இருந்துச்சு, உள்ளே உட்காரவே முடியல. ஸோ அதனால சரி ஒரு பிரேஸ்லாம் எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்து ப்ரொடெக்டிவாக வந்துக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு. ஸோ ஐ திங்க் டுடே இட்ஸ் குட். ஸோ அண்ட் தேங்க்யூ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் செக்ரட்டரி அண்ட் பிரின்சிபல் மேம். Okay, anyway, thank you for the opportunity for calling me here. So it's good. So we go and talk in some of these forums to make sure that we don't forget what we read or what we do day to day. It's more in terms of knowledge sharing. It is, for you guys, it's a knowledge. For us, it's like reinforcing what we are doing. That's how I look at it. ஸோ நாங்கள் பூமா மேடம் கிட்ட கேட்டேன் எப்போ செஷன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவங்கள்ட்ட. ஸோ மதியானம் லஞ்ச் முடிஞ்சதுக்கப்புறம் அப்படின்னாங்க. அவங்க கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் போது சார் ப்ளீஸ் யூ நீட் டு கம் அண்ட் டாக் அபவுட் அ டாபிக். நாங்கள் இல்லை மேம் ஐம் ட்ராவலிங் ப்ரீவியஸ் வீக் ஐம் நாட் கம்மிங்னா இந்த வாட்டி பழி வாங்கிட்டாங்க. கரெக்டாக லஞ்சுக்கு அப்புறம் ஒரு செஷன் கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. ஸோ ஐம் டிபெண்டிங் ஆன் ஆல் ஆஃப் யூ கைஸ். ஹவு மெனி ஆஃப் யூ ஆர் அவேக் லஞ்சுக்கு அப்புறம்? ஓகே, குட். Okay, so because the session is after lunch, I don't want to put any presentation or anything, right? Going to talk about theory or nothing. I'm not going to talk about any theory or from any books or anything what we do. So all I'm going to talk about in the last 20 years of what I've done in my career. So I'm going to give you examples. I'm just going to keep it so natural that we can interact more. So I don't want it to be me coming and talking here. I want you guys to ask me as many questions as possible and get the knowledge out of me. That's what I'm going to keep it at a very, very ground level. So it's beneficial for both of you, right? That's what we thought. We'll probably name the question session as leadership Q&A. So let's get into the questions. Please, go ahead. Okay. To put it very simple, so manager is, the way I look at what manager is, somebody, he's been given a particular job to do. There are 4 people under him. They've been given A, B, C, D job, and the manager is just to manage the work is happening. That's all I look at it as a manager. In fact, that's what I did when I first got somebody reporting into me. I actually thought, okay, that person is working for me now. My job is to, oh, okay, that person is doing A to B. The person is going from point A to point B. That's what my job I thought, right? Later, as I grew, I understood what leadership is all about. Leadership is not about managing what they do. Leadership is about helping them, supporting them to manage their own work. The difference is you are not looking into what they are doing. In the sense, you are developing them in such a way that they can manage their own work and they can help others. That's why I see the big difference between a manager and a leader. What a manager does, like I said, the manager does sort of manage the team's work. What a leader actually, I mean, if we have to go and look at what the leader should actually do, right? The first and foremost thing, at least what I've seen with my bosses, because today what I'm in my career, I always give credit to my bosses. Unless and otherwise, they had given me an opportunity, they've taught me a lot of things, I wouldn't have been here where I am today. So some of the things that I've learned from my bosses or what I consciously practice is, first and foremost is a self-awareness about yourself. So first of all, to be a good leader, you need to know who you are, what you are, and what you are good at, what you are not good at, or what you need to work on. That's a first and foremost thing. And the second one I would say is key and important thing is a leader should be a big change agent. Today, everything is changing. What I probably studied 20 years back in HR, I don't think any of those concepts are even spoken about today in the world. And we are talking about digital HR, right? So in the earlier session I heard they are talking about doing, while people are coming to office, they are learning on their phone. In the bus, they are trying to learn 2 minutes, 3 minutes, short videos. If I look back 20 years back, what is a training means? You have to go, sit in the room, go inside at 8 o'clock in the morning, then you have to listen to the faculty. What the faculty says is what mantra is today. So that has changed today. So the biggest factor is important for a leader is to be a change agent. So you need to be constantly looking at what is changing around you in the organization, culturally, and then what is changing in the market and the industry. If you are not able to keep pace to what's happening internally and externally, if you are not able to change the way you do things and start introspecting, it's going to be a challenging one. So I would put it as a change leader. So other one is what's important is emotional quotient. So we always spoke about, you need to have a very good IQ, you should be very intelligent to do this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. So today the whole world is looking at, so you can be, at a very, very, very high IQ level, but if you're not able to moderate your emotions, you're going to be a failure, right? Your intelligence is definitely one part. So it's like this, they say, there is never a story or history in life where somebody's become a leader by going through a leadership course, right? Nobody can become a leader by going through a leadership course or a leadership book. It has to be practiced. People need to learn. So it has to come through experience. So that whole emotional quotient is very, very important for you. So what is emotional quotient? Emotional quotient is about the two aspects to this. One is an awareness about your own emotional quotient, and another one is your awareness about your team members. First is on the self. I need to know in which situation, how will I react? Should I react to the situation or should I respond to there is a huge difference between how do you react to a situation, how do you respond to a situation. There is a saying from aristocrat, there is nothing wrong in being angry, but where your emotional intelligence comes is you need to know when you have to be angry, with whom you have to be angry, at what time you have to be angry, at what degree you have to be angry with. And that's the most difficult part. If you are able to do that, then you're very good. So that's what we are talking about, emotional quotient. The key thing is, fourth one I would say is probably diversity of thoughts. To give you an example, right? I have a lot of people working under me. So I have somebody who is like 55 years old who is working for me. I have somebody who is 25 years old working for me. Both of them are in the same team. I mean, you all think, right? You all know. So you all are 19 and 20 and 20. So your fathers must be 45 and 50. Does you and your father think the same way? Right? So most of the time you think, no, so the father is saying, why is the child not able to understand? Right? So that's very, very important. So as a leader, when you have these people, you need to have a diversity of thoughts. Your diversity and inclusion is very important. When you have a team of 30 people, you have to make sure that you include everyone in any of the decision making, right? You're able to take them along. You're not managing them. You're able to take them along in every decision. when a right leader takes a decision, the teams will automatically do things. They won't come and question. So that's the beauty of leadership. So for that, what's important is you need to have diversity of thoughts. You need to be able to take people along and then be very, very inclusive. And the last one I would put it as mindset, right? I'm sure you all would have heard about mindset, seen a lot of things about mindset. It makes a huge amount of difference. I have personally seen people who are mediocre in their intelligence, right? So they are not very intelligent people. They're a very, very average person, studied, got 50%, 60% marks in college and come. And today they are running huge companies, right? So it's about the attitude and mindset. As long as you have the right attitude and mindset, okay, I need to learn, I need to do, I'm going to move on from here. This is my goal. As long as you have the right attitude and mindset, you are set to be a winner. So technicalities can always be taught, right? Especially if you're talking about HR, right? If you have the right mindset and attitude, a lot of things what we talk in HR is something that we can teach to people, right? So I would probably put it that 4 or 5 things is key for being a leader and differentiate from a manager. Hopefully that gives some kind of. Like I said, I'm not going to really take from books or talk about, there are multiple styles of leadership styles where it's written in theory and book. That's not what I want to talk about here. I want to talk about things where you're able to take something back with you. That's the whole idea. Next. To have to be a successful HR professionals. Okay, so what I consider myself relatively successful in HR in the time that I spent in HR. So just to give a bit of a background, I started with a manufacturing company. When I started my HR, that's part of my campus placement. I worked in a manufacturing company. From there, I moved on to a bank. Right, I worked for years outside India. Then I came back here to India. So I worked for a bank, and then I worked for a technology company. Then I worked for a bank again. I basically worked for 4 companies in the last 20 years. Most part of it was in HR, what I did. So what did I do, right? What I did 20 years back today, what you see in HR is very different. I think in the earlier session, I think we also heard from Deloitte in terms of how technology is making a huge difference, right, in the field of HR. The first and foremost thing for you is in being successful in HR is we always say HR now, okay, so they should be able to handle people, they should do, you should know how to talk to people and build relationship. Those days are gone today. You should be able to talk to people, build relationship, especially after COVID, right? We hardly even see people today. So we work only 2 days in a week to office. We don't even go to 5 days to office. We work only 2 days in office. The first and foremost thing that you need in HR to be a successful HR professional is having a business knowledge. Right, that's the first and foremost thing. Which company you're working for? What is that company actually doing? What is a product that if it's a product company or if it's a manufacturing company, what do they actually manufacture? What do they actually produce? What do they do? The company know about the company, about the product, what they do, and then what kind of people that they actually employ to do such kind of products in the company. So get a lot of business acumen. Where is your company positioned in the market? Right, how are they doing from a market perspective? Right, are they on the top? Are they on the bottom? What is their market share? Right, where are they getting revenue from? Where are they getting the profits from? So make sure that you understand the business end to end. If you are not able to understand the business, then you can never be a successful HR professional. Right, you can ask anybody who's here part of today's panel as well. So the first and foremost thing is, before you go to a company, understand about the company top to bottom, what the company does in every single detail. So don't go to an interview or a campus interview to say, okay, I went to the company website, this company does, right, what you read on the website. So go beneath that, right? Understand exactly beyond what that company does, actually just about the website, leave the website and do a little more of research, right? When you go on an interview, in a campus interview and talk more about the company, so 20% of battle is already done, right? You've already impressed the interviewer, 20% done, 20-25% is done. So business knowledge is the first and foremost thing. Other thing that's very important is your tech knowledge. it's not that you need to know how to write an AI algorithm, or you need to know how to write a Visual Basic or C++. You don't need to know all that. You need to know how every technology works, what each and every technology does, what does an AI do, what does a blockchain do. So understand the technology. Technology is very, very important, right? What this does. So that's a key skill that any HR professional should have today. And then the third and foremost and important skill is the whole data analytical skill, right? How do you look at the data? How do you analyze the data? For HR, data is life. Everything in HR is about data, whether you work on your compensation, whether you look at your training effectiveness, whether you look at your recruitment, your hire, your throughput, your output, everything is about data and numbers. Most of the time I've seen in my career, the HR folks will actually, they will grow up to a middle management, then they'll get stagnated. Moving in from middle management to top management is where the huge difference that comes in. So not out of 100 people, hardly 2 or 3 will only move into the top management role. What is the difference they bring in? So these are some of the things. So data is very, very, if you are not able to understand the data, you will never be able to convince the business. So I would probably put this as a, top 3 skills for any HR professional. Outside of it, this is more internal. And so what is other important skill that I've seen, which has actually helped me personally, is your networking skills, right? Talk to people. I mean, if I have to look at it from your context, talk to students in other colleges. If you're doing HR in Avichi, and then talk to students in other colleges in HR, what do they do? What do they teach? Build that network at this point in time itself when you're in college, right? Go to conferences like this, go to forums like this, see what people are doing, keep in touch with them. Networking is an important skill in HR. Never miss that networking skill. In spite of, so the world is so competitive today, right? In spite of you having business knowledge, every knowledge, if you're able to not network and get the right contact at the right place, it's going to be difficult for you. So these are probably the 4 skills that's very, very important for HR from my perspective, or whatever that has helped me over the years. Outside of this, your usual HR, whatever that you do from a subject perspective in terms of understand the basics of your learning and development, your industrial relations, that's more technical, that's actual subject. You anyway read that in college in theory. So keep that as one aspect, so keep this in the other side of it. With this right attitude, should be good, I think. Okay, how can HR figure out what skills employee need to learn and improve? Okay. So I'll talk about what we do in our organization. How do we do? So we call this as skills of the future. What is a skill, first of all? Right, let's take a step back. What is a skill? A skill is something that you learn as an ability to perform a certain task or a certain job. That's what we call it as a skill. What we constantly do is every year is we have a team called Skills of the Future, right? Every year we do an assessment to see what are the skills that needed for my team or my colleagues or my employees for the future to face it, right? We do it in 2 or 3 fold. One is what we really do is we look at what is our organizational priorities, what as an organization that we wanted to do. Say, for example, this is a profit margin that we wanted to do, these are the new products that we wanted to bring. So we start from top-down approach. What is the objective and priorities for us as an organization, right? To achieve that priorities, what do I need my employees to do? What are the skills that the employees need, right? That's one aspect of it we do. And then the second one is what we do is we actually do an employee survey every year. In that employee survey, we do ask employees, what do you think is a skill that you wanted to develop, right? So I want to do ABC skills, and we do. And then we also go to the market and do extensive research every year to understand what are some of those skills that are there in the market where every company is hiring. We engage a third-party organization and then different company, and then we do a benchmarking to see what are the skills that are very hot in market, what people hire. So it's a triangular approach that we take. One is organizational priorities. Another one is the employees' preferences. Third one is what is happening in the market. So what's the skills that we need? So this is how we look at what are the different skills that the employees need. And then based on this is what our entire learning and development initiative starts. So then we look at every year, okay, this is what we've been doing. These are the areas that we need to focus on. How do we do? And we do a plan. So usually it happens in every organization. So we do a plan and then we do it. So that's sort of how we do the skilling for the future. how does technology impact the need for continuous upskilling in HR sector? I think we touched upon in bits and pieces. So today, everything, I mean, I don't need to tell you guys, right? So today, you all use phone. Everything is only through phone today, correct? So technology is there everywhere in our life. There is nothing happens really without technology today. On the HR side, what really happens on the technology is everything is kind of moving into so I was talking to a few other speakers during the lunchtime. I was telling them what we do in my company. So today, the HR guys don't really come to the floor like how it used to happen. They come and meet them in the floor and ask them. So all those things really does not happen in our company anymore. So everything's technology based. So in India, we have a team called HR Shared Service. We have 350 people here. So people sitting here run the entire salary processing for 50 people sitting in 50 different countries in the world, sitting in Chennai, right? They don't see who is there. It doesn't matter who sits where and all that. So that's where the technology plays a huge role. So every job in HR, most part of job in HR is now supported by technology, right? There's a huge amount of support by whether you do your compensation, your learning, your performance appraisal, your recruitment, everything is, especially after COVID, and every company is moved into fully into HR. So everything is HR. In the HR sector is technology today now. What really happens is what the HR guys actually come and do is only talking to the leadership team in terms of what is the business, what do we do, how do we bring down the cost, and then what are the people strategies that we need to put on, what are the succession planning that we need to do. The HR guys talk on that level. Otherwise, everything in HR is today about driven from technology. Should you have some questions from audience also? Yeah. Everybody's awake?
Hi, sir. So you mentioned that leaders are supposed to be change agents. So can you cite some examples from your experience that when you try to bring about a change and implement in your organization, you could have faced a lot of challenges. So can you, from your experience, give some challenges that you faced while you implemented a change?
There. So that's why anyone who talk, you see, if you want to be doing well in Excel, you have to be out of your comfort zone. So you have to be out of your comfortable zone. So the first is human resistance. So what I've seen is, so sometime back I mentioned I have a team member who's sitting, who's like, say 55 years old, and then I have a team member who's 22 years old. So personally, this is about 2-3 years back, I think, during COVID, right? So people who've been working for last 20 years, 30 years, they're always used to coming in the morning, coming into office, right, and then doing things in the way in office. They're not used to work from home. Some of my team members really struggled, right? For about 6 months, they were not able to work. Even if they have to work, they were extremely stressful. Right? They were not able to identify what challenge they had. They were extremely stressful. The same thing on the other side, the 22-year-old guy or a 25-year-old girl, they were quite happy. And because they're tech savvy, they can just sit at home and do everything. And the biggest change is human resistance. That's one aspect of it. The second aspect of it, what I've seen change in most of the area is fear, right? So today everybody says that AI will take all the job, and we won't have any job to do anything and all that. That the whole fear. Okay, if I have to do this, if I have to bring this everything, today we are doing everything manually, and then we have to change everything to the system, and then after that I'll not have any job to do. Right, what will I do? I will lose my job. What will happen? Right, my family is there. So the entire factor of fear. The first reason for fear is lack of awareness. You do not know what's the outcome is. Right, before you start thinking fear. In those kind of situations, what we generally do is, how do we handle change management in organizations? It's not only for me, and I've quite seen this in many organizations, is first of all, if it's a massive change, let me talk about something, what's happening currently in my organization. So Barclays, I work for a bank called Barclays. It's a British bank. It's one of the top banks in the British and top banks in Europe, one of the top 5 to 6 banks in the world. So we do a lot of things. We make money and everything in the bank. Every quarter on quarter we announce the results in market and do everything. But for the last 10 years, our stock price never went up in the market. So people who've invested in the company has been questioning left, right, center. You know what you're doing, you're not making money. During COVID, we made a lot of money, but the stock price was not moving. As a stock shareholder, as a stock, somebody who's bought a stock, all that they make money is out of the price goes up, right? We've been going through this for a decade almost, right? So then the management thought of, CEO and the board thought of, decided, okay, we will do a different strategy for the bank. This whole project started last year. And then we said we'll come out. So last month, February 20th, we announced our results. Along with that, we called it as Investor Day. And then we went out to the market and announced our strategy. Interestingly, which not happened in the last 10 years, till yesterday, continuously for 10 days, our stock has been moving up. It's completely on upward trajectory for the last 10 days, right? It's a surprise for everyone. Have we done a massive change? Huge everything? Yes, we've made changes in the organization. We've changed people. We've changed the way we look at business. We've changed the way we look at results. We committed next 2 years, this is what we do. So much money, we put it on table to say. So till now, 3 years, we paid 7 billion. And next 2 years, we'll pay 10 billion to the shareholders. We went and told everything in the market. This is on the front end. To do that, what happened internally in the organization, right? The entire change management process. This started about 10, 11 months, the whole program was going on. The first and foremost step, the leader has to communicate more, right? Our CEO, he started talking to people, he started traveling all around the world. Pretty much, he traveled 30 countries in the last 10 months. He literally went, met people, had town hall and tell them, this is what we are going to do as an organization. This is where the challenge is. This is what we are doing. So when we started first 3 months, 4 months, and everybody was very skeptical, yeah, we always talk about this, we do and all that. So till the time we announced our results also, people are very skeptical. Suddenly everything changed in the last 5 days, right? Because people are now seeing the outcome of what happened in that. Nobody was able to visualize the outcome of what will happen. Yeah, they are talking every 5 years, they talk about strategy, the senior management, you know what happens. The first day, second day, third day, after 4 days or 5 days, I could hear employees and people, everybody is looking in the internet and seeing the stock price every day morning. The stock price is moving. That's the outcome of change program that happened last 10 months. So change doesn't happen immediately. You have to put a lot of effort in change. First and foremost, for you, your change program to be successful is to be transparent to your team and to your leader. If you want to make a change, talk to them. Communication is the first important thing. Be transparent in what you're talking. Tell them, by keeping it secret and keeping it hush-hush, you're only create more problem for yourself, right? Talk to them. The more you talk to people, the more you tell them this is a challenge and we have to, face this together, you get more support. So that's one way of the first is about what we do. The second one is about transparency and communication. Second one is about be objective about what you are doing, right? Clearly, it should be a data-driven and a metric-driven. Your outcome should be clearly defined. So I'll do this in 6 months, I'll do this in 1 year. This is exactly, I'm in point here now. In 6 months, I'll be in point B. In 12 months, I'll be in point C. In 24 months, I'll be in point F. So clearly define. Today, like I said, in every quarter, we have a responsibility to go and tell the market saying, this is what we said. We said we paid 7 billion till now, we'll go to 10 billion. And then we have a plan, every quarter we'll increase our number like this. Right? So you're putting it more transparent and being very objective to people, and maybe the stock price is moving today because people seeing Barclays coming out and clearly, explicitly, transparently saying with the proper data and then say, this is how I'll measure. I'll make so much of business X to, 2X in Europe, X to 3X in US, X to 4X in APAC, Asia Pacific. So we clearly define and tell them, right? Be objective about how you define and give a measurement of it, right? Rule out the complete subjectivity. So if I have to put it in a top 3 in a nutshell, these are top 3 things that probably we went through as an organization and we went through a change program. And always remember, change takes a lot of time. And till the time you see your first win, change will not happen. It's for you and me also, right? I can today talk. I know how much of resistance I have had in my own mind in many of the things, right? My bosses have given me a very clear feedback saying that you're doing very well, but you're only doing what you like. There are things which you don't like and you're not doing it. It took a lot of time for me to understand, take that feedback, and I have to change. I personally have gone through that process to say, okay, if I wanted to grow, I have to go to my comfort zone, I have to do, right? So that's very important. So yeah, that's probably that I've seen in my experience. I hope this was helpful. Okay, any other question? Okay, this question is from M. Ramya from Ethiraj College. Ramya, where are you? Thanks. So Ramya has got 3 questions. First question, I am actually reordering your question. Right, the first question. Does a HR value the skills or only the certificates? I think that's a very interesting question, right? When you go to an interview as a fresher, right, HR does not know what skill you have. So unfortunately, if you are a HR also, first you will see is, okay, look at the certificate, right? The certificate degree, what we get is very, very important, right? That's like the entry, that's like the license, but that doesn't stop you, right? Let me give an example. So we were talking, the other day we were talking to the secretary during the AA conference and everything, right? What all of you studying in your classroom and everything is doing is your license. What the college is doing today is to develop a skill for you, right? To get people from the industry, to get the experts from the industry, and then they just don't believe in, oh, okay, you come, so you go to the Madras University. The college can just give the exams and professors can say, oh, read this 1 to 10 things, and then go and write the exam, get your certificate and go, right? And you pay the fees to the college, and then college is happy about it. So that's a certificate. So what happens today, why are all these things happening? The professors are putting so much of effort in doing all of these things is to develop skill among the students, right? So first is definitely that certificates are important. That's like your license plate, right? And once you enter into the organization, you will see 6 months, 1 year down the line, the skills that you exhibit will take you somewhere, right? That's the key, right? Nobody in the world can actually take you without seeing you what skill you possess, irrespective of whichever company it is. Okay, what are the expectations out of an MBA fresher? Right, the next question. Let me tell you what I generally, than giving you theory, let me tell you what I actually look at in a fresher, whether it's an MBA fresher or whether it's a chartered accountant. I said we have a lot of chartered accountants. I've done campus interviews, pretty much 50-60% of India I've traveled and then done campus interviews. First and foremost thing, what we look at people is communication, right? We want people to be able to talk. You may know a lot of things, but if you're not able to let others know what you know, there's no use, right? You could be an extraordinary person. I'll tell you an example. So in one of the chartered accountant interviews, I had a rank holder, right? All India and chartered accountant, you all know how tough the exam is to clear. It's a 4% is a pass percentage. All India rank holder number 3. So which means that girl has got the highest mark in the entire country. And she was just not able to talk 2 sentences clearly. Did we hire her because she's a All India rank holder and number 3? No, we did not hire her. We rejected her. What is the point if she's not able to come and talk to people and then, really communicate? So it's a challenge, right? What will I do with that knowledge? That knowledge is not going to be useful for me. I don't need anybody just to come and, hit the computer and follow the process. That can even done by a, fresher, and why would I pay so much of money and hire a CA? Right? So first and foremost, I would say is communication. And second one is your attitude to learn, right? Do you have the drive? Do you have the attitude to learn new things? Do you want to explore? So are you okay to learn new things? Are you okay to do things in a different way? That's what I primarily look at. So your knowledge on the subject only comes in the last. Let me tell you, so what you study in college in theory and concepts and subjects, everything, right? You need to know all of that. But when you go into the organization and start doing things, those things are only a theoretical knowledge for you. That helps you in the initial days for you to, I'm not undermining that, that's very important. If you don't know that, you cannot understand what's happening. But once you understand, everything is different because the same thing is being done by different ways in different organizations, right? So your technicals are important. I cannot expect you to come on day one and give me an output of what a company does. That's not what I expect. You need to come, you need to understand the organization, you need to go through a training and all of those. So yes, you need your theoretical knowledge, your technical knowledge is important. So I would probably rate communication is one, and then second one is your attitude, and third one is your technical knowledge, and fourth one is how do you carry yourself, how do you present yourself. That's very important. I'm specifically talking about this point primarily because it's how do you present yourself is about, one is about how do you speak, it's about everything. How do you carry yourself, how do you dress, how do you go to an interview, how confidently you are showing yourself up, right? So that's confidence level is very, very important. So these are probably 3 or 4 things that we look at it from a fresher. So what are the technical skills one should possess for financial analyst role? Okay. So if I have to just, when you say financial analyst, the role of a financial analyst is very, very different. And if it's a bank, it's very different. If it's a technology company, it's very different. If it's in a manufacturing company, it's very different. Let me talk from a banking perspective, right? First is you need to understand the accounting. That's a first and primary skill, right? I think if somebody has read BCom, they all know, debit what comes in, credit what goes out, and all of those stuff, and basic accounting, right? So you need to know the basic accounting if you want to be a financial analyst. That's the first and foremost thing. Understand financial analyst and develop your business acumen, right? That's very, very important. What is the job of an analyst, right? Today, most of the job that an analyst does is what IT developer or anyone does. What you really need to do in the business analyst is somebody who bridges both, right? If I'm an accountant, right, and say somebody else is a person who's writing a programmer algorithm, AI programmer algorithm. So financial analyst will be in between, who will try to understand the requirements from a person who's an accountant, and they'll give technology person to say this is what it is. So you need to have a blend of both. You need to understand the technology. At the same time, you need to understand the concepts of finance. So just to summarize, one is your accounting is very strong. If you're specifically finance, there are a lot of different analysts, right? We are talking about financial analysts. One is on the accountings and basic financial skills. Second one is the tech skills. Whatever you do today without technology, you can't do anything. Let's be clear about it, right? If you don't understand the fundas of technology, nothing can be done today. That's the world we are in. Yeah, hope that's helpful. Okay, the next question is also from Aitiraj College, Anisha Syed. Okay, hi. So what opportunities do you think does digital disruption present for innovation and growth, and how can we capitalize on this? So you're from a tech background, is it? Okay. So there's a lot of opportunities that you can take. So today, so the whole innovation, right? So innovation is it's an ocean, right? I don't think I can kindle the whole ocean here. So, but what opportunities it gives a lot of opportunities. Everything that we do, and I mean, a couple of things that we spoke about is talk about how digital disruption is happening in every single space, right? One is we spoke about HR, right? How things have changed in HR. Today, there is no interface in HR where they don't, the HR business partner or whatever the HR BP call, and then earlier used to be a personal department in the companies. Nobody comes and talks to here today. If an employee has a query, or you just shoot a query in the system, so somebody will sit somewhere and answer, right? So creating something like that is an opportunity on tech. So tech is there in every space. You go to a cyber security space, or you go to HR, you go to pharmaceutical, you go to innovation. Today we see in medical, what all is, every surgery is done by robotics now. You just need to put a hole inside the body and everything is done, right? That's a sort of a technology disruption that we are doing in innovation. So I'll talk about a few things, what we do as an organization on the tech. So we have the entire fintech ecosystem. What we do is fintech is nothing but a small tech companies which create disruption in the financial sector. What they do is they basically identify what is the gap in the market. What I mean by gap in the market is, so if say we need to pass through so many transactions, with so many payments we need to make. So Google Pay, right? Google Pay, right? So you're making a Google Pay. What it does, basically it's a payment gateway in the back end. So you give your mobile number, your bank has, it's an RBI licensed one, so it has a payment gateway in the back end of it, the DAS and everything. What did Google did? So Google identified there is a gap in the market, right? Everybody goes to a bank account or a bank. How do we resolve? There is a huge gap in the market. That's an opportunity. So what do? Find out that gap and then fix it. That's what the fintech companies usually do. I understand a gap and then find a solution for that gap. That's what is primarily a fintech, what fintech company does. What we do is we actually look at the challenges that we have internally within our organization, and then we give it to the fintech companies to say, okay, I have this problem. So say I'm doing some 200,000 journals every day. I'm not able to reconcile. Somebody has to do manually sit and do everything. Can you please create a recon tool which can actually help me to run through everything online in the click of a system or a button, touch of a button, right? So so the people need to start to think and then start to innovate. So that's on, it's a huge subject. I don't think it justice to just say, what opportunity. There is an opportunity in everything. Any questions from audience anymore?
Hi sir, I'm Vishal from MCC. Okay, so since we are talking about leadership, I thought we'd link a little bit theory. So there are different leadership styles, right sir? So transformational, transactional, democratic, autocratic. So in your opinion, what do you think your organization might have, like what kind of leadership style could your organization use to get the most efficient result from your employees or team members?
Thank you. That's a very good question, and I'm also from MCC. Okay. So I also did my MSW in MCC. So, leave what my organization does, right? So, what's today in the given scenario, what we spoke about leadership, what is best is what it's again my own view. So, what I think is situational leadership is the best one. Today we spoke about change, right? So your leadership style needs to change. There are days where we had a very authoritative leadership, right? So because a fundamental belief, if you go way back, say 100 years, 200 years, or the time when the kings were ruling it, right? So it's always, if you look at the leadership of it historically, if you go and look at any of the dynasties, whether it's our own Chola, the Pandya dynasty, or you go to the north, or you go and see Greeks, Romans, and Ottoman, wherever you go and see, it's always been those days an authoritative leadership. Yes, of course, that worked. The fundamental belief is the leader knows everything, right? And today, that's not the belief. Today, you can go and ask any company CEOs. The CEO knows everything that's happening in the company, or does the CEO says, I know everything? Is that? No. No CEO will say that, right? I can tell you very clearly. So there is no belief of the CEO knows. The expectation from the CEO, the leader, is very, very different today. Right? You're talking about somebody, being a CEO at the age of 25 and 26 and having team member at the age of 60. So fundamentally, there is huge diversity gap, right? So the authoritative. So the other one is you spoke about is democratic leadership, right? So what's a democratic leadership? So like I said in the beginning, it's very important for us as a leader to take the team along, what we do. So you cannot be democratic at every stage and every place. As a leader, you need to know where you need to be democratic, where you need to take team's opinion, where you need to know you should put your foot clearly, say, yes, this has to happen, right? So the democratic is something that's sort of ruled out. What will actually help really is, in my view, is the situational leadership, right? There are times where you need to be authoritative, giving directions to the teams and say, you got to do this at this point in time. The reason why you are sitting as a leader and doing that is because the visibility and the exposure that you have to something, your team member may not have. You may be privy to 50 things. Your team member know only 20 things, right? So that's when times you need to try and explain them this is what it is. There are times where you have to say you will not be able to share everything. There you have to say, yes, you got to do this. There you are using an authoritative leadership style. There are things where you want to do a bottoms-up approach, right? Where you want the ideas to come from the bottoms-up approach. What will you do? You can't say be authoritative there. There you have to be a democratic leader, right? So you need to sit along with the team, take everybody's opinion, be inclusive, do that. So, and then we spoke about change agent, right? Today the leaders need to be changed. If you go, today, at least the earlier generation to us, if a person is a CEO in the company, that person will be a CEO for 20 years. Today, name me any CEOs who's the 20 years in a company. The life cycle and the lifespan of a CEO is about 3 to 5 years. That's the lifespan that we are talking about, unless it's on your own company, right? Somebody comes and works as a CEO. The typical lifespan, average lifespan of the CEO is 3 years to 5 years. And I recently read a survey to say, what's keeping the CEOs always awake in the night? What are they always worried about, right? They're always worried about, I'm talking about it today, I don't know, by the time I go and implement this, everything is changed, something else is coming. So the whole point is you got to be up to date on everything. So when you want to be up to date, humanly it is not possible for you to know everything, what's happening. That is why you have organization, that is why you have organization structures, different layers and spans and everything you have in organization. So to manage that. So you need to be able to give your leadership depending upon the situation, and that situational leadership is very, very important is what in my view, and that's what I've seen work, that's what I've seen people doing. I know my bosses have said, you got to do this. I don't want your opinion, you better get this done. And there are times they said, yes, let me know what you think. Do you have something else to do? So it's the combination of everything. There is no right or wrong thing that happens there. Yeah. Hope this was helpful a bit. So any other questions from audience? That's it? Okay, should we close with that? Okay, and yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks for staying patiently and listening. I hope everybody is still awake.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable words with us. Now it's time for valediction. I request the dignitary, Mr. S. Govindan, Mr. AVMK Shanmugam, our principal, Dr. N. Boom. And our HOD, Dr. Nalini, to join us on the stage. So please join us on the stage, sir. A very good evening to all the dignitaries and participants present here at the HR Conclave 2024. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Nalini, Head of the Department of Business Administration, to welcome the gathering.
Good afternoon, one and all. I extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guest, Shri S. Govindan, IFS Director, Government of India, Regional Passport Officer, and Mr. AVMK Shanmugam, our respected Secretary and Correspondent, Dr. N. Booma, our beloved Principal, esteemed faculty members, distinguished speakers, and our vibrant student fraternity, to the valedictory function. Thanks to the unwavering support and guidance from Mr. AVMK Shanmugam and Dr. N. Booma for the HR Conclave. Department of Business Administration Executive Club, in collaboration with ICT Academy, proudly presents the hallmark event HR Conclave 2024 on March 2nd under the theme Unlocking Potential, the Reskilling and Upskilling Revolution in HR. Our aim is to bridge the gap between the theoretical knowledge and the theoretical application in human resource for students. With the expected audience of over 200 participants, this meticulously crafted one-day event includes keynote address, panel discussion, interactive case study, and a leadership ideology session. The conclave features a keynote address by Mr. David Nitto, the Senior Talent Acquisition Partner at ADP. Addressing the skill gap in the digital age, renowned HR professional discussed strategies for reskilling and upskilling employees in the dynamic landscape. The panel discussion explored HR 2.0, emphasizing the technology integration and adaptation to digital transformation. The panelists include industry experts from Kumi Murugappa Group, Sundaram Finance, and Samira Corporation, and Tubes Investments of India. The participants gain insights into critical skills for a digital workplace and practical implementation strategies. The highlight is an interactive case study discussion led by Mr. Ramachandran R., Associate Director of Deloitte India, addressing the real-world HR challenges in digital age. Through the collaborative problem solving, participants explore the resilience strategies in the midst of technological disruptions. The session inspires and innovative solutions for future HR endeavors. Thought-provoking session by Mr. Prasanna Pratmanabhan, Director, Barclays, focusing on essential skills for thriving in the digital landscape. In the era of rapid technological advancement and digital transformation, it is imperative for educational institutions like us to not only impart knowledge but also facilitate the practical implementation. The HR Conclave serves as a channel connecting the academic domain with the pragmatic demand of the corporate world. Each segment of the event, from enlightening the keynote address to the interactive case study, has been designed to inspire, educate, and empower the participants. The topics ranging addressing the skill gap in digital age to the strategies for HR resilience have been carefully organized to provide both theoretical insights and actionable strategies. In conclusion, as we embark on the transformative journey, let us embrace the curiosity, innovation, and resilience. Let us seize the opportunity to unlock our true potential and engage as leaders in the dynamic field of human resource. With a heartfelt gratitude for your presence and the anticipation of encouraging discussions, I extend a warm welcome to the valedictory function of HR Conclave 2024. I once again welcome our esteemed guests and a special welcome to Honorable Sri S. Govindan sir. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. For this session, we have the valedictorian, Mr. S. Govindan. Now I request our secretary, Mr. AVMK Shanmugam, to felicitate our guest, Mr. S. Govindan, to the evening to honor with a memento. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to give an introduction about Mr. S. Govindan. Sri S. Govindan successfully passed the UPSC Civil Service exam and joined the Indian Foreign Service in 2009, where he demonstrated dedication and proficiency while serving in various capacities. Initially stationed in the Energy Security Division of Ministry of External Affairs, he was later assigned as Third Secretary at the Embassy of India in Portugal in 2011. He efficiently managed economic and commercial responsibilities at the embassy. In December 2012, he was transferred to the Embassy of India in Brazil as Second Secretary, where he undertook diverse tasks including administrative, commercial, consular, and protocol duties. He plays a pivotal role in organizing the 6th BRICS Summit in Brazil in July 2014. Subsequently, in January 2016, he became the first secretary at the Embassy of India in Bhutan, where he managed economic and commercial affairs, development projects, and engaged with Bhutanese ministry. Returning to the Embassy of India in Brasilia as Deputy Ambassador in March 2019, he served as officiating head of mission from November 2019 to September 2020, demonstrating exceptional leadership. During this time, he facilitated significant agreements between India and Brazil and coordinated the evacuation of stranded Indian nationals during the COVID-19 pandemic. Transition to the role of Regional Passport Officer of Chennai in July 2021, he introduced innovative initiatives such as Chat with Your RPO program and walk-in enquiry facilities, which enhanced passport service. Under his leadership, RPO Chennai achieved a record issuance of over 5 lakh passports in 2023. Additionally, recognizing his competence and dedication, Sri Govindan was appointed as the head of the branch secretariat in MEA Branch Secretariat, Chennai, in January 2024, alongside his exciting responsibilities as a director-level officer in the Government of India. We welcome you, sir. I request Mr. Govindan to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think all of you are now in the process of waking up because I'm going to be the last speaker. So you're all happy about it, right? So this valediction is one way, good that, since morning you've been given heavy dosage of what you call skills, upskilling, reskilling, HR, etc., etc. I found all of you are given heavy dosage. So you should start recover now. So, and be happy that I'm the last speaker. I'll not be giving you, heavy dose. My dose will be, very little. It will be like a Lind milk chocolate kind of thing. So you'll definitely enjoy it. Okay. Respected AVM K. Shanmugam sir. Respected Dr. N. Bhuma, Principal. Respected Dr. E. Nalini, Head of Department of Management in Avichi College. So thanks for giving me this opportunity. So you have to give a clap so that I understand that you are all awake. So this clapping is not for me. This clapping is for your, responsible management. Of course, principal has been following up with me on not on a daily basis, of course, on a regular basis, I would say. And when Professor Dr. Sudarshan was also following up with me. So yesterday he alerted me in the night so that I don't forget that it's a Saturday and I don't come for this event. So he just checked with me, sir. And then I said, good night, Sudarshan. It's fine. I'm, aware of this event, so I'll be coming. Don't worry about it. But 11 o'clock he confirmed that, yes, I don't slip, about this event. This event doesn't slip out of my mind. So I think about me, the introduction was given. So just, don't think so much about this introduction and all. So it is all like, I was also like you. One thing I could see that we were all from the mom's generation, you are all from the memes generation. So, okay, so it's a transition from moms to memes. By the time, we finish our thing, you would have all made memes of all the speakers from the morning. You would have exchanged WhatsApp messages and so many. So if I check your WhatsApp, I'll be able to figure out that. So we have to be very careful, when we address this memes generation. So, of course, a lot of things would have been told to you. About management skills, and I'm not going to talk about those things. I'm just going to share a few of my things, my experience. First, let me start, since I'm in Avichi College, I have to start with the AVM institution as such, because I was in 5th class. By the way, I also studied in Alagappa Chettiar School in Purushavakkam. So somewhere, I was also groomed up in the same environment as you are all groomed up here. So one thing I should be proud of being a student of the Alagappa Chettiar School in Purushavakkam is that discipline is something, which they taught me. So it's easy to acquire skills, impart, get education, knowledge, etc. But it's very difficult to get a discipline. So that is fundamentally I still hold that to myself, and I'm sure that since Avichi College of Engineering also Arts and Science also in the same time. They will definitely would have ensured that all of you are very much disciplined. So that is a big thing. So you should be happy and proud of being here actually because of this institution. So when I was in 5th class, I had an opportunity to interview Mr. AVM Saravanan, for Sun TV. It's about how the AVM institutions came up and what sort of movies they were making. So a lot of things he shared with us. I know that was my first interaction. I was in 5th class. So I was asking about the movie Anbeva, which famous M.G. Ramachandran. That's the only movie which AVM did with. So after the interview, Mr. AVM Saravanan gave me a book actually about AVM Mayappan Chettiar. So I read that book. I hope you all would have read that book. If not, just get a copy of it from your secretary and read it actually. So you should know about work. You should know about hard work. You should know about discipline. You should know about self-confidence. Everything is available in that book if you start. I read that book when I was in 5th class. Okay, so I want you also to read. It's a book about the life and journey of late A.V. Mayappan Chettiar. So you have example. Every day you come to your college. When you enter the college, you see a statue. Look at him. All the things are available there actually. Hard work is available, leadership is available. You are asking about, so everything is available. So you are in a place where everything is already made for you. You have to just little bit fine tuning is all required for you. Coming back to the valedictory address, I asked them, what I'm supposed to, because you would have already gone through a heavy dose, like I told you about all those things. So let me give a few experience, share my experience about, being abroad or, serving in the government. Human resources is, I would say, there are two main pillars of any organization. One is finance and another is human resources too. Like you can say two eyes actually. So, but finance is still, I would say, of course, I have not done MBA in finance management, but still whatever limited knowledge I have, because I have handled work-related finance, you put money in a bag, it will be staying in the bag. It will not come out of the bag. You put money in a locker and lock it, it will be there inside the locker. You put the money in the bank, it will be there in the bank. It will not come out and it will not create any issue. You put money in GPay, it will be there in the mobile phone, it will go from one mobile phone, it will go to the other mobile phone. But human resources are not like that. You can't make a man sit idle. So it's very difficult for you to sit. Most difficult thing is to listen to someone actually. And that too, since morning to evening, if you ask which is the most complicated thing to do, a difficult thing, it's to listen to someone. So human resources are really, it's a difficult thing to do. Handle it as such. Of course, in government, we don't follow, the management principles and all, because we'll not be able to apply those things. The government system is entirely different. But I would say, a few things. First of all, one thing you should all learn in life is that you should treat your fellow colleague or a fellow, student or whom as like you treat yourself actually. That mutual respect for humanity should be always there. You can be in any position. You can become the head, you can be the CEO, you can be the CFO, you can be the MD, you can be the chairman, you can be the director. You may hold whatever position is, but start thinking that the other person is also like you. He is also having the same kind of emotions. He is also having the same kind of feelings which he is also a human being. That's the first thing I advise my people. Wherever I go, I do that actually. I just feel, because there will be people of, like rightly Mr. Prasanna told, that people of all age groups will be there. They'll be junior to you. There'll be someone who is going to. Many people who are in retirement stage in my office, so I have to work with them also. So I understand that you have to respect your fellow colleagues, whichever organization. That's the first thing you should do. Then second thing, you should understand, there are limitations up to which, everybody has a plus and everybody has a minus. Not everyone is, same. Not the five fingers are same. Like, everybody is not same. So in that regard, you should understand, whenever you, as a leader, like somebody was asking a question about qualities of leader. I think, the leader should know how to take his team along with him, number one. He should be able to give the right orientation. And he should be able to give the right directions and advice to the team so as to take the team to achieve its objectives. Simple. Other leadership order main quality. Leader is always, is not like, that you are a boss. Boss means only keep bossing over others and you just, instruct others. It's not like that actually. When the team wins, you stand at the last. When the team loses, you stand in the front and accept the defeat. That's the main quality of a leader actually. So always you will have such challenges in organizations. You will win, you will lose. When you win as a leader, you give the credit to the team. When you lose, accept the failure that you are the responsible. So this is one thing I would like to convey to you from my experience. Of course, we have served. As foreign service officer, we have served in different missions, different environment. What I understand is that when people are happy, their productivity level is high. they tend to work more, they tend to achieve more. When people are not happy, then whatever impression you give, whatever direction you give, definitely you cannot achieve anything. So if you are all not happy, you will not be listening to me. I hope you are all happy, so that's why you are listening to me. Am I right? Yeah, so good. So little bit more, I think. Yeah, good. So how to make people happy? Yes, it's not that you have to crack jokes keeping, because when I was coming, I googled what is HR. HR means a lot of memes were coming actually. Somebody was asking sir, what happened to my Diwali bonus? HR is saying asking Diwali bonus for HR. First you try to get your salary, then let's talk about bonus. Other guy was telling. So a lot of such memes were happening actually. So I could see it Google. So it's simple. Any organization you go. More than that, you form a good team wherever you go. You ensure that you have a very solid team, because individuals cannot make difference, but institutions can definitely make. So always try to have a good team. Try to imbibe good qualities in your team and try to motivate them. If you motivate them, people will definitely work. When I took over as the regional passport officer in 2021, we were issuing about 2.77 lakh passports. Of course, that was the COVID pandemic time. There was a dip in the number of passports because there were restrictions on the international travel. But that was not the case again. Like in 19, we pushed it a little bit. 2022. But 2023, when things were normal, we were able to achieve about 5 lakh passports, like in a year, where we were doing 2.77, and with a reduced staff strength, because a lot of people had retired, and some people, unfortunately, we have lost them to the COVID pandemic. So we were in a difficult situation when it comes to human resources, but the productivity was very high. Then I realized what is the reason, because they are all happy to work. People should be smiling when they come to office. They should not think, oh my God, I have to see this fellow in the morning when they get up in my HR, what is he sent in the morning. Some people get panic actually. They take BP tablet when the message comes from their HR actually, because one of my friend and I was traveling him to Kodaikanal, in Pandian Express. His leave was not approved actually. So he was cursing his boss, his HR and everybody. From the time the train started from Egmore, it reached to Kodaikanal, he was saying, this fellow, he is not granted me leave. He is thinking, what is it is going to happen? What is it? When returning also, he was telling the same thing. So you should not be a boss like that actually. So keep your, see, if there is somebody, you want somebody to get something, from someone, you have to give him something. Without giving him something, you will not get something. Definitely, it's a give and take actually. Like you are given a task, fine, you will do it. You will give him a deadline, you will do it. But you say that if you say no to his leave, then definitely he'll say, okay. First thing will come to his mind, he has not given me leave. I have to celebrate my first anniversary, wedding anniversary in Maldives. I booked the tickets 3 months in advance because that was cheaper in makemytrip.com. So I booked accommodation, everything, but no, I was not granted leave. So that frustration will definitely affect his productivity and efficiency. So always be liberal when it comes to, but of course not necessarily that somebody says that no, every day I want to go for honeymoon, give me life. So that's not possible. So once in a while one can go, like after marriage, if somebody wants to go for honeymoon, it's fine. But no, that's fine. But reasonably, you should be reasonable when you can treat somebody's leave application and all. That this is all like part of HR after you join an organization, because most of the thing what is required to join an organization has already been told to you. So what I'm trying to tell you is that what are things you should have when you join an organization. Just be compassionate, especially when female colleagues are there, they will be definitely having, especially when they are in pregnancy, in the stage of pregnancy or postnatal care, be liberal. Just think about your mother, just think about your sister, just think about your wife. You will be, you'll be able to, understand their position better. So I never, if somebody in this, when I'm saying they come and tell me, I said, please go on leave, no issues, we'll grant you leave. Don't come to office, take your leave. Then they come back, instead of doing 20 cases, 20 files, they do 50 files a day. I see that. I never told them to do it 50 from 20. They do it on their own. நான் சொல்கிறலாம் கேட்டுட்ருக்கீங்களா, தூங்குனீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு புரியாது ஆக்சுவலாக. யூ வில் நாட் பி ஏபிள் டு. தூங்குறீங்களா இல்லை மூச்சிட்டு இருக்கீங்களா? தூங்கினாலும் தூங்குங்க, பட் குறட்ட வராமல் பார்த்துக்கோங்க. I don't want to hear snoring noise, okay? So you are still allowed to sleep, but I don't want to hear snoring noise. You are permitted, because this is the time, after lunch, nap time, this ambience is very conducive, the chairs are very comfortable, the room is dark, so obviously we'll have to sleep. So that's the way, but I have to make you, attentive. So that's a very challenging text. So I have the most difficult task to do. So coming, back to the organization, you'll have all type of people, in the organization. Like not necessarily everybody will be the topmost intelligent. So it's your responsibility to identify the right job for the right person. I always take this step, if I am not able to get work out of somebody, it is his inefficiency, it's my incompetence. So you have to take that responsibility on yourself. This fellow is not working, he is not delivering, on time. Despite, Because then it means that I have not chosen the right person, number one. I have not given him the task which he is able to do. So the failure is on my side actually. Then I will have to see which is the best. Some people are good at desk work, some people are good at outside work, some people are good at doing public relations. Public relations is an essential part of any organization. Especially in corporate organization, there is something called PROs we call, and general manager corporate relations, vice president corporate relations. They are the one who go to the government officials. They are the one who meet senior secretaries and all. They are the one who lies between the top management of the company and the government actually. So that's a very essential job. So they will have a very cordial, because since I am heading a government office, I know how people come and meet me, how the way they approach me. So that's a skill somebody is having. So if someone is good at that skill is not something, you will one fine day you conduct 2 seminars or 3 seminars, or by end of the day you all carry 5 kilograms of skill with you. No, you're not going to carry that with you. It's just an orientation for you. Skill, accumulation of skill, it's a process actually. It's a process in evaluation. Slowly you will get to know about it. So don't worry about it. If today you're not able to achieve something, so tomorrow you will achieve that. But you should have confidence in you that you'll be able to achieve it tomorrow. First of all, you should believe yourself. If I would have not believed myself, I would not be standing here. I would not be getting this Ponnadai. I would not be getting this shield. No, nobody is going to give, because I believed in myself. That's why Kumaran Shanmuga sir has believed in me. That's why Dr. Bhuma believed in me. They call me. So I have to believe myself. So you have to believe yourself. So how many of you believe yourself? Actually, raise your hand. But what happened to those who are not? It means that you're not believing yourself. So I'm going to ask questions to those who are not believing in themselves actually. So now raise your hands actually. How many of you believe in yourself? Yes, I am so and so and so. I am confident of myself. But why everybody should raise their hand? No, why you're not confident about yourself? What about the gentleman here? Sorry? No, you are not raising your hand. Either you are telling lie or I have to go to eye doctor actually. So, there are 2 things. Anyway, fine, good. So you have to be, confident about yourself. Whatever you do, you should tell yourself. Don't compare with your friend actually. This comparison is a big problem in India actually. Especially when it comes to parents, friends, siblings, they are not bothered about how many marks you got in mathematics in your +2. They go to the neighbor. So if I would have chosen to be a maths professor, imagine the plight of the students. So God has destined me that you are born for civil services. You will write this exam in the age of 23. You will get selected for the foreign service. You will go abroad and you enjoy your life. Yes, thank you God. That's it. So I have not cleared mathematics in my first attempt. Neither I was a S grade or A grade class topper in the world. But I represented India. I not only represent India and abroad, I represent India in the BRICS Summit. I attended BRICS Summit, multilateral organizations. I shook hands with the presidents, prime ministers. I spoke to our prime minister. He spoke to me in Tamil. I spoke to him in Hindi. What else I did? But I didn't fail. I didn't succeed in my mathematics paper in engineering maths. I flunked. So what? So never ever think about failures. Failures are stepping stone to success. Those who succeed today are today's winner. Those who don't succeed today are tomorrow's winners. That's it. Everybody is a winner. There is no loser. இப்போதான் எல்லாரும் கை தட்டுறீங்க குட் ஸோ நவ் யூ ஆர் ஆல் அவேக் ஐ அண்டர் ஸோ யூ ஆர் ஆல் ஹேவிங் கான்ஃபிடன்ஸ் இன் யூ ஸோ ஆல்வேஸ் ஃபீல் தட் யூ கேன் அச்சீவ் இஃப் யூ டோன்ட் ஹேவ் கான்ஃபிடன்ஸ் இன் யுவர் செல்ஃப் nobody can come and its confidence is not like Complan or Boost. You add 2 spoons and drink in the morning, you get confidence. Don't get it. It has to come in by You have to get it done. Nice that you are an institution like you study about our AVM Mayappa Chettiar, the kind of hardships he has undergone. He could have gone to California. Why did he come to Kodambakam? Because he want to serve our people. You want to create institutions for our people in Tamil Nadu, for our own brothers and sisters. They have not gone to San Francisco or California. So what I am saying is that many people, since I am also handling the charge of Ministry of External Affairs branch secretariat, I am getting more requests for US visa than I get requests for passports. Because people are not getting appointment slots for getting the H1B visa stamped. Don't be part of that. Why should you go abroad and struggle to get? You have to get exit permit from a particular country to exit that country in a particular period. If you don't get the visa renewed within the period, you will lose job. Then you get into stress. Everything is available in this country, right? Don't you think that we are the largest democracy in the world? We are 1.4 billion people, and Tamil Nadu is one of the fastest growing economy in the country. So what else you need? So why you are concerned about standing in a foreign consulate's entrance where you don't get easy access and struggle to get pass every time, this pass, employment pass, renewal? Why you are getting into hassles? Lucas Shanmugam sir is here, he is happy. Sir, you are happy, right? See, what else you need? Sir is happy, so you will also be happy. He could have easily gone and settled in Los Angeles, right? Why is he in Vadapalani? He is happy in Vadapalani. So what I am telling you is not that you should not go abroad. All of you should definitely go abroad to see the best things. You have to acquaint the best things, best technology developments, whatever you see, that technological developments, you want to bring it to our country. Then you may ask me, what is that you are doing abroad? I am serving Indians abroad. I am representing Government of India abroad. I am working for Government of India. So I am not working for a foreign company in foreign country. So I am serving the people of India. So what I am saying is that you get everything from here, right? You get air from here, you get water from here, you get education from here, you get job from here. But why you want your visa to be stamped and why should you struggle? So that's why I'm saying, please give a thought to it. I'm not discouraging you from going abroad. You should all go abroad, get the best things done. But do remember that this country had given us everything. This Mother India had given. Never ever forget your country wherever you go. And always keep your head high. Always keep your head held high, because you are representing the largest democracy of the world, where the electoral process is happening and you are able to elect your representative. And 75 years only we are but we are still the best nation, and we are the fastest growing economy. You take any parameters, next 25 years we are going to be in our 100th year actually of independence. What else you need actually? Everything is available here. Only thing, we have to find the right opportunities. Mr. Prasanna is here actually, so you can take his example. He has not gone anywhere. So what I'm saying is that people are here, everything is available. So don't because every day morning I get a request, boss, please help me out. Otherwise my family is going to crisis. Why you want to go into crisis? You dig your own hole and you want to jump into that. How can I save you from that? See, I am not the US president, right? So I can give a call. Even the US president cannot do in that system. There's so robust system that the visa has to undergo a process without any interference. So I see people struggling actually, because their spouse, the children, everybody has to be relocated if their, that particular visa doesn't get stamped, or they don't get visa extension. They have to shift from one. It's a stress actually. Why you want to complicate your life? So make life simple. So to conclude, I think I should conclude now, because it's a validation. I should not be taking more time. But what I'm telling you is that believe in yourself. Do whatever you do it with confidence actually. Don't do in an half-hearted way that you will not be able to. Either start panalo, go ahead full swing, that I'll be able to get. You have to achieve that. So that that fire should be in you actually. And nobody is going to come and light that fire actually. It has to be in you, and you definitely, I'm sure that all of you here in this, I suppose I am not good at mathematics, maybe around 200 people are here. So all 200 of you are going to come out with flying colors in various fields. You are going to be, one day you will be coming here and you will also be addressing your students later. So definitely, I wish you all a great success. I tell you something, in my organization, like a government organization, you cannot fire anyone, you cannot change anybody, like only thing you can do, transfer, and there is a process we have to follow, a memo, a suspension, and the thing. But in private sector, it is not like that. You can be fired easily. So what I feel is that, of course, I am in government service. Many of my friends, or most of my friends, are in corporate sector. They have the fear of losing their job actually. So I would, when you guys grow up, when you guys join any organization and take senior positions. I would all request you that nobody should have the fear of losing their job every day when they come to office. That today I'll be fired. Fear should be there in life, but fear should not be life actually. So please ensure that the element of fear is there. Only when somebody does something wrong or a gross mistake or something like that, he has to be warned. And everybody should be given an opportunity to come back actually. Everybody should be given an opportunity to reconcile, and everybody should be given an opportunity to reform. So you should never, whenever, whichever organization you join as leaders, please ensure that you don't give the fear to your colleagues that they'll be losing. They should come with a smiling face to the office and leave the office with a smiling face. So that should be your main goal. And apart from that, of course, a lot of things would have been told to you. Second thing which I forgot to tell you, apart from discipline and self-confidence, hard work is required, please. So what is this hard work actually? Anybody can give me a definition of hard work? You will definitely know hard work. Sitting from morning to evening itself is a hard work. So all of you have done the hard work, that's it. So you've been patiently listening to me, that itself is a hard work. See, the most difficult thing is to sit in a place, quietly, listening to someone. So you've done it. So you are all capable of doing hard work. Without hard work, success will not come. If without hard work, success will come, it will not stay with you, it will fly quickly. So with that remarks, I conclude my speech. I hope I was able to entertain you for some time. And also you are all very happy that the event is going to over. You'll be free for your Saturday evening. You'll be going to Forum Mall. I think most of you will be seen in Forum Mall, which is the nearest place. So enjoy your evening. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There should be fear in life, but your life should not be a fear. That was a wonderful quote that you have given us today. Give a big applause for that. Thank you so much, sir. We don't need a Horlicks or Maltova or Boost. I think your speech is more enough for us to boost up the energy of the evening today. There's a saying, when it comes to progression, sponsorship is equally important. So it's time to talk about the sponsor of this event, which is happening today. Yes, audience, before I go to the sponsors, any questions that you would like to talk or you would like to ask to our guest? Shri Govindan sir is here for you. Please.
Sir, good evening,
You can
sir.
You can sit now so that others can. Yeah, okay.
So myself Sangamesh, sir, from Madras Christian College.
Oh, yeah.
So can you please tell your schedule or your day while preparing for UPSC exam, sir?
It's a very good question, because are you interested in civil services first? Let me ask that.
No, sir, but
why you want to know about it?
no, sir, but I actually got inspired from you. But I want to learn more things from you, sir. I want to learn the schedule.
I'll tell you honestly, I would focus on the quality of time you give rather than the quantity of time you give for preparation. Simple, okay? Like in office also, if I'm there in office for 3 hours, I'll work for the 3 hours continuously. That 180 minutes I'll be working. I'll not be even working for 179 minutes. I will be not wasting my that 1 minute. So similar to that, in preparation time also, whenever I used to study, I used to be focused on the studies. Of course, in terms of number of hours, it is up to you. How much you want to spend in a particular day and how much your body allows you to read. So it all depends. Suppose you want to clear the exam in the first attempt, like within 1 year, then you have to put more efforts. If you want to clear the attempt after 5 years, then you can slowly prepare. So jokes apart, at least you can say, I will not be able to quantifying 6 hours, 8 hours. Like there are vast subjects basically, to be frank with you, anything under the sun can be asked in civil service examination. So there's not like a specific thing that like we prepare for our exams, semester exams. We have established things, these are the things. We'll even know, the teacher may tell you, give a hint that this question can come or something like that. Nothing like that is going to be in civil. It's a blank thing. So you have to adapt to the strategy, how you have to prepare. First you have to observe the syllabus. Right now, what is the syllabus? I'm not very much aware of. then you have to devote time to each and everything in the topic in a day. So accordingly it will go. So it can be 8 hours, it can be 10 hours, it can be 12 hours. It all depends on the requirement actually and how much time you have to go for the examination. Suppose you are preparing for this year or like next 6 months exam is going to, the strategy for the examination will be different. Sometimes I used to of course before coming to civil services I was not working more than 8 hours or 9 hours. After coming to civil service I worked for 21 hours during Prime Minister visit. So continuously. So only 3 hours I used to sleep and 21 hours I had to work. So imagine. So you don't know. It depends on what exactly you want to do and which topic you are choosing and how much time you want to devote to the topic. So let's say 8 hours for which number will we like actually? Huh? Which is your favorite number from 1 to 10 you tell me? 5 to 10 you tell me at least. 8 is fine. Okay. So 8 hours you have to study. So that's fine. But you give that 8 hours dedicated to the subject and topic whichever you are choosing and study. Focused on the 8 hours. In that 8 hours you write and practice also. In the 8 hours try to revise it also. That's it. Okay, thank you. Any other question?
Sir.
Okay.
Hello sir, I am Brinda from MCC. So I am a final year PG student pursuing HR myself. So if I want to enter into a public sector through a HR role, so in what ways can I enter into civil services? Like how?
Every role in civil services you will get HR actually. Like I'm a career diplomat now, right? But I am also the head of the office. So in my capacity of head of office, I handle all the HR issues: leave, salary, pension, arrears, GPF, okay, and then punishments like if you want to give a memo, charge memo. So all the elements, allocation of duties, transfer orders for people. So everything you will handle. So any civil services exam you join, you will be definitely handling that portfolio when you head an office actually. Wherever office you go, if you are the head of the office, definitely you will be given. If you are in the ministry, then definitely there is an administration wing will be there in our division, administration division, our department of administration will be there. That will look after the HR. So always there is a scope for HR people to come because every organization will have a HR wing attached with it actually. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So good afternoon, sir. I'm Tejashwini from Ethraj College. So what inspired you to become a civil servant?
See, two things, one is that, I told you again, where I can fit myself actually. So it's very difficult for me to become a management graduate, because I'm not good at aptitude and mathematics. Next thing is that, you would have seen the movie Three Idiots actually. Have you seen the movie? Tamil also you've seen in, okay, Nanban, right?
Yes.
So when you were born, something your parents will tell. When I was born, my father told that you are going to be a civil servant actually. So from the day, I was in school, because he was in government service, only thing was in a different department. So from the day one in my family, they've been telling you have to join government service, you have to become a civil servant. So whomsoever I've been exposed to was also civil servants. Then I joined the College of Engineering because that college produced a lot of civil servants. So in that way, my journey is different actually. But to be frank, this apart from all these things, you get a satisfaction of serving the public. That satisfaction is very important, of course, apart from what we do. So just to highlight few instances where when I was posted abroad, during the COVID pandemic, a lot of Indian nationals got stuck in Brazil. So they have to be safely evacuated from various parts of Brazil. Then we have to organize evacuation flights for them to send them back, like kids, families, old age people, all sort of people were there. So it was a very satisfying experience for me, to organize that evacuation process, when they were stuck in different parts of the country, and Brazil is about 2.5 times the size of India. And bringing them to one airport like Sao Paulo, which is the hub of Brazil. And then when the pandemic was high, nobody was willing to step out of their home. So we have to go out and organize this operation. So these kind of challenging things, helped me. So these things, were there in the back of my mind that I'll be in a better position to serve the society. So that's apart from that, of course, in my family background also. And then my father is the inspiration. I would say that he told me that definitely one day you will see. So I also started writing and then IAS, IFS, IPS. I used to do that. See, people may think, that, you are now in +2, you are writing this. But, after 6 years, I was there actually. So you have to perceive. That's why I told, if you want to achieve something, you have to perceive that you are going to achieve it. If you want to become an actor also, you can become an actor. But you should work actually in that, whichever field you choose. Similar, for me, this is one thing. And then, of course, mediocre student, so there is no other option, to like Mr. Prasanna, I cannot be like, leader or somebody, so who have to be good in this thing. So then government is a good option in that way. But of course, this area gives you a lot of space to, like, for example, passports. So when I took over as RPO, I thought a lot of people are coming to my office with, inquiry appointments, problems, issues. I said, why should they come here? Now we have WhatsApp. Let them chat with me in WhatsApp. So I told them, why should they come from Krishnagiri, Dharmapuri? They have to come all the way. If they have to produce originals, fine. They're going to bring, copies. They can scan and send it to me in WhatsApp. So I started this WhatsApp. So they talk to me in WhatsApp. So they need not come. So similar to that, So this gives you that kind of, scope. Then I thought, grievances are coming from various ends. I integrated all the grievances to one particular place. So one particular wing will handle all the grievances. And every day they'll send me the report that how many grievances has been handled and how many passports. So we also have social media. Twitter is there. People keep posting me, sir, my passport is pending. 11 o'clock I wake up and say, no, tomorrow it will be dispatched. Sir, my passport is dispatched, but tomorrow I wanted to collect. So a lot of things will come. I'll also say, don't worry, we'll take care of it. So that interaction with public and solving their issues gives you satisfaction. So this was also back in my mind when I inspired for civil service. I hope I was able to give a convincing answer. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Hello, sir. I'm here.
Yeah, sure.
I'm here. This is Ram.
Out of the speaker. Okay.
So I'm Ram and I work for Deloitte as a director. So it's nice meeting you, sir. I see a bureaucrat, level playing and being available for the disposal of people's service. Really congratulate you.
Thank you.
And how did you land up with IFS? Was it your first priority or IAS was your first priority? Just a curiosity question. Just want to
I was, let me put it in this way. When I was appearing for the examination, I was keen to join 3 services. So one was IAS, the second was IFS and IPS. So I was looking for these 3 career options, and all 3 were good for me actually. So if I were to join any of the 3, of course IFS and IAS, the tricky thing is that once you choose either of the one, you will not be able to appear for the exam again. So you have to take or you have to resign. So in that way I got IFS actually. So I was keen, these 3 were my choices actually, IFS, IPS and IAS. So apart from that, if I got any other service, I would have appeared again for the examination. Because these 3 services give you ample opportunity to directly get in touch with public,
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Kavishri from Sri Sasta Arts and Science College.
Sorry.
Sorry,
madam, I couldn't hear your name properly.
Kavishri.
Okay.
After completing prelims and mains, when you are facing interview, what was the first question asked by the higher officials, sir?
Okay, my God. So you've gone to the last stage actually. So you don't want to write the prelims and mains. See, a lot of questions were asked in interview. So first question was that, they asked me, my board was headed by a lieutenant general. So he was an army officer, senior army officer. He asked me, do tall people catch cold? So this was the first question, if I'm not wrong. So what you are tall, right? Of course, I can ask you this question. Do tall people catch cold?
What, sir?
Do tall people catch cold?
No, sir. Maybe with their skills or knowledge, like that.
No, cold. What is
cold, sir.
See,
sorry.
Morning skills in K.
Sorry, sir. I can't hear it. No, sir. Everyone can get cold.
Everyone can get cold. Tall and short and cold. That's it. So this is my answer actually. But everyone will get cold. Yes, sir. Possibilities are there, but I have taken adequate precautions, because Delhi entry நடந்துச்சு. ஸோ அதனால் அவர் கேட்டார், இந்த மாதிரி உங்களுக்கு கோல்டு வருமா அப்படின்னு கேட்டார். இல்லை சார், ஐ ஹவ் டேக்கன் ஹாட் வாட்டர் எல்லாம் பண்ணி நான் ப்ரிப்பரேஷன் இருந்தேன். நான் ப்ரிவென்ட்டிவாக இருக்கேன் அப்படின்றத காட்டுறேன். ஏன்னா நான் கவர்மெண்ட் சர்வீஸ் போகிறேன் இல்லையா, கலவரம் வரதுக்கு முன்னாடி நான் ப்ரிப்பரேஷன் பண்ணிடுறேன் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி நான் நினச்சிட்டு போயிட்டு ப்ரிவென்ட்டிவ் மெஷர் எடுத்துட்டேன் அப்படின்னு மைண்ட் செட்டில் போனேன். நான் டியூன் பண்ணியே போனேன்ல நான் ஆக்சுவலாக. சரி, அவங்க எதுக்காக கேட்பாங்கன்ற டியூனிங் எனக்கு இருக்குது. ஸோ இப்படி இப்போ ப்ரிவென்ட்டிவாக நான் இருக்கிறேன் அப்படிங்கிறத சொல்லணும். அதான் அவங்க எதிர்பார்க்குறாங்கன்னு நான் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டேன். ஸோ அது மாதிரி தான் சொன்னேன் நான் ஆன்சர்.
ஓகே சார்.
நான் உங்களுக்கு ஒரு கொஸ்டின் கேட்குறேன். எனக்கு யூபிஎஸ்சியில் கேட்ட கொஸ்டின் யாராவது கேட்கணுமா? சொல்லுங்கள்.
Sir, I'm Danchika from Avichi College of Arts and Science. Actually, I have 2 questions. Okay. The first one is, what are the struggles you have overcome while becoming a successful IFS officer?
ஸ்ட்ரகிள், ஐ என்ஜாய்ட் மை ஜாப் ஆக்சுவலி. சிம்பிள். நான் சொன்னேன் இல்லையா, நம்ம ஸ்ட்ரகிள் நினச்சிட்டு போனோன்னா எதுவுமே செய்ய முடியாது. காலையில் எழுந்திரிச்சு ஐயோ வேலை இருக்குது, இன்னைக்கு ரிப்போர்ட் எழுதணும், டாக்கிங் பாயிண்ட்ஸ் கொடுக்கணும், டைம் இதுக்கு பண்ணணும், மினிஸ்டர் மீட்டிங் இருக்குது, அப்படிலாம் நினச்சிருக்கு. ரிலாக்ஸ்டாக எழுந்திரிக்கணும், Just enjoy your job actually. You just have passion for it. You should have a passion for your job actually. That's more important. If you don't have a passion for your job, then you will not like it actually. So whatever job is given to me, for example, I have slowed down a lot because the work culture is like passport organization works from a particular time to particular time and rest of the time you are free. But when you are abroad, you have a lot of things to do actually. You don't have Diwali, you don't have Pongal, you keep working. So you enjoy that actually. So you have to enjoy that, and wherever you work, what are the changes, little bit incremental changes you can make to improvise the system, improvise the governance, improvise your interaction with the public. So those things are, that keeps me going actually. So, and second thing, you go to different countries, it's not that you're going to stay in one country. Every 3 years you'll have to move. So that is a motivation for me. So when I got my first posting in Portugal, I'll explore Europe. Then within 1.5 years, my second posting came, I was told I should go to Brazil. Then I was exotic beaches are there in Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo. That also is a motivation, So I like to do that actually, travel. Yeah.
Okay, my second question is, my aim is to become an IPS officer.
Okay.
So I need some tips about UPSC exam for.
Oh, it's a big question. It takes a lot of time to answer to the question. But you are in which year now of the college?
Second year of business administration.
See, I would suggest you, if you are really interested in civil services, have you started reading newspapers actually daily basis?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the basic to start with. Then you try to go through the UPSC website and see the syllabus of the examination and choose a subject which you want to study. Whichever subject you feel like is comfortable, and get an orientation program in one of the coaching academy. Basic orientation program about the exam, modules, what are the different types of papers you have to appear, and what are the practices. They will give an orientation process. And the fundamental thing about civil service preparation is that you should know what is going around you actually. Simple. You should not be clueless about if some PSLV rocket is launched in Sriharikota. You should know what is PSLV. That is not enough. You should go in detail that which are the countries which are participating in that program, and what is the payload of the satellite, and to what level it will go, and what are the advantages we are going. So you have to go in detail. So each and everything you read, you go in detail. That's what the civil services is. As a civil servant, you're expected to do. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So any other question? Oh, she wants to ask a question.
Sir, I'm Priya from Mithraj College. How do you manage the work life with your personal life, sir?
We have to do it actually. Nobody will, work life balance into the bow. See, I tell you, if you do something, continuously, you get bored actually. Yes. So you need a break, right? So the break is your family time, basically, simple. See, in my case, initially I was, when I joined service, I have to learn, the work. I have to learn the techniques. I have to learn the job profile. I have to know what is expected out of me. So then I was a bachelor, by the way. So no family commitment. So nobody was waiting for me at home. So there's no problem. So I used to sit in office till late. So then keep clearing files and do. But now I have a child, young boy is waiting. I have a pet who is waiting for me. I have my wife waiting for me. So there are people waiting for me. So I manage my things accordingly that I give time to them actually. And it's a very important question because when I went abroad, I realized that people living abroad, they have a very good work-life balance actually. Holiday means it's a holiday. Nobody will pick up their phone on a holiday. Phones will be switched off. Friday afternoon in Brazil, people will switch off their phones and phones will be switched on Monday morning. Phones means like official calls or official emails. If it's a holiday, it's a holiday. They'll simply say, I'm on vacation, I'll call you back when I get to office. They'll not be hesitant to do that actually. But we Indians are not like that. We are workaholic. We keep doing work every time. Even we go to the washroom, we check our mobile, what's happening, in the office. So we are like that actually, but we should change that. That attitude is not good actually. We should always have a work-life balance. In my case, I ensure that I give adequate time. Like today is a weekend again, I'm telling you. So because I didn't know that this program will come on the weekend. But otherwise, I spend quality time with my family during the weekends. We go out actually. Because they need time actually. They are, they are looking for you. So you have to equally give time to your family. And I do that actually. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
See, I tell you something, if you are happy at home, only then you'll be happy at office. So if your home is, you are not happy at home, then neither you will be happy nor you'll keep others happy at office. So that's more important actually, yeah. Now I'll ask you a question. So you asked so many questions to me, I'll ask a question. I'm going to make one of you as Prime Minister of India. So what are your priorities? This was a question asked to me in UPSC interview, right? So I want 5 priority areas to be identified. So I'm going to ask the IPS officer girl. What? Yeah. So now you are the Prime Minister. So what will be your priorities?
Sir, actually, I don't want to become an IPS, Prime Minister. Sorry, sir, Prime Minister. Because I want to be an IPS officer.
இல்லம்மா இந்த क्वेश्चन எனக்கு யூபிஎஸ்சில கேட்டாங்க. நீங்க யூபிஎஸ்சி படிக்கணும்னு கேட்டிங்க இல்லையா? யூபிஎஸ்சி படிச்சிட்டு இன்டர்வியூ போகணும்னாங்கல. இன்டர்வியூ போகும்போது கேட்ட the same question was asked to me. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சொன்னல டாலா இருக்கவங்க கோல்ட் வருமா அவங்க கிட்ட கேட்டேன் இல்லையா? அதே மாதிரி இந்த क्वेश्चन என்ன கேட்டாங்க. You are the Prime Minister, what will be your priorities கேட்டாங்க. நீங்க யூபிஎஸ்சி ஆஸ்பிரன்ட்னால இந்த கேள்வி உங்ககிட்ட கேக்குறேன் actually.
So priorities means
எல்லா பசங்களையும் போட்டு அடிப்பீங்கன்னு சொல்வீங்க.
So no sir. I want to maintain the whole country without any corruption or something.
சரி ஓகே. 1 அப்புறம்
and
corruption free country. Good.
How many points I want to say?
5.
5 sir, one is difficult. 5 points. So second one is I want to make
நீங்க ஒன்னு சொல்லிட்டீங்களா? ஒயிட் ஷர்ட் ஜாலியா இருக்காரு அவருக்கு அவர் ஒரு பாயிண்ட் சொல்லிட்டோம். நீங்க என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? ஒரே ஒரு பாயிண்ட் சொல்லுங்க. பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? ஒரு பாயிண்ட் சொல்லுங்க.
So improve the social security of the people in the country.
Very good. அவருக்கு அப்புறம் வேற பக்கத்துல இருக்காரு அவருக்கு இப்போ பேக்ல வரேன். இருங்க வரேன் உங்ககிட்ட வரேன். நான் ஜாலியா இருக்காங்க அவங்ககிட்ட கேட்க மாட்டேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒருத்தர் வந்து சொல்லிட்டாங்க கரப்ஷன் ஃப்ரீ இந்தியா சொல்லிட்டாங்க கண்ட்ரி. என்னப்பா
ரூபி நோட் கலர் மாத்தணும்.
என்னம்மா
ரூபி நோட் கலர்ஸ் மாத்தணும்.
இப்ப அதுக்கு எதுக்குப்பா பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் ஆகணும் நீ? சரி ஓகே பரவாயில்ல. யார் பண்ண ரூபி நோட் கலர் மாத்தணும்? சரி ஓகே. 2 பேருமே நீங்க சொல்லுங்க. அந்த பக்கம் கேட்கணும். ஆக்சுவலி லாஸ்ட்ல இருக்காங்களா அவங்க சொல்லுங்க. யாராவது ஒருத்தர் மாஸ்க் போட்டு உட்காந்துருக்காங்க அவங்க கேட்கலாமா? அவங்க சொல்லுங்க. சொல்லுங்க. யூ ஆர் த பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர், வாட் வில் யூ டூ? See, you are all going to be நீங்களா voters ஆயிட்டீங்களா? ஆயிருப்பீங்களா கண்டிப்பா. 18 years you are in the process of deciding the mandate actually. சொல்லுங்க. சரி அவங்க பக்கத்துல இருக்கவங்க சொல்லுங்க. சிரிச்சிட்டு இருக்காங்களா ஜாலியா?
சோ எஜுகேஷனுக்கு நல்ல ஒரு இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் கொடுப்போம் சார்.
வெரி குட். எஜுகேஷன் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். இப்போ இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் கொடுக்கலையா அப்பனா?
இல்ல சார் இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா கொடுக்கலாம் அப்படி.
குட். ஓகே ஃபைன். நெக்ஸ்ட் 3 பாயிண்ட் இன்னும் 2 பாயிண்ட் சொல்லுங்க. 3 முடிஞ்சிச்சு. சோஷியல் செக்யூரிட்டி, கரப்ஷன் ஃப்ரீ இந்தியா, எஜுகேஷன். ஓகே. ஓகே ஃபைன்.
Free hospitalization, sir.
Okay, free medical.
My name is
so 4 கொடுத்துருங்க free medical. இவங்க சான்ஸ் முடிஞ்சு போச்சு அவ்வளவுதான். இன்டர்வியூல இப்படிலாம் கேட்க மாட்டாங்கம்மா. நீங்க கேட்டா ஒண்ணுங்க எனக்கு இப்போ சான்ஸ் கொடுங்க கேட்க கேள்வி கேட்டப்ப பதில் சொல்லலாம் அவ்வளவுதான். இல்லைன்னா அவ்வளவுதான் முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. அடுத்த கொஸ்டின் போயிடுவாங்க. அடுத்த கேண்டிடேட் போயிடுவாங்க இல்லையா? சரி ஓகே. இன்னொரு வாட்டி கொடுக்குறவங்க நான் சான்ஸ். நீங்க சொல்றீங்களா? ஓகே ஃபைன்.
சார் உமன் சேஃப்டி சார்.
ஓகே சரி ஓகே. அவங்க பாயிண்ட் அவங்க சொல்லிட்டாங்க. குட். உமன் சேஃப்டி. ஸோ இப்போ நான் இவ்வளோ தூரம் கேட்டப்ப 5 பேருக்கு ஒரு பாயிண்ட் சொன்னீங்க. இப்போ 5 பாயிண்ட் நான் ஒருத்தனே சொல்ல கஷ்டமாக இருக்கும் இல்லையா? அது இன்டர்வியூவில் 6 பேர் உட்கார வச்சு அதை கேட்டாங்க. இன்னும் கேட்டாங்க இந்த மாதிரி கொஸ்டின். ஸோ நான் என்ன சொல்லியிருப்பேன் நினச்சிங்க. நீங்கள் சொன்னதில் 1 சொன்னேன் நான் ஆக்சுவலாக. ஸோ நான் என்ன சொன்னேன்னா ஃபஸ்ட்டு எனக்கு ஆன்சர் ஃபஸ்ட்டு தெரியல ஆக்சுவலாக. இப்போ கொஞ்சம் சைலண்டாக இருந்தீங்கன்னா நான் பேசுறது உங்களுக்கு கேட்கும். நான் இதோட முடிச்சுக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா நான் தான் லாஸ்ட்டாக கேட்ட கொஸ்டின். இதுக்கு மேலே உங்களை போர் அடிக்க மாட்டேன். ஸோ ஐ டோல்ட் தம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் ஐ தேங்க் த போர்ட் ஃபார் கிவிங் மீ திஸ் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி பிகம் த பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் ஆஃப் இந்தியா. மை சின்சியர் தேங்க்ஸ். ஏன்னா தெரியல ஆன்சர். சீரியஸாக சொல்கிறேன். இந்த கொஸ்டின் கேட்டாங்க எனக்கு தெரியல ஆன்சர். ஏன்னா திடீர்னு பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் இப்போ எப்படி கேட்டால் தெரியும். ஏதாச்சும் கலெக்டராக போட்டால் என்ன பண்ணுவீன்னு கேட்கலாம். கமிஷனராக போட்டால் என்ன பண்ணுன்னு கேட்கலாம். பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர்ட்டாங்க. அப்புறம் since you made me prime minister sir, I don't want to answer this question often. I want some time to think about what I want to do for the nation. With the permission of the board I like to think about it. சொல்லி டைம் வாங்கிட்டேன். டைம் கிராண்டட் கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. தண்ணி குடிச்சேன். அப்புறம் தண்ணி குடிச்சு என்ன பண்ண ஓகே சரி இவங்க நம்மளே விட போகிறதுல இந்த கொஸ்டின் ஆன்சர் தான் கண்டிப்பாக கேட்கும். நான் நினச்சேன் சரி இந்த கேப்பில் ஓகே அடுத்த கொஸ்டின் வரது கேட்டு வந்தாலும் அவங்களுக்கு உஷாராக இருந்தாங்க. கேட்கல. தேர் ஆல்சோ வெரி அலர்ட் தட் திஸ் ஃபெலோ ஹஸ் டு ஆன்சர் திஸ் கொஸ்டின். சார் ஐ வில் ஹேவ் 5 priorities with me. First is internal security, second is external security, third is energy security, fourth is social security, and fifth is food security. So these 5 securities are my priority. I will focus on 5 years. அந்த கொஷின் பார்த்தோன்னே எல்லாரும் ஸ்மைல் பண்ணாங்க சரி அப்படியே நினச்சிட்டு கோவந்தா நீ ஜெயிச்சிட்ட நீ சர்வீஸ் போய்டு அந்த கொஷின் தான் என்னோட மார்க் மீன் தே கேம் மீ 200 out of 300 so that is the highest mark I got in interview so I was sure that I'll be through because it's question because I was just 23 years old when somebody was 23 years asked this question so அதில் ஒருத்தர் சோஷியல் செக்யூரிட்டி சொல்லியிருக்கார் குட் ஸோ தட்ஸ் வெரி பட் ஏன்னா எல்லாத்தையுமே நம்ம வந்து டக்குன்னு சொல்லணும் இல்லையா லாட் ஆஃப் ஏரியாஸ் ஆர் தேர் விமன் சேஃப்டி சார் இதில் எல்லாமே அந்த 5 பாயிண்ட்குள்ளே அடங்கிடும் அப்படியே இன்டர்னல் செக்யூரிட்டியில் இதெல்லாம் வந்துடும் ஆக்சுவலாக நீங்கள் சொன்ன அந்த விமன் சேஃப்டி சோஷியல் செக்யூரிட்டி எஜுகேஷன் அண்ட் மெடிசன் வில் கம் அண்டர் சோஷியல் செக்யூரிட்டி அதில் வந்துடும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அப்புறம் எனர்ஜி சொன்னேன் நான் அப்புறம் எக்ஸ்டர்னல் செக்யூரிட்டி வெளியிலேருந்து ஏதாவது த்ரெட் இருந்ததுன்னா நமக்கு we have to handle that so thank you so much நான் எல்லாருக்கும் I think I've taken enough of your time thank you
That was an interesting session, sir. Thank you. I hope the audience would have loved it. Give a big applause for our guest. Thanks again, sir. As I was saying, when it comes to progression, sponsorship is equally important. Now it's time to thank our sponsors of this event. Special mention to the event sponsors, Mr. Velankani, Janani Associates Ashok Nagar, and our next sponsor, Microtech Engineers, Mr. K. Gurusegaran, Chief Executive, for their unwavering support. We request them to kindly come to the stage and accept our gratitude. I call Ms. Divya because since Mr. Velankani sir has started early to come and accept the gratitude.
HR Conclave, I would like to welcome Mr. AVMK Shanmugam to share few words about with us the event.
Hari Om. When the principal and the head of the department, along with the team, Mr. Sudarshan, all of them came to my office and said they were doing a program. I knew they were doing, the BBA team was doing a program on a conclave, but the subject was not known to me. So when they approached me for this conclave, they said it was on HR. I'll be very frank with you. The time that I completed my education and I got into business and my career, wherever I went, it was in films where I started my career, and then of course it came into education, and destiny brought me over here. I never heard this word HR, or I never knew the meaning of this word HR. So I innocently asked him, what does this HR mean? So principal immediately said, sir knows what HR is, but he doesn't know the meaning of HR. So I don't know what she meant by that, and she said he will talk about it. I said, I don't know what am I going to speak without knowing what it is. Because HR is human resources, and what is this human resources about? Something which I never applied my mind on all these years, because I've been running organizations without knowing what it is. And then she said it was human resources, like how we have a resource with this, so you need people to do it. I said, we need people, so that's why she said, sir, you know that, but except you have not used that term. So first thing was coming into learning a new word today. Every day we learn something new. To me, it was learning something completely different. And I do use all the principles of business, but not knowing what is what. See, I come from a school like what he said. The first thing I finished my college, my grandfather's book was there. It was called Enadu Vaalkai Anubhavangal. This was written in the year 1970. I think 1970 it was published there. It went into 26 episodes. You all heard this book called Kumudam, right? Weekly is called Kumudam. Yeah, in Kumudam, the editor was Mr. SAP. SAP also came from the Chettiar community, and he ran this magazine. Earlier when he started Kumudam, it was not doing well. And then he wrote a weekly story, a love story called Kadal Enum Thivinile. That's my memory, if my memory, yes, that's right. Kadal Enum Thivinile. Then my grandfather started reading it. AVM is my grandfather, the person there, because you're all from the millennium, you know who he is. So that's my grandfather. So he used to read this Kadal Enum Thivinile and he found it very impressive. And then he wrote a letter to SAP, I will buy the rights of it and make a movie of it. That never happened, but both of them had great regards for each other. My grandfather started his career from nowhere in the early 30s, and he built up a brand called AVM, where it went world over with Tamil films, Hindi films, Telugu films, and Kannada films. He introduced actors like Sivaji Ganesan was introduced by my grandfather. Kannada actor Rajkumar was once again introduced by my grandfather. Several people have come into the compound. And then, like today what Shah Rukh Khan is, then it was Raj Kapoor and Nargis. When they are in the peak of their career, they came from Bombay to Chennai to make a film in AVM Studios. So that was what he had built up. But the terminologies HR never existed, but all the aspects of HR did exist right in the 1930s itself. It is just not today or not. The welfare of people to work. It is very important to have people, and it is very important to have equipments as well. These two go hand in hand. So to a layman like me, I grew up watching the editing machine where we had to stand and watch. You cannot sit down today like you sit in your computer and work to do your edits. Somewhere down the line you'd all done your edits somewhere or whatever it is. We had to stand, hold on to a reel, and as it's flying, they have to stop. You have to use your hand to stop. It doesn't have brakes. So you got to hold it. So the reel on top and stand. So you remove 3 frames, you have to mark it with your hand. Then you have to cut. You can't just cut it like how you do today. Then they'll push it aside. Then they'll watch the entire reel. It will be so many minutes. Then they will remove this. 1 frame extra should not be in a film. That was the way they used to work. So my father, I've seen my father do it. This machine was called the Moviala. I've seen my father work on the Moviala when we edited the film Mortal Kale, probably the time that you were in the 5th standard. I just finished my schooling and I used to go stand there, and it used to happen late night, sitting and watching these reels over. The editor was a very, very important aspect of it because he should understand what you have to do. And the sync between the man who's written the script or who knows what is, normally in our case it is the producer. Where we stand, we do the work, we do the edit, try to crunch it. The first half will be 1 hour and 5 minutes, the second half will be 1 hour and 5 minutes. So 2 hours and 10 minutes should be running time of a film is how we used to work on. Every film matters, in which case the equipment was very important. Then from the Moviala, it moved into another machine called Steambeck. Steambeck was a flat-bedded machine, the same thing. It was very quiet, it didn't have the motor noise. It had a small quiet motor which used to run. The same principle was done in a flat surface called the Steambeck. So that was an American machine which we had imported and we were working. The same films, the difference what it had like a television-like screen where we could watch it. The same editor. So the editor continued, which means the human resources, the person did continue, but the equipment did change. So after that came in the Avids, the machine which became, the computer, it became a computer. Then came in Apple with FCP, Final Cut Pro. Technologies changed, but the processes remained the same. It became simpler for people to work than what they used to, because earlier they had to remove something, they had to do so much of work. But on a later date, for them to do something, it was much easier. Times change, technologies change, names came in, but the processes are the same. So like the principal was saying, we need an organization, we need people to work. Same happened in the field of sound. They used to have only, I've seen recordings. I don't know if you have heard of this film, the original film of Rajinikanth called Billa. How many of you have heard of the original Billa? Rajinikanth's film, you have heard of it. Okay. See, just after the film got released, we were also into the business of audio. So we were, wanting to do a stereo version of it. Those days, I'm talking in the 70s, when songs were recorded, they were recorded in three tracks. One was called the music track, where the entire music will be playing. Another track will have only rhythm, and the third track will have the voice. So it was decided to do this in stereo. So one Mr. Sampath, he was our recordist. So he likes to experiment with new machines. So grandfather had then bought a 4-track recorder where we could separate the tracks and make it into stereo and do it. But the source track was only a 3-track. Whatever source of material that we got is only 3 tracks. So out of 3 tracks, how do you do a stereo? So we had to do a pseudo stereo is what we were thinking of, because you cannot split the music tracks. Today when you put a headphone and watch, you'll have music going from one side to another, because when recording happens, it happens in so many tracks. We have infinite tracks today. But then we had only 3 tracks to record a song. When you record it once, you record it, the song is over. After that, if there's an error, you have to do the song recording right from the beginning. The musicians have to play, the rhythm player has to play, the singer has to sing. All was done in synchronization, not like what it's done today. Today it's very easy to record music. Those days it wasn't the case. The entire orchestra used to be there. A conductor will be in. We had to sit inside the room and watch it. That technology also changed. Multi-tracks came in. Everything has come in. Today it's infinite number of tracks. You can just open tracks and you can keep on going, and you can put anyone to can play at any time. The process of composing has also of course changed, but the process earlier was you had to compose a tune to do it. A lyric writer will come and write to do it. Everything is similar but done in a different manner. Once again, the same thing, processes have changed, equipments have changed, everything else. So when I'm seeing all this, when they spoke about human resources, yes, it is there, it was there, it has always been there. Only thing, the models has changed. So, coming through the process of it, it's very, very important to have people to work for you. You want to start organizations. Some of you may get into human resources to get into those areas. Others who may not or want to start organizations, your own businesses. You need, because it's quite how many of you want to do businesses here? Quite a few, okay. Now you want to do your own business, you need to employ people. To employ people, like Sir was mentioning, you have to keep them happy. Keep them well, and only then does your organization grow. See, these are principles that are inborn in a person who wants to run a business. See, I come from my basic business is completely different. I'm from a film industry, a film family, completely different. And probably in India, I'm the only one who's from a film business doing education. I don't think there's anybody else in the field of education, and I'm very passionate about it. I've been doing this for the last 27 years. I've been in education for the last 27 years. It came to me, I was using the word destiny in education, from film to here was a destiny. I came here with a destiny. I started a school was in existence, so I came on a deputation. It was only a 1-day show a week. That's where I learned how to put people together. And how do you, the togetherness. It's very important to have a team. Today, if you have noticed this event, the whole thing is a team. It is not just a department as a principal, the department of business administration, plus the entire college, Avichi college staff, and the students. In fact, one of our guests was mentioning when the host was taking the student was talking about the college. They said they are so passionate over here. I share my passion with education, and I'm so happy that all my students have got the same thing over here. It's something that we have put into every child over here. Is something where I'm very happy because we are able to transfer it. That passion, when you work, ultimately you can use different words to it, is what is human resources about. I wish you all a great career, the best of everything. The guests who have come from other colleges, we do have regular sessions happening. We have a lot of things. We just did one AI conference last, I think it was a month ago, February 2nd. It was one of the biggest shows. No other arts and science college has ever done it. And today we are doing this. We are continuing our show. We have got a lineup of events which will be very different from any other college happening in town. The only reason is I don't come from a conventional educational person like other colleges do. I come from a very different background. I do not know what to talk in the lines of education. All I can tell you is, how can all of you win in life? You can come here to Avichi and learn it. I wish you all a super duper life, a great, great career, and the best of things happening. I'm very, your Etheraj College secretary is a very good friend of mine. He's a mentor. Mr. Mike Muralidharan is my mentor in education. So the little bit, the only contact I have with education is Mr. Mike Muralidharan. I don't know if you're aware of him, your secretary. Chairman, is it? He's a chairman of your college, yes. Yeah. Any case, I wish you all have a great evening. I hope you enjoyed this event. People from other colleges, how did you like it? And how about Ethraj? Any other colleges? Just let us know, the 10 colleges. Can you put your hands up? MCC, yes. If we need your feedbacks, kindly give it to us, yes. Yeah. So we want to do more. See, we want your feedbacks to do more, okay? Yes, and we will do something different. You're all welcome to come back again. How do you like the ambience here? Yeah, we wanted to give it. We wanted to give it something to your generation. Okay, so take care, have a wonderful time, and sir, thank you very much for entertaining us, and Prasna and Mr. Ram, thank you very much. And to the entire team of BBA, great job, and to the entire college, Viscom department, backup, and commerce, everyone here, all of you, all the best, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I call Malini from second year of Business Administration to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Danshika. Good evening. I am Malini from second year Business Administration. I am happy to present my vote of thanks. People are an organization's most valuable asset, and they are the key to its success. I am truly honored to express my gratitude on behalf of the Avichi College of Arts and Science. We are very proud to say that this proverb made a good impact and understanding after the end of this conclave. We would like to thank you enough for always trusting in us, especially with this huge event. I hope we stood up to your expectations. Thank you, everyone. I would like to express a profound gratitude to our guests, Mr. David Netto, Mr. Mohan Aravind, Mr. Isaac Paduraja, Mr. Ganapati Subramanian, Mrs. Archana P.S., Mr. R.K. Ramachandran, Mr. Prasanna Badmanabhan, Mr. S. Kovendan for their valuable time and for their words of wisdom. Thank you, everyone. We are always indebted to Mr. A.V.M.K. Shanmugam, our secretary, the Avichi College of Arts and Science, for always guiding and supporting us. Thank you, sir. We all thank Dr. We are wholeheartedly grateful to beloved principal Dr. N. Booma, who never fails to lead us to the pathway of success. Thank you very much, ma'am. We all thank Dr. Nalini, our head of the department, who have involved us in an informative and educative conclave. On behalf of the management, a sincere most gratitude to all the guests, keynote speakers, panel discussants, experts, and all the other dignitaries for graciously accepting our invitation and fulfill a crowd with a lot of knowledge and insightful thoughts. Our heartfelt thanks to every one of you. I would also like to extend my gratitude to all participants and well-wishers for making this event memorable. We would like to thank Visual Communication on behalf of Business Administration Department for audio and video coverage and supporting us with their technical hands. I am also honored to thank all the entrepreneurs, academicians, and faculty members and students from various organizations and institutions for being a part of this event. Thanks is an insufficient word to express our gratitude to all the faculty members from all the departments who worked tirelessly in making this event a huge success. We would also like to acknowledge all the student volunteers who supported us throughout the event. Last but not the least, I would like to thank God, the Almighty, for always showering His blessings upon us. Thank you. I request all the dignitaries and the audience to raise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे